Bracebridge Hall or the Humorists, by Washington Irving. Part 1. The Hall. The reader, if he has perused the volumes of the sketchbook, will probably recollect something of the Bracebridge family, with which I once passed a Christmas. I am now on another visit to the Hall, having been invited to a wedding which is shortly to take place. The squire's second son, Guy, a fine, spirited young captain in the army, is about to be married to his father's ward, the fair Julia Templeton. A gathering of relations and friends has already commenced to celebrate the joyful occasion, for the old gentleman is an enemy to quiet, private weddings. There is nothing, he says, like launching a young couple gaily and cheering them from the shore. A good outset is half the voyage. Before proceeding any farther, I would beg that the squire might not be confounded with that class of hard-riding, fox-hunting gentlemen so often described, and, in fact, so nearly extinct in England. I use this rural title partly because it is his universal appellation throughout the neighborhood, and partly because it saves me the frequent repetition of his name, which is one of those rough old English names at which Frenchmen exclaim in despair. The squire is, in fact, a lingering specimen of the old English country gentleman, rusticated a little by living almost entirely on his estate, and something of a humorist, as Englishmen are apt to become when they have an opportunity of living in their own way. I like his hobby passing well, however, which is a bigoted devotion to old English manners and customs. It jumps a little with my own humor, having as yet a lively and unsated curiosity about the ancient and genuine characteristics of my fatherland. There are some traits about the squire's family also which appear to me to be national. It is one of those old aristocratical families, which, I believe, are peculiar to England and scarcely understood in other countries. That is to say, families of the ancient gentry, who, though destitute of titled rank, maintain a high ancestral pride, who look down upon all nobility of recent creation, and would consider it a sacrifice of dignity to merge the venerable name of their house in a modern title. This feeling is very much fostered by the importance which they enjoy on their hereditary domains. The family mansion is an old manor house, standing in a retired and beautiful part of Yorkshire. Its inhabitants have been always regarded, through the surrounding country, as the great ones of the earth. And the little village near the Hall looks up to the squire with almost feudal homage. An old manor house and an old family of this kind are rarely to be met with at the present day, and it is probably the peculiar humor of the squire that has retained this secluded specimen of English housekeeping in something like the genuine old style. I am again quartered in the panelled chamber, in the antique wing of the house. The prospect from the window, however, has quite a different aspect from that which it wore on my winter visit. Though early in the month of April, yet a few warm, sunshiny days have drawn forth the beauties of the spring, which, I think, are always most captivating on their first opening. The parterres of the old-fashioned garden are gay with flowers, and the gardener has brought out his exotics and placed them along the stone balustrades. The trees are clothed with green buds and tender leaves. When I throw open my jingling casement, I smell the odor of mignonette, and hear the hum of the bees from the flowers against the sunny wall, with the varied song of the throstle and the cheerful notes of the tuneful little wren. While sojourning in this stronghold of old fashions, it is my intention to make occasional sketches of the scenes and characters before me. I would have it understood, however, that I am not writing a novel, and have nothing of intricate plot or marvelous adventure to promise the reader. The hall of which I treat has, for aught I know, neither trapdoor nor sliding panel nor dungeon keep, and indeed appears to have no mystery about it. The family is a worthy, well-meaning family that, in all probability, will eat and drink and go to bed and get up regularly from one end of my work to the other, and the squire is so kind-hearted an old gentleman that I see no likelihood of his throwing any kind of distress in the way of the approaching nuptials. In a word, I cannot foresee a single extraordinary event that is likely to occur in the whole term of my sojourn at the Hall. I tell this honestly to the reader, lest, when he finds me dallying along through everyday English scenes, he may hurry ahead, in hopes of meeting with some marvelous adventure further on. I invite him, on the contrary, to ramble gently on with me, as he would saunter out into the fields, stopping occasionally to gather a flower, or listen to a bird, or admire a prospect, without any anxiety to arrive at the end of his career. Should I, however, in the course of my loiterings about this old mansion, see or hear anything curious that might serve to vary the monotony of this everyday life, I shall not fail to report it for the reader's entertainment. For freshest wits I know will soon be weary of any book, how grave soe'er it be, except it have odd matter, strange and merry, well socked with lies and glared all with glee. The Busy Man. By no one has my return to the hall been more heartily greeted than by Mr. Simon Bracebridge, or Master Simon, as the squire most commonly calls him. I encountered him just as I entered the park, where he was breaking a pointer, and he received me with all the hospitable cordiality with which a man welcomes a friend to another one's house. I have already introduced him to the reader as a brisk old bachelor-looking little man, the wit and superannuated beau of a large family connection, and the squire's factotum. I found him, as usual, full of bustle, with 1,000 petty things to do and persons to attend to, and in chirping good humor. For there are few happier beings than a busy idler, that is to say, a man who is eternally busy about nothing. I visited him the morning after my arrival in his chamber, which is in a remote corner of the mansion, as he says he likes to be to himself and out of the way. He has fitted it up in his own taste, so that it is a perfect epitome of an old bachelor's notions of convenience and arrangement. The furniture is made up of odd pieces from all parts of the house, chosen on account of their suiting his notions, or fitting some corner of his apartment. And he is very eloquent in praise of an ancient elbow chair, from which he takes occasion to digress into a censure on modern chairs, as having degenerated from the dignity and comfort of high-backed antiquity. Adjoining to his room is a small cabinet, which he calls his study. Here are some hanging shelves of his own construction, on which are several old works on hawking, hunting, and farriery, and a collection or two of poems and songs of the reign of Elizabeth, which he studies out of compliment to the squire, together with the Novelist's Magazine, the Sporting Magazine, the Racing Calendar, a volume or two of the Newgate Calendar, a book of peerage, and another of heraldry. His sporting dresses hang on pegs in a small closet, and about the walls of his apartment are hooks to hold his fishing tackle, whips, spurs, and a favorite fowling piece, curiously wrought and inlaid, which he inherits from his grandfather. He has, also, a couple of old single-keyed flutes, and a fiddle which he has repeatedly patched and mended himself, affirming it to be a veritable Cremona, though I have never heard him extract a single note from it that was not enough to make one's blood run cold. From this little nest his fiddle will often be heard, in the stillness of midday, drowsily sawing some long-forgotten tune. For he prides himself on having a choice collection of good old English music, and will scarcely have anything to do with modern composers. The time, however, at which his musical powers are of most use, is now and then of an evening, when he plays for the children to dance in the hall, and he passes among them and the servants for a perfect Orpheus. His chamber also bears evidence of his various avocations. There are half-copied sheets of music, designs for needlework, sketches of landscapes very indifferently executed, a camera lucida, a magic lantern, for which he is endeavoring to paint glasses. In a word, it is the cabinet of a man of many accomplishments, who knows a little of everything and does nothing well. After I had spent some time in his apartment, admiring the ingenuity of his small inventions, he took me about the establishment, to visit the stables, dog kennel, and other dependencies, in which he appeared like a general visiting the different quarters of his camp, as the squire leaves the control of all these matters to him when he is at the hall. He inquired into the state of the horses, examined their feet, prescribed a drench for one and bleeding for another, and then took me to look at his own horse, on the merits of which he dwelt with great prolixity, and which, I noticed, had the best stall in the stable. After this I was taken to a new toy of his and the squire's, which he termed the falconry, where there were several unhappy birds in durance, completing their education. Among the number was a fine falcon, which Master Simon had in a special training, and he told me that he would show me, in a few days, some rare sport of the good old-fashioned kind. In the course of our round, I noticed that the grooms, gamekeeper, whippers-in, and other retainers seemed all to be on somewhat of a familiar footing with Master Simon, and fond of having a joke with him, though it was evident they had great deference for his opinion in matters relating to their functions. There was one exception, however, in a testy old huntsman, as hot as a peppercorn. A meager, wiry old fellow, in a threadbare velvet jockey cap, and a pair of leather breeches, that, from much wear, shone, as though they had been japanned. He was very contradictory and pragmatical, and apt, as I thought, to differ from Master Simon now and then, out of mere captiousness. This was particularly the case with respect to the treatment of the hawk, which the old man seemed to have under his peculiar care, and, according to Master Simon, was in a fair way to ruin. The latter had a vast deal to say about casting and imping and gleaming and enseaming and giving the hawk the wrangle, which I saw was all heathen Greek to old Christie. But he maintained his point notwithstanding, and seemed to hold all this technical lore in utter disrespect. I was surprised with the good humor with which Master Simon bore his contradictions, till he explained the matter afterwards. Old Christie is the most ancient servant in the place, having lived among dogs and horses the greater part of a century, and been in the service of Mr. Bracebridge's father. He knows the pedigree of every horse on the place, and has best rode the great-great-grandsires of most of them. He can give a circumstantial detail of every fox hunt for the last 60 or 70 years, and has a history for every stag's head about the house, and every hunting trophy nailed to the door of the dog kennel. All the present race have grown up under his eye, and humor him in his old age. He once attended the squire to Oxford when he was a student there, and enlightened the whole university with his hunting lore. All this is enough to make the old man opinionated, since he finds, on all these matters of first-rate importance, he knows more than the rest of the world. Indeed, Master Simon had been his pupil, and acknowledges that he derived his first knowledge in hunting from the instructions of Christie, and I much question whether the old man does not still look upon him rather as a greenhorn. On our return homewards, as we were crossing the lawn in front of the house, we heard the porter's bell ring at the lodge, and shortly afterwards, a kind of cavalcade advanced slowly up the avenue. At sight of it my companion paused, considered it for a moment, and then, making a sudden exclamation, hurried away to meet it. As it approached, I discovered a fair, fresh-looking elderly lady, dressed in an old-fashioned riding habit, with a broad-brimmed white beaver hat, such as may be seen in Sir Joshua Reynolds' paintings. She rode a sleek white pony, and was followed by a footman in rich livery, mounted on an overfed hunter. At a little distance in the rear came an ancient cumbrous chariot, drawn by two very corpulent horses, driven by as corpulent a coachman, beside whom sat a page dressed in a fanciful green livery. Inside of the chariot was a starched prim personage, with a look somewhat between a lady's companion and a lady's maid, and two pampered curs that showed their ugly faces and barked out of each window. There was a general turning out of the garrison to receive this newcomer. The squire assisted her to alight and saluted her affectionately. The fair Julia flew into her arms, and they embraced with the romantic fervor of boarding-school friends. She was escorted into the house by Julia's lover, towards whom she showed distinguished favor, and a line of the old servants, who had collected in the hall, bowed most profoundly as she passed. I observed that Master Simon was most assiduous and devout in his attentions upon this old lady. He walked by the side of her pony, up the avenue, and, while she was receiving the salutations of the rest of the family, he took occasion to notice the fat coachman, to pat the sleek carriage horses, and, above all, to say a civil word to my lady's gentlewoman, the prim, sour-looking vestal in the chariot. I had no more of his company for the rest of the morning. He was swept off in the vortex that followed in the wake of this lady. Once indeed he paused for a moment, as he was hurrying on some errand of the good lady's, to let me know that this was Lady Lillycraft, a sister of the squire's of large fortune, which the captain would inherit, and that her estate lay in one of the best sporting counties in all England. Family servants. In my casual anecdotes of the hall, I may often be tempted to dwell on circumstances of a trite and ordinary nature, from their appearing to me illustrative of genuine national character. It seems to be the study of the squire to adhere, as much as possible, to what he considers the old landmarks of English manners. His servants all understand his ways, and for the most part have been accustomed to them from infancy, so that, upon the whole, his household presents one of the few tolerable specimens that can now be met with, of the establishment of an English country gentleman of the old school. By the by, the servants are not the least characteristic part of the household. The housekeeper, for instance, has been born and brought up at the Hall, and has never been 20 miles from it. Yet she has a stately air that would not disgrace a lady that had figured at the court of Queen Elizabeth. I am half inclined to think that she has caught it from living so much among the old family pictures. It may, however, be owing to a consciousness of her importance in the sphere in which she has always moved, for she is greatly respected in the neighboring village, and among the farmers' wives, and has high authority in the household, ruling over the servants with quiet, but undisputed sway. She is a thin old lady, with blue eyes and pointed nose and chin. Her dress is always the same as to fashion. She wears a small, well-starched ruff, a lace stomacher, full petticoats, and a gown festooned and open in front, which, on particular occasions, is of ancient silk, the legacy of some former dame of the family, or an inheritance from her mother, who was housekeeper before her. I have a reverence for these old garments, as I make no doubt they have figured about these apartments in days long past, when they have set off the charms of some peerless family beauty, and I have sometimes looked from the old housekeeper to the neighboring portraits, to see whether I could not recognize her antiquated brocade in the dress of some one of those long-waisted dames that smile on me from the walls. Her hair, which is quite white, is frizzed out in front, and she wears over it a small cap, nicely plaited and brought down under the chin. Her manners are simple and primitive, heightened a little by a proper dignity of station. The hall is her world, and the history of the family the only history she knows, excepting that which she has read in the Bible. She can give a biography of every portrait in the picture gallery, and is a complete family chronicle. She is treated with great consideration by the squire. Indeed, Master Simon tells me that there is a traditional anecdote current among the servants, of the squire's having been seen kissing her in the picture gallery, when they were both young. As, however, nothing further was ever noticed between them, the circumstance caused no great scandal. Only she was observed to take to reading Pamela shortly afterwards, and refused the hand of the village innkeeper, whom she had previously smiled on. The old butler, who was formerly footman, and a rejected admirer of hers, used to tell the anecdote now and then, at those little cabals that will occasionally take place among the most orderly servants, arising from the common propensity of the governed to talk against administration. But he has left it off of late years, since he has risen into place, and shakes his head rebukingly when it is mentioned. It is certain that the old lady will, to this day, dwell on the looks of the squire when he was a young man at college, and she maintains that none of his sons can compare with their father when he was of their age, and was dressed out in his full suit of scarlet, with his hair craped and powdered, and his three-cornered hat. She has an orphan niece, a pretty, soft-hearted baggage, named Phoebe Wilkins, who has been transplanted to the hall within a year or two, and been nearly spoiled for any condition of life. She is a kind of attendant and companion of the fair Julia's, and from loitering about the young ladies' apartments, reading scraps of novels, and inheriting second-hand finery, has become something between a waiting-maid and a slipshod fine lady. She is considered a kind of heiress among the servants, as she will inherit all her aunt's property, which, if report be true, must be around some of good golden guineas, the accumulated wealth of 2 housekeepers' savings, not to mention the hereditary wardrobe and the many little valuables and knickknacks treasured up in the housekeeper's room. Indeed, the old housekeeper has the reputation, among the servants and the villagers, of being passing rich, and there is a japanned chest of drawers and a large iron-bound coffer in her room, which are supposed, by the housemaids, to hold treasures of wealth. The old lady is a great friend of Master Simon, who, indeed, pays a little court to her as to a person high in authority, and they have many discussions on points of family history, in which, notwithstanding his extensive information and pride of knowledge, he commonly admits her superior accuracy. He seldom returns to the hall, after one of his visits to the other branches of the family, without bringing Mrs. Wilkins some remembrance from the ladies of the house where he has been staying. Indeed, all the children of the house look up to the old lady with habitual respect and attachment, and she seems almost to consider them as her own, from their having grown up under her eye. The Oxonian, however, is her favorite, probably from being the youngest, though he is the most mischievous, and has been apt to play tricks upon her from boyhood. I cannot help mentioning one little ceremony, which, I believe, is peculiar to the hall. After the cloth is removed at dinner, the old housekeeper sails into the room and stands behind the squire's chair, when he fills her a glass of wine with his own hands, in which she drinks the health of the company in a truly respectful yet dignified manner, and then retires. The squire received the custom from his father, and has always continued it. There is a peculiar character about the servants of old English families that reside principally in the country. They have a quiet, orderly, respectful mode of doing their duties. They are always neat in their persons and appropriately, and if I may use the phrase, technically dressed. They move about the house without hurry or noise. There is nothing of the bustle of employment or the voice of command, nothing of that obtrusive housewifery that amounts to a torment. You are not persecuted by the process of making you comfortable. Yet everything is done and is done well. The work of the house is performed as if by magic, but it is the magic of system. Nothing is done by fits and starts, nor at awkward seasons. The whole goes on like well-oiled clockwork, where there is no noise nor jarring in its operations. English servants, in general, are not treated with great indulgence, nor rewarded by many commendations, for the English are laconic and reserved toward their domestics. But an approving nod and a kind word from master or mistress goes as far here as an excess of praise or indulgence elsewhere. Neither do servants often exhibit any animated marks of affection to their employers. Yet, though quiet, they are strong in their attachments, and the reciprocal regard of masters and servants, though not ardently expressed, is powerful and lasting in old English families. The title of an old family servant carries with it 1,000 kind associations in all parts of the world, and there is no claim upon the homebred charities of the heart more irresistible than that of having been born in the house. It is common to see gray-headed domestics of this kind attached to an English family of the old school, who continue in it to the day of their death, in the enjoyment of steady, unaffected kindness, and the performance of faithful, unofficious duty. I think such instances of attachment speak well for both master and servant, and the frequency of them speaks well for national character. These observations, however, hold good only with families of the description I have mentioned, and with such as are somewhat retired, and pass the greater part of their time in the country. As to the powdered menials that throng the halls of fashionable town residences, they equally reflect the character of the establishments to which they belong, and I know no more complete epitomes of dissolute heartlessness and pampered inutility. But the good old family servant, the one who has always been linked in idea with the home of our heart, who has led us to school in the days of prattling childhood, who has been the confidant of our boyish cares and schemes and enterprises, who has hailed us as we came home at vacations and been the promoter of all our holiday sports, who, when we, in wandering manhood, have left the paternal roof and only return thither at intervals, will welcome us with a joy inferior only to that of our parents, who, now grown gray and infirm with age, still totters about the house of our fathers in fond and faithful servitude, who claims us in a manner as his own, and hastens with querulous eagerness to anticipate his fellow domestics in waiting upon us at table, and who, when we retire at night to the chamber that still goes by our name, will linger about the room to have one more kind look and one more pleasant word about times that are past, who does not experience towards such a being a feeling of almost filial affection. I have met with several instances of epitaphs on the gravestones of such valuable domestics, recorded with the simple truth of natural feeling. I have two before me at this moment, one copied from a tombstone of a churchyard in Warwickshire. Here lieth the body of Joseph Batt, confidential servant to George Birch, Esq. of Hampstead Hall. His grateful friend and master caused this inscription to be written in memory of his discretion, fidelity, diligence, and continence. He died, a bachelor, aged 84, having lived 44 years in the same family. The other was taken from a tombstone in Eltham churchyard. Here lie the remains of Mr. James Tappy, who departed this life on the 8th of September 1818, aged 84, after a faithful service of 60 years in one family, by each individual of which he lived respected, and died lamented by the sole survivor. Few monuments, even of the illustrious, have given me the glow about the heart that I felt while copying this honest epitaph in the churchyard of Eltham. I sympathized with this sole survivor of a family mourning over the grave of the faithful follower of his race, who had been, no doubt, a living memento of times and friends that had passed away, and in considering this record of long and devoted service, I called to mind the touching speech of old Adam, in As You Like It, when tottering after the youthful son of his ancient master, "Master, go on, and I will follow thee, to the last gasp, with love and loyalty." The widow. Notwithstanding the whimsical parade made by Lady Lillycraft on her arrival, she has none of the petty stateliness that I had imagined. But, on the contrary, she has a degree of nature and simple-heartedness, if I may use the phrase, that mingles well with her old-fashioned manners and harmless ostentation. She dresses in rich silks with long waist. She rouges considerably, and her hair, which is nearly white, is frizzed out and put up with pins. Her face is pitted with the smallpox, but the delicacy of her features shows that she may once have been beautiful, and she has a very fair and well-shaped hand and arm, of which, if I mistake not, the good lady is still a little vain. I have had the curiosity to gather a few particulars concerning her. She was a great belle in town, between 30 and 40 years since, and reigned for 2 seasons with all the insolence of beauty, refusing several excellent offers, when, unfortunately, she was robbed of her charms and her lovers by an attack of the smallpox. She retired immediately into the country, where she some time after inherited an estate, and married a baronet, a former admirer, whose passion had suddenly revived, having, as he said, always loved her mind rather than her person. The baronet did not enjoy her mind and fortune above 6 months, and had scarcely grown very tired of her, when he broke his neck in a fox chase, and left her free, rich, and disconsolate. She has remained on her estate in the country ever since, and has never shown any desire to return to town, and revisit the scene of her early triumphs and fatal malady. All her favorite recollections, however, revert to that short period of her youthful beauty. She has no idea of town but as it was at that time, and continually forgets that the place and people must have changed materially in the course of nearly half a century. She will often speak of the toasts of those days as if still reigning, and, until very recently, used to talk with delight of the royal family and the beauty of the young princes and princesses. She cannot be brought to think of the present king otherwise than as an elegant young man, rather wild, but who danced a minuet divinely, and before he came to the crown, would often mention him as the sweet young prince. She talks also of the walks in Kensington Garden, where the gentlemen appeared in gold-laced coats and cocked hats, and the ladies in hoops, and swept so proudly along the grassy avenues, and she thinks the ladies let themselves sadly down in their dignity, when they gave up cushioned headdresses and high-heeled shoes. She has much to say too of the officers who were in the train of her admirers, and speaks familiarly of many wild young blades, that are now, perhaps, hobbling about watering-places with crutches and gouty shoes. Whether the taste the good lady had of matrimony discouraged her or not, I cannot say, but though her merits and her riches have attracted many suitors, she has never been tempted to venture again into the happy state. This is singular, too, for she seems of a most soft and susceptible heart, is always talking of love and connubial felicity, and is a great stickler for old-fashioned gallantry, devoted attentions, and eternal constancy, on the part of the gentleman. She lives, however, after her own taste. Her house, I am told, must have been built and furnished about the time of Sir Charles Grandison. Everything about it is somewhat formal and stately, but has been softened down into a degree of voluptuousness, characteristic of an old lady, very tender-hearted and romantic, and that loves her ease. The cushions of the great armchairs and wide sofas almost bury you when you sit down on them. Flowers of the most rare and delicate kind are placed about the rooms, and on little Japan stands, and sweet bags lie about the tables and mantelpieces. The house is full of pet dogs, Angora cats, and singing birds, who are as carefully waited upon as she is herself. She is dainty in her living, and a little of an epicure, living on white meats and little ladylike dishes, though her servants have substantial old English fare, as their looks bear witness. Indeed, they are so indulged that they are all spoiled, and when they lose their present place, they will be fit for no other. Her ladyship is one of those easy-tempered beings that are always doomed to be much liked, but ill-served by their domestics, and cheated by all the world. Much of her time is passed in reading novels, of which she has a most extensive library, and has a constant supply from the publishers in town. Her erudition in this line of literature is immense. She has kept pace with the press for half a century. Her mind is stuffed with love tales of all kinds, from the stately amours of the old books of chivalry, down to the last blue-covered romance, reeking from the press, though she evidently gives the preference to those that came out in the days of her youth, and when she was first in love. She maintains that there are no novels written nowadays equal to Pamela and Sir Charles Grandison, and she places the Castle of Otranto at the head of all romances. She does a vast deal of good in her neighborhood, and is imposed upon by every beggar in the county. She is the benefactress of a village adjoining to her estate, and takes an especial interest in all its love affairs. She knows of every courtship that is going on. Every lovelorn damsel is sure to find a patient listener and a sage adviser in her ladyship. She takes great pains to reconcile all love quarrels, and should any faithless swain persist in his inconstancy, he is sure to draw on himself the good lady's violent indignation. I have learned these particulars partly from Frank Bracebridge, and partly from Master Simon. I am now able to account for the assiduous attention of the latter to her ladyship. Her house is one of his favorite resorts, where he is a very important personage. He makes her a visit of business once a year, when he looks into all her affairs, which, as she is no manager, are apt to get into confusion. He examines the books of the overseer, and shoots about the estate, which, he says, is well stocked with game, notwithstanding that it is poached by all the vagabonds in the neighborhood. It is thought, as I before hinted, that the captain will inherit the greater part of her property, having always been her chief favorite, for, in fact, she is partial to a red coat. She has now come to the hall to be present at his nuptials, having a great disposition to interest herself in all matters of love and matrimony. The lovers. To a man who is a little of a philosopher, and a bachelor to boot, and who, by dint of some experience in the follies of life, begins to look with a learned eye upon the ways of man, and eke of woman. To such a man, I say, there is something very entertaining in noticing the conduct of a pair of young lovers. It may not be as grave and scientific a study as the loves of the plants, but it is certainly as interesting. I have, therefore, derived much pleasure, since my arrival at the hall, from observing the fair Julia and her lover. She has all the delightful, blushing consciousness of an artless girl, inexperienced in coquetry, who has made her first conquest, while the captain regards her with that mixture of fondness and exultation with which a youthful lover is apt to contemplate so beauteous a prize. I observed them yesterday in the garden, advancing along one of the retired walks. The sun was shining with delicious warmth, making great masses of bright verdure and deep blue shade. The cuckoo, that harbinger of spring, was faintly heard from a distance. The thrush piped from the hawthorn, and the yellow butterflies sported, and toyed, and coquetted in the air. The fair Julia was leaning on her lover's arm, listening to his conversation, with her eyes cast down, a soft blush on her cheek, and a quiet smile on her lips, while in the hand that hung negligently by her side was a bunch of flowers. In this way they were sauntering slowly along, and when I considered them and the scene in which they were moving, I could not but think it 1,000 pities that the season should ever change, or that young people should ever grow older, or that blossoms should give way to fruit, or that lovers should ever get married. From what I have gathered of family anecdote, I understand that the fair Julia is the daughter of a favorite college friend of the squire, who, after leaving Oxford, had entered the army and served for many years in India, where he was mortally wounded in a skirmish with the natives. In his last moments he had, with a faltering pen, recommended his wife and daughter to the kindness of his early friend. The widow and her child returned to England helpless and almost hopeless. When Mr. Bracebridge received accounts of their situation, he hastened to their relief. He reached them just in time to soothe the last moments of the mother, who was dying of a consumption, and to make her happy in the assurance that her child should never want a protector. The good squire returned with his prattling charge to his stronghold, where he had brought her up with a tenderness truly paternal. As he has taken some pains to superintend her education, and form her taste, she has grown up with many of his notions, and considers him the wisest as well as the best of men. Much of her time, too, has been passed with Lady Lillycraft, who has instructed her in the manners of the old school, and enriched her mind with all kinds of novels and romances. Indeed, her ladyship has had a great hand in promoting the match between Julia and the captain, having had them together at her country seat, the moment she found there was an attachment growing up between them, the good lady being never so happy as when she has a pair of turtles cooing about her. I have been pleased to see the fondness with which the fair Julia is regarded by the old servants at the hall. She has been a pet with them from childhood, and every one seems to lay some claim to her education, so that it is no wonder that she should be extremely accomplished. The gardener taught her to rear flowers, of which she is extremely fond. Old Christy, the pragmatical huntsman, softens when she approaches, and as she sits lightly and gracefully in her saddle, claims the merit of having taught her to ride, while the housekeeper, who almost looks upon her as a daughter, intimates that she first gave her an insight into the mysteries of the toilet, having been dressing maid in her young days to the late Mrs. Bracebridge. I am inclined to credit this last claim, as I have noticed that the dress of the young lady had an air of the old school, though managed with native taste, and that her hair was put up very much in the style of Sir Peter Lely's portraits in the picture gallery. Her very musical attainments partake of this old-fashioned character, and most of her songs are such as are not at the present day to be found on the piano of a modern performer. I have, however, seen so much of modern fashions, modern accomplishments, and modern fine ladies, that I relish this tinge of antiquated style in so young and lovely a girl, and I have had as much pleasure in hearing her warble one of the old songs of Herrick, or Carew, or Suckling, adapted to some simple old melody, as I have had from listening to a lady amateur skylark it up and down through the finest bravura of Rossini or Mozart. We have very pretty music in the evenings, occasionally between her and the captain, assisted sometimes by Master Simon, who scrapes dubiously on his violin, being very apt to get out and to halt a note or two in the rear. Sometimes he even thrums a little on the piano, and takes a part in a trio, in which his voice can generally be distinguished by a certain quavering tone, and an occasional false note. I was praising the fair Julia's performance to him after one of her songs, when I found he took to himself the whole credit of having formed her musical taste, assuring me that she was very apt, and indeed summing up her whole character in his knowing way by adding that she was a very nice girl and had no nonsense about her. Family relics. An old English family mansion is a fertile subject for study. It abounds with illustrations of former times, and traces of the tastes, and humors, and manners of successive generations. The alterations and additions, in different styles of architecture. The furniture, plate, pictures, hangings, the warlike and sporting implements of different ages and fancies, all furnish food for curious and amusing speculation. As the squire is very careful in collecting and preserving all family relics, the hall is full of remembrances of the kind. In looking about the establishment, I can picture to myself the characters and habits that have prevailed at different eras of the family history. I have mentioned, on a former occasion, the armor of the Crusader which hangs up in the hall. There are also several jackboots with enormously thick soles and high heels that belong to a set of cavaliers, who filled the hall with the din and stir of arms during the time of the Covenanters. A number of enormous drinking vessels of antique fashion, with huge Venice glasses and green hock glasses, with the apostles in relief on them, remain as monuments of a generation or two of hard livers, that led a life of roaring revelry, and first introduced the gout into the family. I shall pass over several more such indications of temporary tastes of the squire's predecessors, but I cannot forbear to notice a pair of antlers in the great hall, which is one of the trophies of a hard-riding squire of former times, who was the Nimrod of these parts. There are many traditions of his wonderful feats in hunting still existing, which are related by old Christy, the huntsman, who gets exceedingly nettled if they are in the least doubted. Indeed, there is a frightful chasm a few miles from the hall, which goes by the name of the Squire's Leap, from his having cleared it in the ardor of the chase. There can be no doubt of the fact, for old Christy shows the very dints of the horse's hoofs on the rocks on each side of the chasm. Master Simon holds the memory of this squire in great veneration, and has a number of extraordinary stories to tell concerning him, which he repeats at all hunting dinners, and I am told that they wax more and more marvelous the older they grow. He has also a pair of rapine spurs which belong to this mighty hunter of yore, and which he only wears on particular occasions. The place, however, which abounds most with mementos of past times, is the picture gallery, and there is something strangely pleasing, though melancholy, in considering the long rows of portraits which compose the greater part of the collection. They furnish a kind of narrative of the lives of the family worthies, which I am enabled to read with the assistance of the venerable housekeeper, who is the family chronicler, prompted occasionally by Master Simon. There is the progress of a fine lady, for instance, through a variety of portraits. One represents her as a little girl, with a long waist and hoop, holding a kitten in her arms, and ogling the spectator out of the corners of her eyes, as if she could not turn her head. In another, we find her in the freshness of youthful beauty, when she was a celebrated belle, and so hard-hearted as to cause several unfortunate gentlemen to run desperate and write bad poetry. In another, she is depicted as a stately dame in the maturity of her charms. Next to the portrait of her husband, a gallant colonel in full-bottomed wig and gold-laced hat, who was killed abroad. And finally, her monument is in the church, the spire of which may be seen from the window, where her effigy is carved in marble, and represents her as a venerable dame of 76. In like manner, I have followed some of the family great men through a series of pictures, from early boyhood to the robe of dignity, or truncheon of command, and so on by degrees until they were garnered up in the common repository, the neighboring church. There is one group that particularly interested me. It consisted of 4 sisters of nearly the same age, who flourished about a century since, and, if I may judge from their portraits, were extremely beautiful. I can imagine what a scene of gaiety and romance this old mansion must have been, when they were in the heyday of their charms, when they passed like beautiful visions through its halls, or stepped daintily to music in the revels and dances of the cedar gallery, or printed, with delicate feet, the velvet verdure of these lawns. How must they have been looked up to with mingled love, and pride, and reverence by the old family servants, and followed with almost painful admiration by the aching eyes of rival admirers. How must melody, and song, and tender serenade have breathed about these courts, and their echoes whispered to the loitering tread of lovers. How must these very turrets have made the hearts of the young galliards thrill, as they first discerned them from afar, rising from among the trees, and pictured to themselves the beauty's casket like gems within these walls. Indeed, I have discovered about the place several faint records of this reign of love and romance, when the hall was a kind of court of beauty. Several of the old romances in the library have marginal notes expressing sympathy and approbation, where there are long speeches extolling ladies' charms, or protesting eternal fidelity, or bewailing the cruelty of some tyrannical fair one. The interviews and declarations and parting scenes of tender lovers also bear the marks of having been frequently read, and are scored and marked with notes of admiration, and have initials written on the margins, most of which annotations have the day of the month and year annexed to them. Several of the windows, too, have scraps of poetry engraved on them with diamonds, taken from the writings of the fair Mrs. Phillips, the once celebrated Orinda. Some of these seem to have been inscribed by lovers, and others, in a delicate and unsteady hand, and a little inaccurate in the spelling, have evidently been written by the young ladies themselves, or by female friends who have been on visits to the hall. Mrs. Phillips seems to have been their favorite author, and they have distributed the names of her heroes and heroines among their circle of intimacy. Sometimes, in a male hand, the verse bewails the cruelty of beauty and the sufferings of constant love, while in a female hand it prudishly confines itself to lamenting the parting of female friends. The bow window of my bedroom, which has, doubtless, been inhabited by one of these beauties, has several of these inscriptions. I have one at this moment before my eyes, called, "Camilla parting with Leonora. How perished is the joy that's past! The present how unsteady! What comfort can be great and last, when this is gone already?" And close by it is another, written, perhaps, by some adventurous lover, who had stolen into the lady's chamber during her absence. "Theodosius to Camilla, I'd rather in your favor live, than in a lasting name, and much a greater rate would give, for happiness than fame. Theodosius, 1700. When I look at these faint records of gallantry and tenderness, when I contemplate the fading portraits of these beautiful girls, and think, too, that they have long since bloomed, reigned, grown old, died, and passed away, and with them all their graces, their triumphs, their rivalries, their admirers, the whole empire of love and pleasure in which they ruled, all dead, all buried, all forgotten, I find a cloud of melancholy stealing over the present gaieties around me. I was gazing, in a musing mood, this very morning, at the portrait of the lady whose husband was killed abroad, when the fair Julia entered the gallery, leaning on the arm of the captain. The sun shone through the row of windows on her as she passed along, and she seemed to beam out each time into brightness, and relapse into shade, until the door at the bottom of the gallery closed after her. I felt a sadness of heart at the idea that this was an emblem of her lot. A few more years of sunshine and shade, and all this life and loveliness and enjoyment will have ceased, and nothing be left to commemorate this beautiful being but one more perishable portrait. to awaken, perhaps, the trite speculations of some future loiterer, like myself, when I and my scribblings shall have lived through our brief existence, and been forgotten. An old soldier. The hall was thrown into some little agitation, a few days since, by the arrival of General Harbottle. He had been expected for several days, and had been looked for, rather impatiently, by several of the family. Master Simon assured me that I would like the General hugely, for he was a blade of the old school, and an excellent table companion. Lady Lillycraft also appeared to be somewhat fluttered on the morning of the General's arrival, for he had been one of her early admirers, and she recollected him only as a dashing young ensign just come upon the town. She actually spent an hour longer at her toilette, and made her appearance with her hair uncommonly frizzed and powdered, and an additional quantity of rouge. She was evidently a little surprised and shocked, therefore, at finding the lithe, dashing ensign transformed into a corpulent old general with a double chin. Though it was a perfect picture to witness their salutations, the graciousness of her profound curtsy, and the air of the old school with which the general took off his hat, swayed it gently in his hand, and bowed his powdered head. All this bustle and anticipation has caused me to study the general with a little more attention than, perhaps, I should otherwise have done, and the few days that he has already passed at the hall have enabled me, I think, to furnish a tolerable likeness of him to the reader. He is, as Master Simon observed, a soldier of the old school, with powdered head, side locks, and pigtail. His face is shaped like the stern of a Dutch man of war, narrow at top and wide at bottom, with full rosy cheeks and a double chin, so that, to use the cant of the day, his organs of eating may be said to be powerfully developed. The general, though a veteran, has seen very little active service, except the taking of Seringapatam, which forms an era in his history. He wears a large emerald in his bosom, and a diamond on his finger, which he got on that occasion, and whoever is unlucky enough to notice either, is sure to involve himself in the whole history of the siege. To judge from the general's conversation, the taking of Seringapatam is the most important affair that has occurred for the last century. On the approach of warlike times on the continent, he was rapidly promoted to get him out of the way of younger officers of merit, until, having been hoisted to the rank of general, he was quietly laid on the shelf. Since that time, his campaigns have been principally confined to watering places, where he drinks the waters for a slight touch of the liver which he got in India, and plays whist with old dowagers with whom he has flirted in his younger days. Indeed, he talks of all the fine women of the last half-century, and, according to hints which he now and then drops, has enjoyed the particular smiles of many of them. He has seen considerable garrison duty, and can speak of almost every place famous for good quarters, and where the inhabitants give good dinners. He is a diner out of first-rate currency, when in town, being invited to one place because he has been seen at another. In the same way he is invited about the country seats, and can describe half the seats in the kingdom, from actual observation, nor is anyone better versed in court gossip, and the pedigrees and intermarriages of the nobility. As the general is an old bachelor and an old beau, and there are several ladies at the hall, especially his quondam flame Lady Jocelyn, he is put rather upon his gallantry. He commonly passes some time, therefore, at his toilette, and takes the field at a late hour every morning, with his hair dressed out and powdered, and a rose in his buttonhole. After he has breakfasted, he walks up and down the terrace in the sunshine, humming an air and hemming between every stave, carrying one hand behind his back, and with the other touching his cane to the ground, and then raising it up to his shoulder. Should he, in these morning promenades, meet any of the elder ladies of the family, as he frequently does Lady Lillycraft, his hat is immediately in his hand, and it is enough to remind one of those courtly groups of ladies and gentlemen, in old prints of Windsor Terrace or Kensington Garden. He talks frequently about the service, and is fond of humming the old song, "Why, soldiers, why should we be melancholy, boys? Why, soldiers, why, whose business 'tis to die?" I cannot discover, however, that the general has ever run any great risk of dying, excepting from an apoplexy or an indigestion. He criticizes all the battles on the continent, and discusses the merits of the commanders, but never fails to bring the conversation ultimately to Tippoo Saib and Seringapatam. I am told that the general was a perfect champion at drawing-rooms, parades, and watering places, during the late war, and was looked to with hope and confidence by many an old lady, when laboring under the terror of Buonaparte's invasion. He is thoroughly loyal, and attends punctually on levees when in town. He has treasured up many remarkable sayings of the late king, particularly one which the king made to him on a field day, complimenting him on the excellence of his horse. He extols the whole royal family, but especially the present king, whom he pronounces the most perfect gentleman and best whist player in Europe. The general swears rather more than is the fashion of the present day, but it was the mode in the old school. He is, however, very strict in religious matters, and a staunch churchman. He repeats the responses very loudly in church, and is emphatical in praying for the king and royal family. At table, his loyalty waxes very fervent with his second bottle, and the song of God Save the King puts him into a perfect ecstasy. He is amazingly well contented with the present state of things, and apt to get a little impatient at any talk about national ruin and agricultural distress. He says he has traveled about the country as much as any man, and has met with nothing but prosperity, and to confess the truth, a great part of his time is spent in visiting from one country seat to another, and riding about the parks of his friends. "They talk of public distress," said the general this day to me at dinner, as he smacked a glass of rich Burgundy, and cast his eyes about the ample board. "They talk of public distress, but where do we find it, sir? I see none. I see no reason why anyone has to complain. Take my word for it, sir. This talk about public distress is all humbug." The widow's retinue. In giving an account of the arrival of Lady Lillycraft at the Hall, I ought to have mentioned the entertainment which I derived from witnessing the unpacking of her carriage, and the disposing of her retinue. There is something extremely amusing to me in the number of factitious wants, the loads of imaginary conveniences, but real encumbrances, with which the luxurious are apt to burthen themselves. I like to watch the whimsical stir and display about one of these petty progresses. The number of robustious footmen and retainers of all kinds bustling about, with looks of infinite gravity and importance, to do almost nothing. The number of heavy trunks and parcels and bandboxes belonging to my lady, and the solicitude exhibited about some humble, odd-looking box by my lady's maid. The cushions piled in the carriage to make a soft seat still softer, and to prevent the dreaded possibility of a jolt. The smelling bottles, the cordials, the baskets of biscuit and fruit, the new publications, all provided to guard against hunger, fatigue, or ennui. The led horses to vary the mode of traveling, and all this preparation and parade to move, perhaps, some very good-for-nothing personage about a little space of earth. I do not mean to apply the latter part of these observations to Lady Lillycraft, for whose simple kind-heartedness I have a very great respect, and who is really a most amiable and worthy being. I cannot refrain, however, from mentioning some of the motley retinue she has brought with her, and which, indeed, bespeak the overflowing kindness of her nature, which requires her to be surrounded with objects on which to lavish it. In the first place, her ladyship has a pampered coachman, with a red face, and cheeks that hang down like dewlaps. He evidently domineers over her a little with respect to the fat horses, and only drives out when he thinks proper, and when he thinks it will be good for the cattle. She has a favorite page to attend upon her person, a handsome boy of about 12 years of age, but a mischievous varlet, very much spoiled, and in a fair way to be good for nothing. He is dressed in green, with a profusion of gold cord and gilt buttons about his clothes. She always has one or two attendants of the kind, who are replaced by others as soon as they grow to 14 years of age. She has brought 2 dogs with her, also out of a number of pets which she maintains at home. One is a fat spaniel called Zephyr, though heaven defend me from such a Zephyr. He is fed out of all shape and comfort. His eyes are nearly strained out of his head. He wheezes with corpulency, and cannot walk without great difficulty. The other is a little old, gray-muzzled curmudgeon with an unhappy eye that kindles like a coal if you only look at him. His nose turns up. His mouth is drawn into wrinkles so as to show his teeth. In short, he has altogether the look of a dog far gone in misanthropy, and totally sick of the world. When he walks, he has his tail curled up so tight that it seems to lift his feet from the ground, and he seldom makes use of more than 3 legs at a time, keeping the other drawn up as a reserve. This last wretch is called Beauty. These dogs are full of elegant ailments, unknown to vulgar dogs, and are petted and nursed by Lady Lillycraft with the tenderest kindness. They are pampered and fed with delicacies by their fellow minion, the page, but their stomachs are often weak and out of order, so that they cannot eat, though I have now and then seen the page give them a mischievous pinch or thwack over the head, when his mistress was not by. They have cushions for their express use, on which they lie before the fire, and yet are apt to shiver and moan if there is the least draught of air. When anyone enters the room, they make a most tyrannical barking that is absolutely deafening. They are insolent to all the other dogs of the establishment. There is a noble staghound, a great favorite of the squire's, who is a privileged visitor to the parlor. But the moment he makes his appearance, these intruders fly at him with furious rage, and I have admired the sovereign indifference and contempt with which he seems to look down upon his puny assailants. When her ladyship drives out, these dogs are generally carried with her to take the air, when they look out of each window of the carriage and bark at all vulgar pedestrian dogs. These dogs are a continual source of misery to the household, as they are always in the way. They every now and then get their toes trod on, and then there is a yelping on their part, and a loud lamentation on the part of their mistress, that fills the room with clamor and confusion. Lastly, there is her ladyship's waiting gentlewoman, Mrs. Hannah, a prim, pragmatical old maid, one of the most intolerable and intolerant virgins that ever lived. She has kept her virtue by her until it has turned sour, and now every word and look smacks of verjuice. She is the very opposite to her mistress, for one hates, and the other loves, all mankind. How they first came together I cannot imagine, but they have lived together for many years, and the Abigail's temper being tart and encroaching, and her ladyship's easy and yielding, the former has got the complete upper hand, and tyrannizes over the good lady in secret. Lady Lillycraft now and then complains of it, in great confidence, to her friends, but hushes up the subject immediately, if Mrs. Hannah makes her appearance. Indeed, she has been so accustomed to be attended by her, that she thinks she could not do without her, though one great study of her life is to keep Mrs. Hannah in good humor, by little presents and kindnesses. Master Simon has a most devout abhorrence, mingled with awe, for this ancient spinster. He told me the other day in a whisper that she was a cursed brimstone. In fact, he added another epithet which I would not repeat for the world. I have remarked, however, that he is always extremely civil to her when they meet. Ready Money Jack. On the skirts of the neighboring village, there lives a kind of small potentate, who, for aught I know, is a representative of one of the most ancient legitimate lines of the present day, for the empire over which he reigns has belonged to his family time out of mind. His territories comprise a considerable number of good fat acres, and his seat of power is in an old farmhouse, where he enjoys, unmolested, the stout oaken chair of his ancestors. The personage to whom I allude is a sturdy old yeoman of the name of John Tibbets, or rather, Ready Money Jack Tibbets, as he is called throughout the neighborhood. The first place where he attracted my attention was in the churchyard on Sunday, where he sat on a tombstone after the service, with his hat a little on one side, holding forth to a small circle of auditors, and, as I presumed, expounding the law and the prophets, until, on drawing a little nearer, I found he was only expatiating on the merits of a brown horse. He presented so faithful a picture of a substantial English yeoman, such as he is often described in books, heightened, indeed, by some little finery peculiar to himself, that I could not but take note of his whole appearance. He was between 50 and 60, of a strong, muscular frame, and at least 6 feet high, with a physiognomy as grave as a lion's, and set off with short, curling, iron-gray locks. His shirt-collar was turned down, and displayed a neck covered with the same short, curling, gray hair, and he wore a colored silk neckcloth, tied very loosely, and tucked in at the bosom, with a green paste brooch on the knot. His coat was of dark green cloth, with silver buttons, on each of which was engraved a stag, with his own name, John Tibbets, underneath. He had an inner waistcoat of figured chintz, between which and his coat was another of scarlet cloth, unbuttoned. His breeches were also left unbuttoned at the knees, not from any slovenliness, but to show a broad pair of scarlet garters. His stockings were blue with white clocks. He wore large silver shoe buckles, a broad paste buckle in his hatband. His sleeve buttons were gold 7-shilling pieces, and he had 2 or 3 guineas hanging as ornaments to his watch chain. On making some inquiries about him, I gathered that he was descended from a line of farmers that had always lived on the same spot and owned the same property, and that half of the churchyard was taken up with the tombstones of his race. He has all his life been an important character in the place. When a youngster, he was one of the most roaring blades of the neighborhood. No one could match him at wrestling, pitching the bar, cudgel play, and other athletic exercises. Like the renowned pinner of Wakefield, he was the village champion, carried off the prize at all the fairs, and threw his gauntlet at the country round. Even to this day, the old people talk of his prowess and undervalue, in comparison, all heroes of the green that have succeeded him. Nay, they say that if Ready Money Jack were to take the field even now, there is no one could stand before him. When Jack's father died, the neighbors shook their heads and predicted that young hopeful would soon make way with the old homestead. But Jack falsified all their predictions. The moment he succeeded to the paternal farm, he assumed a new character, took a wife, attended resolutely to his affairs, and became an industrious, thrifty farmer. With the family property, he inherited a set of old family maxims, to which he steadily adhered. He saw to everything himself, put his own hand to the plow, worked hard, ate heartily, slept soundly, paid for everything in cash down, and never danced except he could do it to the music of his own money in both pockets. He has never been without £100 or £2 in gold by him, and never allows a debt to stand unpaid. This has gained him his current name, of which, by the by, he is a little proud, and has caused him to be looked upon as a very wealthy man by all the village. Notwithstanding his thrift, however, he has never denied himself the amusements of life, but has taken a share in every passing pleasure. It is his maxim that he that works hard can afford to play. He is, therefore, an attendant at all the country fairs and wakes, and has signalized himself by feats of strength and prowess on every village green in the shire. He often makes his appearance at horse races and sports his half-guinea, and even his guinea at a time, keeps a good horse for his own riding, and to this day is fond of following the hounds, and is generally in at the death. He keeps up the rustic revels and hospitalities too, for which his paternal farmhouse has always been noted, has plenty of good cheer and dancing at harvest home, and, above all, keeps the merry night, too, as it is termed, at Christmas. With all his love of amusement, however, Jack is by no means a boisterous, jovial companion. He is seldom known to laugh even in the midst of his gaiety, but maintains the same grave, lion-like demeanor. He is very slow at comprehending a joke, and is apt to sit puzzling at it with a perplexed look, while the rest of the company is in a roar. This gravity has, perhaps, grown on him with the growing weight of his character, for he is gradually rising into patriarchal dignity in his native place. Though he no longer takes an active part in athletic sports, yet he always presides at them, and is appealed to on all occasions as umpire. He maintains the peace on the village green at holiday games, and quells all brawls and quarrels by collaring the parties and shaking them heartily, if refractory. No one ever pretends to raise a hand against him, or to contend against his decisions, the young men having grown up in habitual awe of his prowess, and in implicit deference to him as the champion and lord of the green. He is a regular frequenter of the village inn, the landlady having been a sweetheart of his in early life, and he having always continued on kind terms with her. He seldom, however, drinks anything but a draught of ale, smokes his pipe, and pays his reckoning before leaving the taproom. Here he gives his little senate laws, decides bets which are very generally referred to him, determines upon the characters and qualities of horses, and indeed plays now and then the part of a judge in settling petty disputes between neighbors, which otherwise might have been nursed by country attorneys into tolerable lawsuits. Jack is very candid and impartial in his decisions, but he has not a head to carry a long argument, and is very apt to get perplexed and out of patience if there is much pleading. He generally breaks through the argument with a strong voice, and brings matters to a summary conclusion, by pronouncing what he calls the upshot of the business, or, in other words, the long and the short of the matter. Jack once made a journey to London, a great many years since, which has furnished him with topics of conversation ever since. He saw the old king on the terrace at Windsor, who stopped and pointed him out to one of the princesses, being probably struck with Jack's truly yeoman-like appearance. This is a favorite anecdote with him, and has no doubt had a great effect in making him a most loyal subject ever since, in spite of taxes and poor's rates. He was also at Bartholomew Fair, where he had half the buttons cut off his coat, and a gang of pickpockets, attracted by his external show of gold and silver, made a regular attempt to hustle him as he was gazing at a show, but for once they found that they had caught a Tartar, for Jack enacted as great wonders among the gang as Samson did among the Philistines. One of his neighbors, who had accompanied him to town, and was with him at the fair, brought back an account of his exploits, which raised the pride of the whole village, who considered their champion as having subdued all London, and eclipsed the achievements of Friar Tuck, or even the renowned Robin Hood himself. Of late years, the old fellow has begun to take the world easily. He works less and indulges in greater leisure, his son having grown up and succeeded to him both in the labors of the farm and the exploits of the green. Like all sons of distinguished men, however, his father's renown is a disadvantage to him, for he can never come up to public expectation. Though a fine active fellow of 23, and quite the cock of the walk, yet the old people declare he is nothing like what Ready Money Jack was at his time of life. The youngster himself acknowledges his inferiority, and has a wonderful opinion of the old man, who indeed taught him all his athletic accomplishments, and holds such a sway over him, that I am told, even to this day, he would have no hesitation to take him in hands, if he rebelled against paternal government. The squire holds Jack in very high esteem, and shows him to all his visitors, as a specimen of old English heart of oak. He frequently calls at his house, and tastes some of his home-brewed, which is excellent. He made Jack a present of old Tusser's 100 Points of Good Husbandry, which has furnished him with reading ever since, and is his textbook and manual in all agricultural and domestic concerns. He has made dog's ears at the most favorite passages, and knows many of the poetical maxims by heart. Tibbets, though not a man to be daunted or flattered by high acquaintances, and though he cherishes a sturdy independence of mind and manner, yet is evidently gratified by the attentions of the squire, whom he has known from boyhood, and pronounces a true gentleman every inch of him. He is also on excellent terms with Master Simon, who is a kind of privy councillor to the family, but his great favorite is the Oxonian, whom he taught to wrestle and play at quarterstaff when a boy, and considers the most promising young gentleman in the whole country. Bachelors. There is no character in the comedy of human life that is more difficult to play well than that of an old bachelor. When a single gentleman, therefore, arrives at that critical period when he begins to consider it an impertinent question to be asked his age, I would advise him to look well to his ways. This period, it is true, is much later with some men than with others. I have witnessed more than once the meeting of two wrinkled old lads of this kind, who had not seen each other for several years, and have been amused by the amicable exchange of compliments on each other's appearance that takes place on such occasions. There is always one invariable observation. Why, bless my soul, you look younger than when I last saw you. Whenever a man's friends begin to compliment him about looking young, he may be sure that they think he is growing old. I am led to make these remarks by the conduct of Master Simon and the General, who have become great cronies. As the former is the younger by many years, he is regarded as quite a youthful blade by the General, who moreover looks upon him as a man of great wit and prodigious acquirements. I have already hinted that Master Simon is a family beau, and considered rather a young fellow by all the elderly ladies of the connection. For an old bachelor, in an old family connection, is something like an actor in a regular dramatic corps who seems to flourish in immortal youth, and will continue to play the Romeos and Rangers for half a century together. Master Simon, too, is a little of the chameleon, and takes a different hue with every different companion. He is very attentive and officious, and somewhat sentimental with Lady Lillycraft, copies out little namby-pamby ditties and love songs for her, and draws quivers and doves and darts and cupids to be worked on the corners of her pocket handkerchiefs. He indulges, however, in very considerable latitude with the other married ladies of the family, and has many sly pleasantries to whisper to them that provoke an equivocal laugh and a tap of the fan. But when he gets among young company, such as Frank Bracebridge, the Oxonian, and the General, he is apt to put on the mad wag, and to talk in a very bachelor-like strain about the sex. In this he has been encouraged by the example of the General, whom he looks up to as a man who has seen the world. The General, in fact, tells shocking stories after dinner, when the ladies have retired, which he gives as some of the choice things that are served up at the Mulligatawny Club, a knot of boon companions in London. He also repeats the fat jokes of old Major Pendergast, the wit of the club, and which, though the General can hardly repeat them for laughing, always make Mr. Bracebridge look grave, he having a great antipathy to an indecent jest. In a word, the General is a complete instance of the declension in gay life, by which a young man of pleasure is apt to cool down into an obscene old gentleman. I saw him and Master Simon, an evening or two since, conversing with a buxom milkmaid in a meadow, and from their elbowing each other now and then, and the General shaking his shoulders, blowing up his cheeks, and breaking out into a short fit of irrepressible laughter, I had no doubt they were playing the mischief with the girl. As I looked at them through a hedge, I could not but think they would have made a tolerable group for a modern picture of Susanna and the two elders. It is true, the girl seemed in nowise alarmed at the force of the enemy, and I question, had either of them been alone, whether she would not have been more than they would have ventured to encounter. Such veteran roysters are daring wags when together, and will put any female to the blush with their jokes. But they are as quiet as lambs when they fall singly into the clutches of a fine woman. In spite of the General's years, he evidently is a little vain of his person, and ambitious of conquests. I have observed him on Sunday in church, eyeing the country girls most suspiciously, and have seen him leer upon them with a downright amorous look, even when he has been gallanting Lady Lillycraft with great ceremony through the churchyard. The General, in fact, is a veteran in the service of Cupid, rather than of Mars, having signalized himself in all the garrison towns and country quarters, and seen service in every ballroom of England. Not a celebrated beauty but he has laid siege to, and if his word may be taken in a matter wherein no man is apt to be over-veracious, it is incredible the success he has had with the fair. At present he is like a worn-out warrior, retired from service, but who still cocks his beaver with a military air, and talks stoutly of fighting whenever he comes within the smell of gunpowder. I have heard him speak his mind very freely over his bottle, about the folly of the captain in taking a wife, as he thinks a young soldier should care for nothing but his bottle and kind landlady. But, in fact, he says the service on the continent has had a sad effect upon the young men. They have been ruined by light wines and French quadrilles. They've nothing, he says, of the spirit of the old service. There are none of your six-bottle men left, that were the souls of a mess dinner, and used to play the very deuce among the women. As to a bachelor, the General affirms that he is a free and easy man, with no baggage to take care of but his portmanteau. But a married man, with his wife hanging on his arm, always puts him in mind of a chamber candlestick with its extinguisher hitched to it. I should hot mind all this, if it were merely confined to the General, but I fear he will be the ruin of my friend Master Simon, who already begins to echo his heresies, and to talk in the style of a gentleman that has seen life and lived upon the town. Indeed, the General seems to have taken Master Simon in hand, and talks of showing him the lions when he comes to town, and of introducing him to a knot of choice spirits at the Mulligatawny Club, which, I understand, is composed of old nabobs, officers in the company's employ, and other men of Indy, that have seen service in the East and returned home burnt out with curry and touched with the liver complaint. They have their regular club, where they eat mulligatawny soup, smoke the hookah, talk about Tipu Saib, Seringapatam, and tiger hunting, and are tediously agreeable in each other's company. Wives. There is so much talk about matrimony going on around me, in consequence of the approaching event for which we are assembled at the hall, that I confess I find my thoughts singularly exercised on the subject. Indeed, all the bachelors of the establishment seem to be passing through a kind of fiery ordeal, for Lady Lillycraft is one of those tender, romance-read dames of the old school, whose mind is filled with flames and darts, and who breathe nothing but constancy and wedlock. She is forever immersed in the concerns of the heart, and, to use a poetical phrase, is perfectly surrounded by the purple light of love. The very General seems to feel the influence of this sentimental atmosphere, to melt as he approaches her ladyship, and, for the time, to forget all his heresies about matrimony and the sex. The good lady is generally surrounded by little documents of her prevalent taste, novels of a tender nature, richly bound little books of poetry that are filled with sonnets and love tales and perfumed with rose leaves, and she has always an album at hand, for which she claims the contributions of all her friends. On looking over this last repository, the other day, I found a series of poetical extracts, in the squire's handwriting, which might have been intended as matrimonial hints to his ward. I was so much struck with several of them, that I took the liberty of copying them out. They are from the old play of Thomas Davenport, published in 1661, entitled The City Nightcap, in which is drawn out and exemplified in the part of Abstemia the character of a patient and faithful wife, which, I think, might vie with that of the renowned Griselda. I have often thought it a pity that plays and novels should always end at the wedding, and should not give us another act, and another volume, to let us know how the hero and heroine conducted themselves when married. Their main object seems to be merely to instruct young ladies how to get husbands, but not how to keep them. Now this last, I speak it with all due diffidence, appears to me to be a desideratum in modern married life. It is appalling to those who have not yet adventured into the holy state, to see how soon the flame of romantic love burns out, or rather is quenched in matrimony, and how deplorably the passionate, poetic lover declines into the phlegmatic, prosaic husband. I am inclined to attribute this very much to the defect just mentioned in the plays and novels, which form so important a branch of study of our young ladies, and which teach them how to be heroines, but leave them totally at a loss when they come to be wives. The play from which the quotations before me were made, however, is an exception to this remark, and I cannot refuse myself the pleasure of adducing some of them for the benefit of the reader, and for the honor of an old writer who has bravely attempted to awaken dramatic interest in favor of a woman, even after she was married. The following is a commendation of Abstemia to her husband Lorenzo. She's modest, but not sullen, and loves silence. Not that she wants apt words, for when she speaks, she inflames love with wonder, but because she calls wise silence the soul's harmony. She's truly chaste, yet such a foe to coyness, the poorest call her courteous, and which is excellent, though fair and young, she shuns to expose herself to the opinion of strange eyes. She either seldom or never walks abroad but in your company, and then with such sweet bashfulness, as if she were venturing on cracked ice, and takes delight to step into the print your foot hath made, and will follow you whole fields, so she will drive tediousness out of time with her sweet character. Notwithstanding all this excellence, Abstemia has the misfortune to incur the unmerited jealousy of her husband. Instead, however, of resenting his harsh treatment with clamorous upbraidings, and with the stormy violence of high, windy virtue, by which the sparks of anger are so often blown into a flame, she endures it with the meekness of conscious but patient virtue, and makes the following beautiful appeal to a friend who has witnessed her long suffering. Hast thou not seen me bear all his injuries as the ocean suffers, the angry bark to plough through her bosom, and yet is presently so smooth, the eye cannot perceive where the wide wound was made? Lorenzo, being wrought on by false representations, at length repudiates her. To the last, however, she maintains her patient sweetness, and her love for him, in spite of his cruelty. She deplores his error, even more than his unkindness, and laments the delusion which has turned his very affection into a source of bitterness. There is a moving pathos in her parting address to Lorenzo, after their divorce. Farewell, Lorenzo, whom my soul doth love. If you e'er marry, may you meet a good wife, so good that you may not suspect her, nor may she be worthy of your suspicion. And if you hear hereafter that I am dead, inquire but my last words, and you shall know that to the last I loved you. And when you walk forth with your second choice into the pleasant fields, and by chance talk of me, imagine that you see me, lean and pale, strewing your path with flowers, but may she never live to pay my debts. Weeps, if but in thought she wrong you, may she die in the conception of the injury. Pray make me wealthy with one kiss. Farewell, sir. Let it not grieve you when you shall remember that I was innocent, nor this forget, though innocence here suffer, sigh, and groan. She walks but thorough thorns to find a throne. In a short time Lorenzo discovers his error, and the innocence of his injured wife. In the transports of his repentance, he calls to mind all her feminine excellence, her gentle, uncomplaining, womanly fortitude under wrongs and sorrows. O Abstemia! How lovely thou lookest now! Now thou appearest. Chaster than is the morning's modesty, that rises with a blush, over whose bosom the western wind creeps softly. Now I remember how, when she sat at table, her obedient eye would dwell on mine, as if it were not well, unless it looked where I looked. Oh, how proud she was, when she could cross herself to please me! But where now is this fair soul? Like a silver cloud, she hath wept herself, I fear, into the Dead Sea, and will be found no more. It is but doing right by the reader, if interested in the fate of Abstemia by the preceding extracts, to say that she was restored to the arms and affections of her husband, rendered fonder than ever, by that disposition in every good heart, to atone for past injustice, by an overflowing measure of returning kindness. Thou wealth worth more than kingdoms, I am now, confirmed past all suspicion. Thou art far sweeter in thy sincere truth than a sacrifice, decked up for death with garlands. The Indian winds, that blow from off the coast and cheer the sailor, with the sweet savor of their spices want. The delight flows in thee. I have been more affected and interested by this little dramatic picture than by many a popular love tale, though, as I said before, I do not think it likely either Abstemia or Patient Grizzle stand much chance of being taken for a model. Still, I like to see poetry now and then extending its views beyond the wedding day, and teaching a lady how to make herself attractive even after marriage. There is no great need of enforcing on an unmarried lady the necessity of being agreeable, nor is there any great art requisite in a youthful beauty to enable her to please. Nature has multiplied attractions around her. Youth is in itself attractive. The freshness of budding beauty needs no foreign aid to set it off. It pleases merely because it is fresh and budding and beautiful. But it is for the married state that a woman needs the most instruction, and in which she should be most on her guard to maintain her powers of pleasing. No woman can expect to be to her husband all that he fancied her when he was a lover. Men are always doomed to be duped, not so much by the arts of the sex, as by their own imaginations. They are always wooing goddesses, and marrying mere mortals. A woman should, therefore, ascertain what was the charm that rendered her so fascinating when a girl, and endeavor to keep it up when she has become a wife. One great thing undoubtedly was the shariness of herself and her conduct, which an unmarried female always observes. She should maintain the same niceness and reserve in her person and habits, and endeavor still to preserve a freshness and virgin delicacy in the eye of her husband. She should remember that the province of woman is to be wooed, not to woo, to be caressed, not to caress. Man is an ungrateful being in love. Bounty loses instead of winning him. The secret of a woman's power does not consist so much in giving as in withholding. A woman may give up too much even to her husband. It is to 1,000 little delicacies of conduct that she must trust to keep alive passion, and to protect herself from that dangerous familiarity, that thorough acquaintance with every weakness and imperfection incident to matrimony. By these means she may still maintain her power, though she has surrendered her person, and may continue the romance of love even beyond the honeymoon. She that hath a wise husband, says Jeremy Taylor, must entice him to an eternal dearness by the veil of modesty, and the grave robes of chastity, the ornament of meekness, and the jewels of faith and charity. She must have no painting but blushings. Her brightness must be purity, and she must shine round about with sweetness and friendship, and she shall be pleasant while she lives, and desired when she dies. I have wandered into a rambling series of remarks on a trite subject, and a dangerous one for a bachelor to meddle with. That I may not, however, appear to confine my observations entirely to the wife, I will conclude with another quotation from Jeremy Taylor, in which the duties of both parties are mentioned, while I would recommend his sermon on the marriage ring to all those who, wiser than myself, are about entering the happy state of wedlock. There is scarce any matter of duty but it concerns them both alike, and is only distinguished by names, and hath its variety by circumstances and little accidents. And what in one is called love, in the other is called reverence. And what in the wife is obedience, the same in the man is duty. He provides and she dispenses. He gives commandments and she rules by them. He rules her by authority, and she rules him by love. She ought by all means to please him, and he must by no means displease her. Storytelling. A favorite evening pastime at the Hall, and one which the worthy squire is fond of promoting, is storytelling, a good old-fashioned fireside amusement, as he terms it. Indeed, I believe he promotes it chiefly because it was one of the choice recreations in those days of yore, when ladies and gentlemen were not much in the habit of reading. Be this as it may, he will often, at supper table, when conversation flags, call on someone or other of the company for a story, as it was formerly the custom to call for a song, and it is edifying to see the exemplary patience and even satisfaction with which the good old gentleman will sit and listen to some hackneyed tale that he has heard for at least 100 times. In this way, one evening, the current of anecdotes and stories ran upon mysterious personages that have figured at different times and filled the world with doubt and conjecture, such as the wandering Jew, the man with the iron mask, who tormented the curiosity of all Europe, the invisible girl, and last, though not least, the pig-faced lady. At length, one of the company was called upon that had the most unpromising physiognomy for a storyteller that ever I had seen. He was a thin, pale, weazen-faced man, extremely nervous, that had sat at one corner of the table, shrunk up, as it were, into himself, and almost swallowed up in the cape of his coat, as a turtle in its shell. The very demand seemed to throw him into a nervous agitation. Yet he did not refuse. He emerged his head out of his shell, made a few odd grimaces and gesticulations before he could get his muscles into order or his voice under command, and then offered to give some account of a mysterious personage that he had recently encountered in the course of his travels, and one whom he thought fully entitled to being classed with the man with the iron mask. I was so much struck with his extraordinary narrative that I have written it out to the best of my recollection, for the amusement of the reader. I think it has in it all the elements of that mysterious and romantic narrative, so greedily sought after at the present day. The Stout Gentleman, a stagecoach romance. It was a rainy Sunday, in the gloomy month of November. I had been detained, in the course of a journey, by a slight indisposition, from which I was recovering. But I was still feverish, and was obliged to keep within doors all day, in an inn of the small town of Derby. A wet Sunday in a country inn. Whoever has had the luck to experience one can alone judge of my situation. The rain pattered against the casements. The bells tolled for church with a melancholy sound. I went to the windows in quest of something to amuse the eye, but it seemed as if I had been placed completely out of the reach of all amusement. The windows of my bedroom looked out among tiled roofs and stacks of chimneys, while those of my sitting room commanded a full view of the stable-yard. I know of nothing more calculated to make a man sick of this world than a stable-yard on a rainy day. The place was littered with wet straw that had been kicked about by travelers and stable-boys. In one corner was a stagnant pool of water surrounding an island of muck. There were several half-drowned fowls crowded together under a cart, among which was a miserable, crestfallen cock, drenched out of all life and spirit, his drooping tail matted, as it were, into a single feather, along which the water trickled from his back. Near the cart was a half-dozing cow chewing the cud, and standing patiently to be reined on, with wreaths of vapor rising from her reeking hide. A wall-eyed horse, tired of the loneliness of the stable, was poking his spectral head out of the window, with the rain dripping on it from the eaves. An unhappy cur, chained to a doghouse hard by, uttered something every now and then, between a bark and a yelp. A drab of a kitchen wench tramped backwards and forwards through the yard in pattens, looking as sulky as the weather itself. Everything, in short, was comfortless and forlorn, excepting a crew of hard-drinking ducks, assembled like boon companions, round a puddle, and making a riotous noise over their liquor. I was lonely and listless, and wanted amusement. My room soon became insupportable. I abandoned it and sought what is technically called the traveler's room. This is a public room set apart at most inns for the accommodation of a class of wayfarers called travelers or riders, a kind of commercial knights-errant, who are incessantly scouring the kingdom in gigs, on horseback, or by coach. They are the only successors that I know of at the present day to the knights-errant of yore. They lead the same kind of roving, adventurous life, only changing the lance for a driving whip, the buckler for a pattern card, and the coat of mail for an upper Benjamin. Instead of vindicating the charms of peerless beauty, They rove about spreading the fame and standing of some substantial tradesman or manufacturer, and are ready at any time to bargain in his name, it being the fashion nowadays to trade instead of fight with one another, as the room of the hotel in the good old fighting times would be hung round at night with the armor of way-worn warriors, such as coats of mail, falchions, and yawning helmets. So the traveler's room is garnished with the harnessing of their successors, with box-coats, whips of all kinds, spurs, gaiters, and oilcloth-covered hats. I was in hopes of finding some of these worthies to talk with, but was disappointed. There were, indeed, 2 or 3 in the room, but I could make nothing of them. One was just finishing his breakfast, quarreling with his bread and butter and huffing the waiter. Another buttoned on a pair of gaiters with many execrations at Boots for not having cleaned his shoes well. A third sat drumming on the table with his fingers and looking at the rain as it streamed down the window glass. They all appeared infected by the weather and disappeared one after the other without exchanging a word. I sauntered to the window and stood gazing at the people picking their way to church, with petticoats hoisted mid-leg high and dripping umbrellas. The bell ceased to toll, and the streets became silent. I then amused myself with watching the daughters of a tradesman opposite, who, being confined to the house for fear of wetting their Sunday finery, played off their charms at the front windows to fascinate the chance tenants of the inn. They at length were summoned away by a vigilant vinegar-faced mother, and I had nothing further from without to amuse me. What was I to do to pass away the long-lived day? I was sadly nervous and lonely, and everything about an inn seems calculated to make a dull day 10 times duller. Old newspapers, smelling of beer and tobacco smoke, and which I had already read 6 times, good-for-nothing books, that were worse than rainy weather. I bored myself to death with an old volume of the Ladies' Magazine. I read all the commonplace names of ambitious travelers scrawled on the panes of glass, the eternal families of the Smiths and the Browns and the Jacksons and the Johnsons and all the other sons, and I deciphered several scraps of fatiguing in-window poetry which I have met with in all parts of the world. The day continued lowering and gloomy. The slovenly, ragged, spongy clouds drifted heavily along. There was no variety even in the rain. It was one dull, continued monotonous patter, 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 excepting that now and then I was enlivened by the idea of a brisk shower from the rattling of the drops upon a passing umbrella. It was quite refreshing, if I may be allowed a hackneyed phrase of the day, when, in the course of the morning, a horn blew and a stagecoach whirled through the street, with outside passengers stuck all over it, cowering under cotton umbrellas and seethed together and reeking with the steams of wet box-coats and upper benjamins. The sound brought out from their lurking places a crew of vagabond boys and vagabond dogs, and the carroty-headed hostler, and that nondescript animal yclept Boots, and all the other vagabond race that infest the purlieus of an inn. But the bustle was transient. The coach again whirled on its way, and boy and dog and hostler and Boots all slunk back again to their holes. The street again became silent, and the rain continued to rain on. In fact, there was no hope of its clearing up. The barometer pointed to rainy weather. Mine hostess tortoiseshell cat sat by the fire washing her face and rubbing her paws over her ears, and on referring to the almanac, I found a direful prediction stretching from the top of the page to the bottom through the whole month. Expect much rain about this time. I was dreadfully hipped. The hours seemed as if they would never creep by. The very ticking of the clock became irksome. At length the stillness of the house was interrupted by the ringing of a bell. Shortly after, I heard the voice of a waiter at the bar. The stout gentleman in number 13 wants his breakfast. Tea and bread and butter with ham and eggs, the eggs not to be too much done. In such a situation as mine, every incident is of importance. Here was a subject of speculation presented to my mind, and ample exercise for my imagination. I am prone to paint pictures to myself, and on this occasion I had some materials to work upon. Had the guest upstairs been mentioned as Mr. Smith or Mr. Brown or Mr. Jackson or Mr. Johnson, or merely as the gentleman in number 13, it would have been a perfect blank to me. I should have thought nothing of it. But the stout gentleman, the very name had something in it of the picturesque. It at once gave the size. It embodied the personage to my mind's eye, and my fancy did the rest. He was stout, or, as some term it, lusty. In all probability, therefore, he was advanced in life, some people expanding as they grow old. By his breakfasting rather late, and in his own room, he must be a man accustomed to live at his ease, and above the necessity of early rising. No doubt a round, rosy, lusty old gentleman. There was another violent ringing. The stout gentleman was impatient for his breakfast. He was evidently a man of importance, well-to-do in the world, accustomed to be promptly waited upon, of a keen appetite and a little cross when hungry. Perhaps, thought I, he maybe be some London alderman, or who knows but he may be a member of Parliament. The breakfast was sent up and there was a short interval of silence. He was, doubtless, making the tea. Presently there was a violent ringing, and before it could be answered, another ringing still more violent. Bless me! What a choleric old gentleman! The waiter came down in a huff. The butter was rancid, the eggs were overdone, the ham was too salt. The stout gentleman was evidently nice in his eating, one of those who eat and growl and keep the waiter on the trot, and live in a state militant with the household. The hostess got into a fume. I should observe that she was a brisk, coquettish woman, a little of a shrew, and something of a slammerkin, but very pretty withal, with a nincompoop for a husband, as shrews are apt to have. She rated the servants roundly for their negligence in sending up so bad a breakfast, but said not a word against the stout gentleman, by which I clearly perceived that he must be a man of consequence, entitled to make a noise and to give trouble at a country inn. Other eggs and ham and bread and butter were sent up. They appeared to be more graciously received. At least there was no further complaint. I had not made many turns about the traveller's room, when there was another ringing. Shortly afterwards there was a stir and an inquest about the house. The stout gentleman wanted the Times or the Chronicle newspaper. I set him down, therefore, for a Whig, or rather, from his being so absolute and lordly where he had a chance, I suspected him of being a radical. Hunt, I had heard, was a large man. Who knows, thought I, but it is Hunt himself. My curiosity began to be awakened. I inquired of the waiter who was this stout gentleman that was making all this stir, but I could get no information. Nobody seemed to know his name. The landlords of bustling inn seldom trouble their heads about the names or occupations of their transient guests. The color of a coat, the shape or size of the person, is enough to suggest a traveling name. It is either the tall gentleman, or the short gentleman, or the gentleman in black, or the gentleman in snuff color, or, as in the present instance, the stout gentleman. A designation of the kind once hit on answers every purpose, and saves all further inquiry. Rain, rain, rain. Pitiless, ceaseless rain. No such thing as putting a foot out of doors, and no occupation nor amusement within. By and by I heard someone walking overhead. It was in the stout gentleman's room. He evidently was a large man, by the heaviness of his tread, and an old man from his wearing such creaking soles. He is doubtless, thought I, some rich old square-toes of regular habits, and is now taking exercise after breakfast. I now read all the advertisements of coaches and hotels that were stuck about the mantelpiece. The ladies' magazine had become an abomination to me. It was as tedious as the day itself. I wandered out, not knowing what to do, and ascended again to my room. I had not been there long, when there was a squall from a neighboring bedroom. A door opened and slammed violently. A chambermaid, that I had remarked for having a ruddy, good-humored face, went downstairs in a violent flurry. The stout gentleman had been rude to her. This sent a whole host of my deductions to the deuce in a moment. This unknown personage could not be an old gentleman, for old gentlemen are not apt to be so obstreperous to chambermaids. He could not be a young gentleman, for young gentlemen are not apt to inspire such indignation. He must be a middle-aged man, and confounded ugly into the bargain, or the girl would not have taken the matter in such terrible dudgeon. I confess I was sorely puzzled. In a few minutes I heard the voice of my landlady. I caught a glance of her as she came tramping upstairs, her face glowing, her cap flaring, her tongue wagging the whole way. She'd have no such doings in her house, she'd warrant. If gentlemen did spend money freely, it was no rule. She'd have no servant maids of hers treated in that way, when they were about their work. That's what she wouldn't. As I hate squabbles, particularly with women, and above all with pretty women, I slunk back into my room and partly closed the door, but my curiosity was too much excited not to listen. The landlady marched intrepidly to the enemy's citadel, and entered it with a storm. The door closed after her. I heard her voice in high windy clamor for a moment or two. Then it gradually subsided, like a gust of wind in a garret. Then there was a laugh. Then I heard nothing more. After a little while, my landlady came out with an odd smile on her face, adjusting her cap, which was a little on one side. As she went downstairs, I heard the landlord ask her what was the matter. She said, "Nothing at all, only the girl's a fool." I was more than ever perplexed what to make of this unaccountable personage, who could put a good-natured chambermaid in a passion, and send away a termagant landlady in smiles. He could not be so old, nor cross, nor ugly either. I had to go to work at his picture again, and to paint him entirely different. I now set him down for one of those stout gentlemen that are frequently met with, swaggering about the doors of country inns. Moist, merry fellows in belcher handkerchiefs, whose bulk is a little assisted by malt liquors. Men who have seen the world, and been sworn at Highgate, who are used to tavern life, up to all the tricks of tapsters, and knowing in the ways of sinful publicans. Free livers on a small scale, who are prodigal within the compass of a guinea, who call all the waiters by name, tousle the maids, gossip with the landlady at the bar, and prose over a pint of port, or a glass of negus after dinner. The morning wore away in forming of these and similar surmises. As fast as I wove one system of belief, some movement of the unknown would completely overturn it, and throw all my thoughts again into confusion. Such are the solitary operations of a feverish mind. I was, as I have said, extremely nervous, and the continual meditation on the concerns of this invisible personage began to have its effect. I was getting a fit of the fidgets. Dinner time came. I hoped the stout gentleman might dine in the traveller's room, and that I might at length get a view of his person. But no, he had dinner served in his own room. What could be the meaning of this solitude and mystery? He could not be a radical. There was something too aristocratical in thus keeping himself apart from the rest of the world, and condemning himself to his own dull company throughout a rainy day. And then, too, he lived too well for a discontented politician. He seemed to expatiate on a variety of dishes, and to sit over his wine like a jolly friend of good living. Indeed, my doubts on this head were soon at an end, for he could not have finished his first bottle before I could faintly hear him humming a tune, and on listening, I found it to be "God Save the King." 'Twas plain, then, he was no radical, but a faithful subject, one that grew loyal over his bottle, and was ready to stand by king and constitution, when he could stand by nothing else. But who could he be? My conjectures began to run wild. Was he not some personage of distinction traveling incognito? "God knows," said I at my wit's end. "It may be one of the royal family for aught I know, for they are all stout gentlemen." The weather continued rainy. The mysterious unknown kept his room, and, as far as I could judge, his chair, for I did not hear him move. In the meantime, as the day advanced, the traveller's room began to be frequented. Some, who had just arrived, came in buttoned up in box-coats. Others came home who had been dispersed about the town. Some took their dinners and some their tea. Had I been in a different mood, I should have found entertainment in studying this peculiar class of men. There were two especially who were regular wags of the road, and up to all the standing jokes of travelers. They had 1,000 sly things to say to the waiting-maid, whom they called Louisa and Ethelinda, and a dozen other fine names, changing the name every time, and chuckling amazingly at their own waggery. My mind, however, had become completely engrossed by the stout gentleman. He had kept my fancy in chase during a long day, and it was not now to be diverted from the scent. The evening gradually wore away. The travelers read the papers 2 or 3 times over. Some drew round the fire, and told long stories about their horses, about their adventures, their overturns and breakings down. They discussed the credits of different merchants and different inns, and the two wags told several choice anecdotes of pretty chambermaids and kind landladies. All this passed as they were quietly taking what they called their nightcaps, that is to say, strong glasses of brandy and water and sugar, or some other mixture of the kind, after which they one after another rang for Boots and the chambermaid, and walked off to bed in old shoes cut down into marvelously uncomfortable slippers. There was only one man left, a short-legged, long-bodied, plethoric fellow, with a very large, sandy head. He sat by himself with a glass of port wine negus and a spoon, sipping and stirring and meditating and sipping, until nothing was left but the spoon. He gradually fell asleep bolt upright in his chair, with the empty glass standing before him, and the candle seemed to fall asleep too, for the wick grew long and black and cabbaged at the end, and dimmed the little light that remained in the chamber. The gloom that now prevailed was contagious. Around hung the shapeless and almost spectral box-coats of departed travelers, long since buried in deep sleep. I only heard the ticking of the clock, with the deep-drawn breathings of the sleeping topers, and the drippings of the rain drop, 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 from the eaves of the house. The church bells chimed midnight. All at once the stout gentleman began to walk overhead, pacing slowly backwards and forwards. There was something extremely awful in all this, especially to one in my state of nerves. These ghastly greatcoats, these guttural breathings, and the creaking footsteps of this mysterious being. His steps grew fainter and fainter, and at length died away. I could bear it no longer. I was wound up to the desperation of a hero of romance. Be he who or what he may, said I to myself, I'll have a sight of him. I seized a chamber candle and hurried up to number 13. The door stood ajar. I hesitated. I entered. The room was deserted. There stood a large, broad-bottomed elbow chair at a table, on which was an empty tumbler, and a Times newspaper, and the room smelt powerfully of Stilton cheese. The mysterious stranger had evidently but just retired. I turned off, sorely disappointed, to my room, which had been changed to the front of the house. As I went along the corridor, I saw a large pair of boots, with dirty, wax tops, standing at the door of a bedchamber. They doubtless belonged to the unknown, but it would not do to disturb so redoubtable a personage in his den. He might discharge a pistol or something worse at my head. I went to bed, therefore, and lay awake half the night in a terrible nervous state. And even when I fell asleep, I was still haunted in my dreams by the idea of the stout gentleman and his wax-topped boots. I slept rather late the next morning, and was awakened by some stir and bustle in the house, which I could not at first comprehend, until getting more awake, I found there was a mail coach starting from the door. Suddenly there was a cry from below. The gentleman has forgot his umbrella. Look for the gentleman's umbrella in number 13. I heard an immediate scampering of a chambermaid along the passage, and a shrill reply as she ran. Here it is. Here's the gentleman's umbrella. The mysterious stranger then was on the point of setting off. This was the only chance I should ever have of knowing him. I sprang out of bed, scrambled to the window, snatched aside the curtains, and just caught a glimpse of the rear of a person getting in at the coach door. The skirts of a brown coat parted behind, and gave me a full view of the broad disk of a pair of drab breeches. The door closed. All right, was the word. The coach whirled off. And that was all I ever saw of the stout gentleman. Forest trees. One of the favorite themes of boasting with the squire is the noble trees on his estate, which, in truth, has some of the finest that I have seen in England. There is something august and solemn in the great avenues of stately oaks that gather their branches together high in air, and seem to reduce the pedestrians beneath them to mere pygmies. An avenue of oaks or elms, the squire observes, is the true colonnade that should lead to a gentleman's house. As to stone and marble, anyone can rear them at once. They are the work of the day. But commend me to the colonnades that have grown old and great with the family, and tell by their grandeur how long the family has endured. The squire has great reverence for certain venerable trees, gray with moss, which he considers as the ancient nobility of his domain. There is the ruin of an enormous oak, which has been so much battered by time and tempest, that scarce anything is left, though he says Christie recollects when, in his boyhood, it was healthy and nourishing, until it was struck by lightning. It is now a mere trunk, with one twisted bough stretching up into the air, leaving a green branch at the end of it. This sturdy wreck is much valued by the squire. He calls it his standard-bearer, and compares it to a veteran warrior beaten down in battle, but bearing up his banner to the last. He has actually had a fence built round it, to protect it as much as possible from further injury. It is with great difficulty that the squire can ever be brought to have any tree cut down on his estate. To some he looks with reverence, as having been planted by his ancestors, to others with a kind of paternal affection, as having been planted by himself, and he feels a degree of awe in bringing down, with a few strokes of the axe, what it has cost centuries to build up. I confess I cannot but sympathize, in some degree, with the good squire on the subject. Though brought up in a country overrun with forests, where trees are apt to be considered mere encumbrances, and to be laid low without hesitation or remorse, yet I could never see a fine tree hewn down without concern. The poets, who are naturally lovers of trees, as they are of everything that is beautiful, have artfully awakened great interest in their favor, by representing them as the habitations of sylvan deities, insomuch that every great tree had its tutelar genius, or a nymph, whose existence was limited to its duration. Evelyn, in his Sylva, makes several pleasing and fanciful allusions to this superstition. As the fall, says he, of a very aged oak, giving a crack like thunder, has often been heard at many miles' distance. Constrained though I often am to fell them with reluctancy, I do not at any time remember to have heard the groans of those nymphs, grieving to be dispossessed of their ancient habitations, without some emotion and pity. And again, in alluding to a violent storm that had devastated the woodlands, he says, "Methinks I still hear, sure I am that I still feel, the dismal groans of our forests. The late dreadful hurricane having subverted so many thousands of goodly oaks, prostrating the trees, laying them in ghastly postures, like whole regiments fallen in battle by the sword of the conqueror, and crushing all that grew beneath them. The public accounts," he adds, "reckon no less than 3,000 brave oaks in one part only of the forest of Dean blown down. I have paused more than once in the wilderness of America, to contemplate the traces of some blast of wind, which seemed to have rushed down from the clouds, and ripped its way through the bosom of the woodlands, rooting up, shivering, and splintering the stoutest trees, and leaving a long track of desolation. There was something awful in the vast havoc made among these gigantic plants, and in considering their magnificent remains, so rudely torn and mangled, and hurled down to perish prematurely on their native soil, I was conscious of a strong movement of the sympathy so feelingly expressed by Evelyn. I recollect, also, hearing a traveler of poetical temperament expressing the kind of horror which he felt on beholding on the banks of the Missouri an oak of prodigious size, which had been, in a manner, overpowered by an enormous wild grapevine. The vine had clasped its huge folds round the trunk, and from thence had wound about every branch and twig, until the mighty tree had withered in its embrace. It seemed like Laocoon struggling ineffectually in the hideous coils of the monster python. It was the lion of trees perishing in the embraces of a vegetable boa. I am fond of listening to the conversation of English gentlemen on rural concerns, and of noticing with what taste and discrimination, and what strong, unaffected interest they will discuss topics, which, in other countries, are abandoned to mere woodmen or rustic cultivators. I have heard a noble Earl descant on park and forest scenery with the science and feeling of a painter. He dwelt on the shape and beauty of particular trees on his estate, with as much pride and technical precision as though he had been discussing the merits of statues in his collection. I found that he had even gone considerable distances to examine trees which were celebrated among rural amateurs. For it seems that trees, like horses, have their established points of excellence, and that there are some in England which enjoy very extensive celebrity among tree fanciers, from being perfect in their kind. There is something nobly simple and pure in such a taste. It argues, I think, a sweet and generous nature, to have this strong relish for the beauties of vegetation, and this friendship for the hardy and glorious sons of the forest. There is a grandeur of thought connected with this part of rural economy. It is, if I may be allowed the figure, the heroic line of husbandry. It is worthy of liberal and freeborn and aspiring men. He who plants an oak looks forward to future ages, and plants for posterity. Nothing can be less selfish than this. He cannot expect to sit in its shade, nor enjoy its shelter, but he exults in the idea that the acorn which he has buried in the earth shall grow up into a lofty pile, and shall keep on flourishing and increasing and benefiting mankind, long after he shall have ceased to tread his paternal fields. Indeed, it is the nature of such occupations to lift the thoughts above mere worldliness. As the leaves of trees are said to absorb all noxious qualities of the air, and to breathe forth a purer atmosphere, So it seems to me as if they drew from us all sordid and angry passions, and breathed forth peace and philanthropy. There is a serene and settled majesty in woodland scenery that enters into the soul and dilates and elevates it, and fills it with noble inclinations. The ancient and hereditary groves, too, that embower this island, are most of them full of story. They are haunted by the recollections of great spirits of past ages, who have sought for relaxation among them from the tumult of arms, or the toils of state, or have wooed the muse beneath their shade, who can walk with soul unmoved among the stately groves of Penshurst, where the gallant, the amiable, the elegant Sir Philip Sidney passed his boyhood, or can look without fondness upon the tree that is said to have been planted on his birthday, or can ramble among the classic bowers of Hagley, or can pause among the solitudes of Windsor Forest and look at the oaks around, huge, gray, and time-worn, like the old castle towers, and not feel as if he were surrounded by so many monuments of long-enduring glory. It is, when viewed in this light, that planted groves and stately avenues and cultivated parks have an advantage over the more luxuriant beauties of unassisted nature. It is that they teem with moral associations and keep up the ever-interesting story of human existence. It is incumbent, then, on the high and generous spirits of an ancient nation to cherish these sacred groves that surround their ancestral mansions, and to perpetuate them to their descendants. Republican as I am by birth, and brought up as I have been in republican principles and habits, I can feel nothing of the servile reverence for titled rank, merely because it is titled, but I trust that I am neither churl nor bigot in my creed. I can both see and feel how hereditary distinction, when it falls to the lot of a generous mind, may elevate that mind into true nobility. It is one of the effects of hereditary rank, when it falls thus happily, that it multiplies the duties, and, as it were, extends the existence of the possessor. He does not feel himself a mere individual link in creation, responsible only for his own brief term of being. He carries back his existence in proud recollection, and he extends it forward in honorable anticipation. He lives with his ancestry, and he lives with his posterity. To both does he consider himself involved in deep responsibilities. As he has received much from those that have gone before, so he feels bound to transmit much to those who are to come after him. His domestic undertakings seem to imply a longer existence than those of ordinary men. None are so apt to build and plant for future centuries as noble-spirited men, who have received their heritages from foregone ages. I cannot but applaud, therefore, the fondness and pride with which I have noticed English gentlemen, of generous temperaments and high aristocratic feelings, contemplating those magnificent trees, which rise like towers and pyramids, from the midst of their paternal lands. There is an affinity between all nature, animate and inanimate. The oak, in the pride and lustihood of its growth, seems to me to take its range with the lion and the eagle, and to assimilate, in the grandeur of its attributes, to heroic and intellectual man. With its mighty pillar rising straight and direct towards heaven, bearing up its leafy honors from the impurities of earth, and supporting them aloft in free air and glorious sunshine, it is an emblem of what a true nobleman should be. A refuge for the weak, a shelter for the oppressed, a defense for the defenseless, warding off from them the peltings of the storm or the scorching rays of arbitrary power. He who is this is an ornament and a blessing to his native land. He who is otherwise abuses his eminent advantages, abuses the grandeur and prosperity which he has drawn from the bosom of his country. Should tempests arise, and he be laid prostrate by the storm, who would mourn over his fall? Should he be borne down by the oppressive hand of power, who would murmur at his fate? Why cumbereth he the ground? A literary antiquary. The squire receives great sympathy and support, in his antiquated humors, from the parson, of whom I made some mention on my former visit to the hall, and who acts as a kind of family chaplain. He has been cherished by the squire almost constantly, since the time that they were fellow students at Oxford. For it is one of the peculiar advantages of these great universities, that they often link the poor scholar to the rich patron, by early and heartfelt ties, that last through life without the usual humiliations of dependence and patronage. Under the fostering protection of the squire, therefore, the little parson has pursued his studies in peace. Having lived almost entirely among books, and those 2 old books, he is quite ignorant of the world, and his mind is as antiquated as the garden at the Hall, where the flowers are all arranged in formal beds, and the yew trees clipped into urns and peacocks. His taste for literary antiquities was first imbibed in the Bodleian Library at Oxford, where, when a student, he passed many an hour foraging among the old manuscripts. He has since, at different times, visited most of the curious libraries in England, and has ransacked many of the cathedrals. With all his quaint and curious learning, he has nothing of arrogance or pedantry, but that unaffected earnestness and guileless simplicity which seem to belong to the literary antiquary. He is a dark, mouldy little man, and rather dry in his manner. Yet, on his favorite theme, he kindles up, and at times is even eloquent. No fox-hunter, recounting his last day's sport, could be more animated than I have seen the worthy parson, when relating his search after a curious document, which he had traced from library to library, until he fairly unearthed it in the dusty chapter-house of a cathedral. When, too, he describes some venerable manuscript, with its rich illuminations, its thick creamy vellum, its glossy ink, and the odor of the cloisters that seemed to exhale from it. He rivals the enthusiasm of a Parisian epicure, expatiating on the merits of a Perigord pie or a pâte de Strasbourg. His brain seems absolutely haunted with lovesick dreams about gorgeous old works in silk linings, triple gold bands, and tinted leather, locked up in wire cases, and secured from the vulgar hands of the mere reader. And, to continue the happy expressions of an ingenious writer, dazzling one's eyes like Eastern beauties, peering through their jealousies. He has a great desire, however, to read such works in the old libraries and chapter-houses to which they belong, for he thinks a black-letter volume reads best in one of those venerable chambers where the light struggles through dusty lancet windows and painted glass, and that it loses half its zest if taken away from the neighborhood of the quaintly carved oaken bookcase and Gothic reading desk. At his suggestion, the squire has had the library furnished in this antique taste, and several of the windows glazed with painted glass, that they may throw a properly tempered light upon the pages of their favorite old authors. The parson, I am told, has been for some time meditating a commentary on Strutt, Brand, and Dowse, in which he means to detect them in sundry dangerous errors in respect to popular games and superstitions, a work to which the squire looks forward with great interest. He is, also, a casual contributor to that long-established repository of national customs and antiquities, the Gentleman's Magazine, and is one of those that every now and then make an inquiry concerning some obsolete custom or rare legend. Nay, it is said that several of his communications have been at least 6 inches in length. He frequently receives parcels by coach from different parts of the kingdom, containing mouldy volumes and almost illegible manuscripts. For it is singular what an active correspondence is kept up among literary antiquaries, and how soon the fame of any rare volume or unique copy, just discovered among the rubbish of a library, is circulated among them. The parson is more busy than common just now, being a little flurried by an advertisement of a work, said to be preparing for the press, on the mythology of the Middle Ages. The little man has long been gathering together all the hobgoblin tales he could collect, illustrative of the superstitions of former times, and he is in a complete fever lest this formidable rival should take the field before him. Shortly after my arrival at the Hall, I called at the parsonage, in company with Mr. Bracebridge and the General. The parson had not been seen for several days, which was a matter of some surprise, as he was an almost daily visitor at the Hall. We found him in his study, a small dusky chamber, lighted by a lattice window that looked into the churchyard, and was overshadowed by a yew tree. His chair was surrounded by folios and quartos, piled upon the floor, and his table was covered with books and manuscripts. The cause of his seclusion was a work which he had recently received, and with which he had retired in rapture from the world, and shut himself up to enjoy a literary honeymoon undisturbed. Never did boarding-school girl devour the pages of a sentimental novel, or Don Quixote a chivalrous romance, with more intense delight than did the little man banquet on the pages of this delicious work. It was Dibdin's bibliographical tour, a work calculated to have as intoxicating an effect on the imaginations of literary antiquaries as the adventures of the heroes of the Round Table on All True Knights, or the tales of the early American voyagers on the ardent spirits of the age, filling them with dreams of Mexican and Peruvian mines, and of the golden realm of El Dorado. The good parson had looked forward to this bibliographical expedition as of far greater importance than those to Africa or the North Pole. With what eagerness had he seized upon the history of the enterprise! With what interest had he followed the redoubtable bibliographer and his graphical squire in their adventurous roamings among Norman castles and cathedrals and French libraries and German convents and universities, penetrating into the prison houses of vellum manuscripts and exquisitely illuminated missals, and revealing their beauties to the world. When the parson had finished a rapturous eulogy on this most curious and entertaining work, he drew forth from a little drawer a manuscript, lately received from a correspondent, which had perplexed him sadly. It was written in Norman French in very ancient characters, and so faded and mouldered away as to be almost illegible. It was apparently an old Norman drinking song that might have been brought over by one of William the Conqueror's carousing followers. The writing was just legible enough to keep a keen antiquity hunter on a doubtful chase. Here and there he would be completely thrown out, and then there would be a few words so plainly written as to put him on the scent again. In this way he had been led on for a whole day, until he had found himself completely at fault. The squire endeavored to assist him, but was equally baffled. The old general listened for some time to the discussion, and then asked the parson if he had read Captain Morris's, or George Stephens's, or Anacreon Moore's bacchanalian songs. On the other replying in the negative, "Oh, then," said the general with a sagacious nod, "if you want a drinking song, I can furnish you with the latest collection. I did not know you had a turn for those kind of things, and I can lend you the Encyclopedia of Wit into the bargain. I never travel without them. They're excellent reading at an inn." It would not be easy to describe the odd look of surprise and perplexity of the parson at this proposal, or the difficulty the squire had in making the general comprehend that though a jovial song of the present day was but a foolish sound in the ears of wisdom, and beneath the notice of a learned man, yet a trowel, written by a tosspot several hundred years since, was a matter worthy of the gravest research, and enough to set whole colleges by the ears. I have since pondered much on this matter, and have figured to myself what may be the fate of our current literature, when retrieved piecemeal by future antiquaries from among the rubbish of ages. What a Magnus Apollo, for instance, will more become among sober divines and dusty schoolmen. Even his festive and amatory songs, which are now the mere quickeners of our social moments, or the delights of our drawing-rooms, will then become matters of laborious research and painful collation. How many a grave professor will then waste his midnight oil, or worry his brain through a long morning, endeavoring to restore the pure text, or illustrate the biographical hints of "Come, tell me," says Rosa, as kissing and kissed. And how many an arid old bookworm, like the worthy little parson, will give up in despair, after vainly striving to fill up some fatal hiatus in Fanny of Timmel. Nor is it merely such exquisite authors as more that are doomed to consume the oil of future antiquaries. Many a poor scribbler, who is now, apparently, sent to oblivion by pastry cooks and cheesemongers, will then rise again in fragments, and flourish in learned immortality. After all, thought I, time is not such an invariable destroyer as he is represented. If he pulls down, he likewise builds up. If he impoverishes one, he enriches another. His very dilapidations furnish matter for new works of controversy, and his rust is more precious than the most costly gilding. Under his plastic hand, trifles rise into importance. The nonsense of one age becomes the wisdom of another. The levity of the wit gravitates into the learning of the pedant, and an ancient farthing moulders into infinitely more value than a modern guinea. The farmhouse. I was so much pleased with the anecdotes which were told me of Ready Money Jack Tibbets, that I got Master Simon, a day or two since, to take me to his house. It was an old-fashioned farmhouse built with brick, with curiously twisted chimneys. It stood at a little distance from the road, with a southern exposure, looking upon a soft green slope of meadow. There was a small garden in front, with a row of beehives humming among beds of sweet herbs and flowers. Well-scoured milking tubs with bright copper hoops hung on the garden paling. Fruit trees were trained up against the cottage, and pots of flowers stood in the windows. A fat, superannuated mastiff lay in the sunshine at the door, with a sleek cat sleeping peacefully across him. Mr. Tibbets was from home at the time of our calling, but we were received with hearty and homely welcome by his wife, a notable, motherly woman and a complete pattern for wives, since, according to Master Simon's account, she never contradicts honest Jack, and yet manages to have her own way, and to control him in everything. She received us in the main room of the house, a kind of parlor and hall, with great brown beams of timber across it, which Mr. Tibbets is apt to point out with some exultation, observing that they don't put such timber in houses nowadays. The furniture was old-fashioned, strong, and highly polished. The walls were hung with colored prints of the story of the prodigal son, who was represented in a red coat and leather breeches. Over the fireplace was a blunderbuss, and a hard-favored likeness of Ready Money Jack, taken when he was a young man, by the same artist that painted the tavern sign. His mother having taken a notion that the Tibbets had as much right to have a gallery of family portraits as the folks at the hall. The good dame pressed us very much to take some refreshment, and tempted us with a variety of household dainties, so that we were glad to compound by tasting some of her homemade wines. While we were there, the son and heir apparent came home, a good-looking young fellow, and something of a rustic beau. He took us over the premises, and showed us the whole establishment. An air of homely but substantial plenty prevailed throughout. Everything was of the best materials, and in the best condition. Nothing was out of place or ill-made, and you saw everywhere the signs of a man that took care to have the worth of his money, and that paid as he went. The farmyard was well stocked. Under a shed was a taxed cart, in trim order, in which Ready Money Jack took his wife about the country. His well-fed horse neighed from the stable, and when led out into the yard, to use the words of young Jack, he shone like a bottle. For he said the old man made it a rule that everything about him should fare as well as he did himself. I was pleased to see the pride which the young fellow seemed to have of his father. He gave us several particulars concerning his habits, which were pretty much to the effect of those I have already mentioned. He had never suffered an account to stand in his life, always providing the money before he purchased anything, and, if possible, paying in gold and silver. He had a great dislike to paper money, and seldom went without a considerable sum in gold about him. On my observing that it was a wonder he had never been waylaid and robbed, the young fellow smiled at the idea of anyone venturing upon such an exploit, for I believe he thinks the old man would be a match for Robin Hood and all his gang. I have noticed that Master Simon seldom goes into any house without having a world of private talk with some one or other of the family, being a kind of universal counselor and confidant. We had not been long at the farm, before the old dame got him into a corner of her parlor, where they had a long, whispering conference together, in which I saw, by his shrugs, that there were some dubious matters discussed, and by his nods that he agreed with everything she said. After we had come out, the young man accompanied us a little distance, and then, drawing Master Simon aside into a green lane, they walked and talked together for nearly half an hour. Master Simon, who has the usual propensity of confidants to blab everything to the next friend they meet with, let me know that there was a love affair in question, the young fellow having been smitten with the charms of Phoebe Wilkins, the pretty niece of the housekeeper at the hall. Like most other love concerns, it had brought its troubles and perplexities. Dame Tibbets had long been on intimate, gossiping terms with the housekeeper, who often visited the farmhouse. But when the neighbors spoke to her of the likelihood of a match between her son and Phoebe Wilkins, "Mary, come up!" she scouted the very idea. The girl had acted as lady's maid, and it was beneath the blood of the Tibbets, who had lived on their own land's time out of mind, and owed reverence and thanks to nobody, to have the heir-apparent Mary a servant. These vaporings had faithfully been carried to the housekeeper's ear, by one of their mutual go-between friends. The old housekeeper's blood, if not as ancient, was as quick as that of Dame Tibbets. She had been accustomed to carry a high head at the hall and among the villagers, and her faded brocade rustled with indignation at the slight cast upon her alliance by the wife of a petty farmer. She maintained that her niece had been a companion rather than a waiting-maid to the young ladies. Thank heavens, she was not obliged to work for her living, and was as idle as any young lady in the land, and when somebody died would receive something that would be worth the notice of some folks, with all their ready money. A bitter feud had thus taken place between the two worthy dames, and the young people were forbidden to think of one another. As to young Jack, he was too much in love to reason upon the matter, and being a little heady, and not standing in much awe of his mother, was ready to sacrifice the whole dignity of the Tibbets to his passion. He had lately, however, had a violent quarrel with his mistress, in consequence of some coquetry on her part, and at present stood aloof. The politic mother was exerting all her ingenuity to widen the accidental breach. But, as is most commonly the case, the more she meddled with this perverse inclination of the son, the stronger it grew. In the meantime, old Ready Money was kept completely in the dark. Both parties were in awe and uncertainty as to what might be his way of taking the matter, and dreaded to awaken the sleeping lion. Between father and son, therefore, the worthy Mrs. Tibbets was full of business, and at her wits' end. It is true there was no great danger of honest Ready Money's finding the thing out, if left to himself, for he was of a most unsuspicious temper, and by no means quick of apprehension. But there was daily risk of his attention being aroused by the cobwebs which his indefatigable wife was continually spinning about his nose. Such is the distracted state of politics in the domestic empire of Ready Money Jack, which only shows the intrigues and internal dangers to which the best regulated governments are liable. In this perplexed situation of their affairs, both mother and son have applied to Master Simon for counsel, and with all his experience in meddling with other people's concerns, he finds it an exceedingly difficult part to play, to agree with both parties, seeing that their opinions and wishes are so diametrically opposite. Horsemanship. I have made casual mention, more than once, of one of the squire's antiquated retainers, old Christy, the huntsman. I find that his crabbed humor is a source of much entertainment among the young men of the family. The Oxonian, particularly, takes a mischievous pleasure now and then in slyly rubbing the old man against the grain, and then smoothing him down again. For the old fellow is as ready to bristle up his back as a porcupine. He rides a venerable hunter called Pepper, which is a counterpart of himself, a heady cross-grained animal, that frets the flesh off its bones, bites, kicks, and plays all manner of villainous tricks. He is as tough and nearly as old as his rider, who has ridden him time out of mind, and is, indeed, the only one that can do anything with him. Sometimes, however, they have a complete quarrel, and a dispute for mastery, and then, I am told, it is as good as a farce to see the heat they both get into, and the wrong-headed contest that ensues. For they are quite knowing in each other's ways, and in the art of teasing and fretting each other. Notwithstanding these doughty brawls, however, there is nothing that nettles old Christy sooner than to question the merits of the horse, which he upholds as tenaciously as a faithful husband will vindicate the virtues of the termagant spouse, that gives him a curtain lecture every night of his life. The young men call old Christy their professor of equitation, and in accounting for the appellation, they let me into some particulars of the squire's mode of bringing up his children. There is an odd mixture of eccentricity and good sense in all the opinions of my worthy host. His mind is like modern Gothic, where plain brickwork is set off with pointed arches and quaint tracery. Though the main groundwork of his opinions is correct, yet he has 1,000 little notions, picked up from old books, which stand out whimsically on the surface of his mind. Thus, in educating his boys, he chose Peacham, Markham, and such like old English writers, for his manuals. At an early age he took the lads out of their mother's hands, who was disposed, as mothers are apt to be, to make fine, orderly children of them, that should keep out of sun and rain and never soil their hands, nor tear their clothes. In place of this, the squire turned them loose to run free and wild about the park, without heeding wind or weather. He was, also, particularly attentive in making them bold and expert horsemen, and these were the days when old Christy, the huntsman, enjoyed great importance, as the lads were put under his care to practice them at the leaping bars, and to keep an eye upon them in the chase. The squire always objected to their riding in carriages of any kind, and is still a little tenacious on this point. He often rails against the universal use of carriages, and quotes the words of honest Nash to that effect. It was thought, says Nash in his Quaternio, a kind of solecism and to savor of effeminacy, for a young gentleman in the flourishing time of his age to creep into a coach, and to shroud himself from wind and weather. Our great delight was to outbrave the blustering Boreas upon a great horse. To arm and prepare ourselves to go with Mars and Bellona into the field was our sport and pastime. Coaches and caroches we left unto them, for whom they were first invented, for ladies and gentlemen, and decrepit age and impotent people. The squire insists that the English gentlemen have lost much of their hardiness and manhood since the introduction of carriages. Compare, he will say, the fine gentlemen of former times, ever on horseback, booted and spurred, and travel-stained, but open, frank, manly, and chivalrous, with the fine gentleman of the present day, full of affectation and effeminacy, rolling along a turnpike in his voluptuous vehicle. The young men of those days were rendered brave, and lofty, and generous in their notions, by almost living in their saddles, and having their foaming steeds like proud seas under them. There is something, he adds, in bestriding a fine horse that makes a man feel more than mortal. He seems to have doubled his nature, and to have added to his own courage and sagacity the power, the speed, and stateliness of the superb animal on which he is mounted. It is a great delight, says old Nash, to see a young gentleman with his skill and cunning, by his voice, rod, and spur, better to manage and to command the great Bucephalus than the strongest Milo with all his strength. One while to see him make him tread, trot, and gallop the ring, and one after to see him make him gather up roundly, to bear his head steadily, to run a full career swiftly, to stop a sudden lightly, anon after to see him make him advance, to yerk, to go back, and, sidelong, to turn on either hand, to gallop the gallop galliard, to do the capriole, the chambetta, and dance the curvety. In conformity to these ideas, the squire had them all on horseback at an early age, and made them ride, slapdash, about the country, without flinching at hedge or ditch or stone wall, to the imminent danger of their necks. Even the fair Julia was partially included in this system, and, under the instructions of old Christie, has become one of the best horsewomen in the country. The squire says it is better than all the cosmetics and sweeteners of the breath that ever were invented. He extols the horsemanship of the ladies in former times, when Queen Elizabeth would scarcely suffer the rain to stop her accustomed ride. And then think, he will say, what nobler and sweeter beings it made them, what a difference must there be, both in mind and body, between a joyous, high-spirited dame of those days, glowing with health and exercise, freshened by every breeze that blows, seated loftily and gracefully on her saddle, with plume on head and hawk on hand, and her descendant of the present day, the pale victim of routs and ballrooms, sunk languidly in one corner of an enervating carriage. The squire's equestrian system has been attended with great success, for his sons, having passed through the whole course of instruction without breaking neck or limb, are now healthful, spirited, and active, and have the true Englishman's love for a horse. If their manliness and frankness are praised in their father's hearing, he quotes the old Persian maxim, and says, they have been taught to ride, to shoot, and to speak the truth. It is true, the Oxonian has now and then practiced the old gentleman's doctrines a little in the extreme. He is a gay youngster, rather fonder of his horse than his book, with a little dash of the dandy, though the ladies all declare that he is the flower of the flock. The first year that he was sent to Oxford, he had a tutor appointed to overlook him, a dry chip of the university. When he returned home in the vacation, the squire made many inquiries about how he liked his college, his studies, and his tutor. "Oh, as to my tutor, sir, I've parted with him some time since." "You have? And pray why so?" "Oh, sir, hunting was all the go at our college, and I was a little short of funds. So I discharged my tutor and took a horse, you know." "Ah, I was not aware of that, Tom," said the squire mildly. When Tom returned to college, his allowance was doubled, that he might be enabled to keep both horse and tutor. Love symptoms. I should not be surprised if we should have another pair of turtles at the Hall, for Master Simon has informed me, in great confidence, that he suspects the general of some design upon the susceptible heart of Lady Lillycraft. I have, indeed, noticed a growing attention and courtesy in the veteran towards her ladyship. He softens very much in her company, sits by her at table, and entertains her with long stories about Seringapatam, and pleasant anecdotes of the Mulligatawny Club. I have even seen him present her with a full-blown rose from the hothouse, in a style of the most captivating gallantry, and it was accepted with great suavity and graciousness, for her ladyship delights in receiving the homage and attention of the sex. Indeed, the general was one of the earliest admirers that dangled in her train during her short reign of beauty, and they flirted together for half a season in London, some 30 or 40 years since. She reminded him lately, in the course of a conversation about former days, of the time when he used to ride a white horse, and to canter so gallantly by the side of her carriage in Hyde Park. Whereupon I have remarked that the veteran has regularly escorted her since, when she rides out on horseback, and, I suspect, he almost persuades himself that he makes as captivating an appearance as in his youthful days. It would be an interesting and memorable circumstance in the chronicles of Cupid, if this spark of the tender passion, after lying dormant for such a length of time, should again be fanned into a flame, from amidst the ashes of two burnt-out hearts. It would be an instance of perdurable fidelity, worthy of being placed beside those recorded in one of the squire's favorite tomes, commemorating the constancy of the olden times, in which times, we are told, men and women cooed love to guiders 7 years, and no liquor's lusts were between them, and then was love, trouth, and faithfulness, and lo, in like wise was used love in King Arthur's days. Still, however, this may be nothing but a little venerable flirtation, the general being a veteran dangler, and the good lady habituated to these kind of attentions. Master Simon, on the other hand, thinks the general is looking about him with the wary eye of an old campaigner, and, now that he is on the wane, is desirous of getting into warm winter quarters. Much allowance, however, must be made for Master Simon's uneasiness on the subject, for he looks on Lady Lillycraft's house as one of his strongholds, where he is lord of the ascendant, and, with all his admiration of the general, I much doubt whether he would like to see him lord of the lady and the establishment. There are certain other symptoms, notwithstanding, that give an air of probability to Master Simon's intimations. Thus, for instance, I have observed that the general has been very assiduous in his attentions to her ladyship's dogs, and has several times exposed his fingers to imminent jeopardy, in attempting to pat Beauty on the head. It is to be hoped his advances to the mistress will be more favorably received, as all his overtures towards a caress are greeted by the pestilent little cur with a wary kindling of the eye, and a most venomous growl. He has, moreover, been very complaisant towards my lady's gentlewoman, the immaculate Mrs. Hannah, whom he used to speak of in a way that I do not choose to mention. Whether she has the same suspicions with Master Simon or not, I cannot say, but she receives his civilities with no better grace than the implacable Beauty, unscrewing her mouth into a most acid smile, and looking as though she could bite a piece out of him. In short, the poor general seems to have as formidable foes to contend with as a hero of ancient fairy tale, who had to fight his way to his enchanted princess through ferocious monsters of every kind, and to encounter the brimstone terrors of some fiery dragon. There is still another circumstance, which inclines me to give very considerable credit to Master Simon's suspicions. Lady Lillycraft is very fond of quoting poetry, and the conversation often turns upon it, on which occasions the general is thrown completely out. It happened the other day that Spenser's Faery Queen was the theme for the greater part of the morning, and the poor general sat perfectly silent. I found him not long after in the library, with spectacles on nose, a book in his hand, and fast asleep. On my approach, he awoke, slipped the spectacles into his pocket, and began to read very attentively. After a little while he put a paper in the place, and laid the volume aside, which I perceived was the Faery Queen. I have had the curiosity to watch how he got on in his poetical studies, but though I have repeatedly seen him with the book in his hand, yet I find the paper has not advanced above 3 or 4 pages, the general being extremely apt to fall asleep when he reads. Falconry. There are several grand sources of lamentation furnished to the worthy squire, by the improvement of society and the grievous advancement of knowledge, among which there is none, I believe, that causes him more frequent regret than the unfortunate invention of gunpowder. To this he continually traces the decay of some favorite custom, and, indeed, the general downfall of all chivalrous and romantic usages. English soldiers, he says, have never been the men they were in the days of the crossbow and the longbow, when they depended upon the strength of the arm, and the English archer could draw a cloth-yard shaft to the head. These were the times when, at the battles of Crécy, Poitiers, and Agincourt, the French chivalry was completely destroyed by the bowmen of England. The yeomanry, too, have never been what they were, when, in times of peace, they were constantly exercised with the bow, and archery was a favorite holiday pastime. Among the other evils which have followed in the train of this fatal invention of gunpowder, the squire classes the total decline of the noble art of falconry. Shooting, he says, is a skulking, treacherous, solitary sport in comparison, but hawking was a gallant, open, sunshiny recreation. It was the generous sport of hunting carried into the skies. It was, moreover, he says, according to Braithwaite, the stately amusement of high and mounting spirits, for as the old Welsh proverb affirms in those tunes, you might know a gentleman by his hawk, horse, and greyhound. Indeed, a cavalier was seldom seen abroad without his hawk on his fist, and even a lady of rank did not think herself completely equipped in riding forth, unless she had a tassel gentle held by jesses on her delicate hand. It was thought in those excellent days, according to an old writer, quite sufficient for noblemen to wind their horn, and to carry their hawk fair, and leave study and learning to the children of mean people. Knowing the good squire's hobby, therefore, I have not been surprised at finding that, among the various recreations of former times which he has endeavored to revive in the little world in which he rules, he has bestowed great attention on the noble art of falconry. In this he, of course, has been seconded by his indefatigable coadjutor, Master Simon, and even the parson has thrown considerable light on their labors by various hints on the subject, which he has met with in old English works. As to the precious work of that famous dame, Juliana Barnes, The Gentleman's Academy by Markham, and the other well-known treatises that were the manuals of ancient sportsmen, they have them at their fingers' ends. But they have more especially studied some old tapestry in the house, whereon is represented a party of cavaliers and stately dames, with doublets, caps, and flaunting feathers, mounted on horse, with attendants on foot, all in animated pursuit of the game. The squire has discountenanced the killing of any hawks in his neighborhood, but gives a liberal bounty for all that are brought him alive, so that the hall is well stocked with all kinds of birds of prey. On these he and Master Simon have exhausted their patience and ingenuity, endeavoring to reclaim them, as it is termed, and to train them up for the sport, but they have met with continual checks and disappointments. Their feathered school has turned out the most untractable and graceless scholars, nor is it the least of their trouble to drill the retainers who were to act as ushers under them, and to take immediate charge of these refractory birds. Old Christie and the gamekeeper both, for a time, set their faces against the whole plan of education. Christie having been nettled at hearing what he terms a wild goose chase put on a par with a fox hunt, and the gamekeeper having always been accustomed to look upon hawks as errant poachers, which it was his duty to shoot down and nail in terrorem against the outhouses. Christie has at length taken the matter in hand, but has done still more mischief by his intermeddling. He is as positive and wrong-headed about this as he is about hunting. Master Simon has continual disputes with him as to feeding and training the hawks. He reads to him long passages from the old authors I have mentioned. But Christie, who cannot read, has a sovereign contempt for all book knowledge, and persists in treating the hawks according to his own notions, which are drawn from his experience in younger days in the rearing of gamecocks. The consequence is that, between these jarring systems, the poor birds have had a most trying and unhappy time of it. Many have fallen victims to Christie's feeding and Master Simon's physicking, for the latter has gone to work secundum artem, and has given them all the vomitings and scourings laid down in the books. Never were poor hawks so fed and physicked before. Others have been lost by being but half reclaimed, or tamed. For on being taken into the field, they have raked after the game quite out of hearing of the call, and never returned to school. All these disappointments had been petty, yet sore grievances to the squire, and had made him to despond about success. He has lately, however, been made happy by the receipt of a fine Welsh falcon, which Master Simon terms a stately high-flyer. It is a present from the squire's friend, Sir Watkin Williams Wynne, and is, no doubt, a descendant of some ancient line of Welsh princes of the air, that have long lorded it over their kingdom of clouds, from Winstay to the very summit of Snowdon, or the brow of Penmanmore. Ever since the squire received this invaluable present, he has been as impatient to sally forth and make proof of it, as was Don Quixote to essay his suit of armor. There have been some demurs as to whether the bird was in proper health and training, but these have been overruled by the vehement desire to play with a new toy, and it has been determined, right or wrong, in season or out of season, to have a day's sport in hawking tomorrow. The hall, as usual, whenever the squire is about to make some new sally on his hobby, is all agog with the thing. Miss Templeton, who is brought up in reverence for all her guardian's humors, has proposed to be of the party, and Lady Lillycraft has talked also of riding out to the scene of action and looking on. This has gratified the old gentleman extremely. He hails it as an auspicious omen of the revival of falconry, and does not despair but the time will come when it will be again the pride of a fine lady to carry about a noble falcon, in preference to a parrot or a lapdog. I have amused myself with the bustling preparations of that busy spirit, Master Simon, and the continual thwartings he receives from that genuine son of a pepper-box, old Christie. They have had half a dozen consultations about how the hawk is to be prepared for the morning's sport. Old Nimrod, as usual, has always gotten a pet, upon which Master Simon has invariably given up the point, observing in a good-humored tone, "Well, well, have it your own way, Christie, only don't put yourself in a passion." A reply which always nettles the old man 10 times more than ever. Hawking. The soaring hawk, from fist that flies, her falconer doth constrain, sometimes to range the ground about, to find her out again, and if by sight or sound of bell, his falcon he may see, "Whoa!" he cries with cheerful voice, the gladdest man is he. Handful of pleasant delights. At an early hour this morning, the hall was in a bustle preparing for the sport of the day. I heard Master Simon whistling and singing under my window at sunrise, as he was preparing the jesses for the hawk's legs, and could distinguish now and then a stanza of one of his favorite old ditties. In peascod time, when hound to horn gives note that buck be killed, and little boy with pipe of corn is tending sheep a field, and see, a hearty breakfast, well flanked by cold meats, was served up in the great hall. The whole garrison of retainers and hangers-on were in motion, reinforced by volunteer idlers from the village. The horses were led up and down before the door. Everybody had something to say and something to do and hurried hither and thither. There was a direful yelping of dogs, some that were to accompany us being eager to set off, and others that were to stay at home being whipped back to their kennels. In short, for once, the good squire's mansion might have been taken as a good specimen of one of the rantipole establishments of the good old feudal times. Breakfast being finished, the chivalry of the hall prepared to take the field. The fair Julia was of the party, in a hunting dress, with a light plume of feathers in her riding hat. As she mounted her favorite galloway, I remarked, with pleasure, that old Christie forgot his usual crustiness, and hastened to adjust her saddle and bridle. He touched his cap as she smiled on him and thanked him, and then, looking round at the other attendants, gave a knowing nod of his head, in which I read pride and exultation at the charming appearance of his pupil. Lady Lillycraft had likewise determined to witness the sport. She was dressed in her broad white beaver, tied under the chin, and a riding habit of the last century. She rode her sleek, ambling pony, whose motion was as easy as a rocking-chair, and was gallantly escorted by the general, who looked not unlike one of the doughty heroes in the old prince of the Battle of Blenheim. The parson, likewise, accompanied her on the other side, for this was a learned amusement in which he took great interest, and indeed had given much counsel from his knowledge of old customs. At length everything was arranged, and off we set from the hall. The exercise on horseback puts one in fine spirits, and the scene was gay and animating. The young men of the family accompanied Miss Templeton. She sat lightly and gracefully in her saddle, her plumes dancing and waving in the air, and the group had a charming effect, as they appeared and disappeared among the trees, cantering along with the bounding animation of youth. The squire and Master Simon rode together, accompanied by old Christie, mounted on Pepper. The latter bore the hawk on his fist, as he insisted the bird was most accustomed to him. There was a rabble-rout on foot, composed of retainers from the hall, and some idlers from the village with 2 or 3 spaniels, for the purpose of starting the game. A kind of corps de reserve came on quietly in the rear, composed of Lady Lillycraft, General Harbottle, the parson, and a fat footman. Her ladyship ambled gently along on her pony, while the general, mounted on a tall hunter, looked down upon her with an air of the most protecting gallantry. For my part, being no sportsman, I kept with this last party, or rather lagged behind, that I might take in the whole picture, and the parson occasionally slackened his pace and jogged on in company with me. The sport led us at some distance from the hall, in a soft meadow, reeking with the moist verdure of spring. A little river ran through it, bordered by willows, which had put forth their tender early foliage. The sportsmen were in quest of herons, which were said to keep about this stream. There was some disputing already among the leaders of the sport. The squire, Master Simon, and old Christie came every now and then to a pause, to consult together, like the field officers in an army. And I saw, by certain motions of the head, that Christie was as positive as any old wrong-headed German commander. As we were prancing up this quiet meadow, Every sound we made was answered by a distinct echo from the sunny wall of an old building that lay on the opposite margin of the stream, and I paused to listen to this spirit of a sound, which seems to love such quiet and beautiful places. The parson informed me that this was the ruin of an ancient grange, and was supposed by the country people to be haunted by a Dobby, a kind of rural sprite, something like Robin Goodfellow. They often fancied the echo to be the voice of the Dobby answering them, and were rather shy of disturbing it after dark. He added that the squire was very careful of this ruin, on account of the superstition connected with it. As I considered this local habitation of an airy nothing, I called to mind the fine description of an echo in Webster's Duchess of Malfry. Yon side o' a river lies a wall, piece of a cloister, which, in my opinion, gives the best echo that you ever heard, so plain in the distinction of our words, that many have supposed it a spirit, that answers. The parson went on to comment on a pleasing and fanciful appellation which the Jews of old gave to the echo, which they called Bath-Cool, that is to say, the daughter of the voice. They considered it an oracle, supplying in the second temple the want of the Urim and Thummim, with which the first was honored. The little man was just entering very largely and learnedly upon the subject, when we were startled by a prodigious bawling, shouting, and yelping. A flight of crows, alarmed by the approach of our forces, had suddenly risen from a meadow. A cry was put up by the rabble-rout on foot. "Now, Christie! Now is your time, Christie!" The squire and Master Simon, who were beating up the river banks in quest of a heron, called out eagerly to Christie to keep quiet. The old man, vexed and bewildered by the confusion of voices, completely lost his head. In his flurry he slipped off the hood, cast off the falcon, and away flew the crows and away soared the hawk. I had paused on a rising ground, close to Lady Lillycraft and her escort, from whence I had a good view of the sport. I was pleased with the appearance of the party in the meadow, riding along in the direction that the bird flew. Their bright beaming faces turned up to the bright skies as they watched the game. The attendants on foot scampering along, looking up and calling out, and the dogs bounding and yelping with clamorous sympathy. The hawk had singled out a quarry from among the carrion crew. It was curious to see the efforts of the two birds to get above each other, one to make the fatal swoop, the other to avoid it. Now they crossed athwart a bright feathery cloud, and now they were against the clear blue sky. I confess, being no sportsman, I was more interested for the poor bird that was striving for its life, than for the hawk that was playing the part of a mercenary soldier. At length the hawk got the upper hand, and made a rushing stoop at her quarry, but the latter made a sudden surge downwards, and slanting up again, evaded the blow, screaming and making the best of his way for a dry tree on the brow of a neighboring hill, while the hawk, disappointed of her blow, soared up again into the air, and appeared to be raking off. It was in vain old Christie called and whistled and endeavored to lure her down. She paid no regard to him, and, indeed, his calls were drowned in the shouts and yelps of the army of militia that had followed him into the field. Just then an exclamation from Lady Lillycraft made me turn my head. I beheld a complete confusion among the sportsmen in the little vale below us. They were galloping and running towards the edge of a bank, and I was shocked to see Miss Templeton's horse galloping at large without his rider. I rode to the place to which the others were hurrying, and when I reached the bank, which almost overhung the stream, I saw at the foot of it the fair Julia, pale, bleeding, and apparently lifeless, supported in the arms of her frantic lover. In galloping heedlessly along, with her eyes turned upward, she had unwarily approached too near the bank. It had given way with her, and she and her horse had been precipitated to the pebbled margin of the river. I never saw greater consternation. The captain was distracted, Lady Lillycraft fainting, the squire in dismay, and Master Simon at his wit's end. The beautiful creature at length showed signs of returning life. She opened her eyes, looked around her upon the anxious group, and comprehending in a moment the nature of the scene, gave a sweet smile, and putting her hand in her lover's, exclaimed, feebly, "I am not much hurt, Guy." I could have taken her to my heart for that single exclamation. It was found, indeed, that she had escaped almost miraculously, with a contusion on the head, a sprained ankle, and some slight bruises. After her wound was stanched, she was taken to a neighboring cottage, until a carriage could be summoned to convey her home, and when this had arrived, the cavalcade which had issued forth so gaily on this enterprise returned slowly and pensively to the hall. I had been charmed by the generous spirit shown by this young creature, who, amidst pain and danger, had been anxious only to relieve the distress of those around her. I was gratified, therefore, by the universal concern displayed by the domestics on our return. They came crowding down the avenue, each eager to render assistance. The butler stood ready with some curiously delicate cordial. The old housekeeper was provided with half a dozen nostrums, prepared by her own hands, according to the family receipt book, while her niece, the melting Phoebe, having no other way of assisting, stood wringing her hands and weeping aloud. The most material effect that is likely to follow this accident is a postponement of the nuptials, which were close at hand. Though I commiserate the impatience of the captain on that account, yet I shall not otherwise be sorry at the delay, as it will give me a better opportunity of studying the characters here assembled, with which I grow more and more entertained. I cannot but perceive that the worthy squire is quite disconcerted at the unlucky result of his hawking experiment, and this unfortunate illustration of his eulogy on female equitation. Old Christy, too, is very waspish, having been sorely twit by Master Simon for having let his hawk fly at carrion. As to the falcon, in the confusion occasioned by the fair Julia's disaster, the bird was totally forgotten. I make no doubt she has made the best of her way back to the hospitable hall of Sir Watkin Williams Wynne, and may very possibly, at this present writing, be pluming her wings among the breezy bowers of Wednesday. St. Mark's Eve. The conversation this evening at the supper table took a curious turn, on the subject of a superstition, formerly very prevalent in this part of the country, relative to the present night of the year, which is the eve of St. Mark's. It was believed, the parson informed us, that if anyone would watch in the church porch on this eve, for 3 successive years, from 11 to 1 o'clock at night, he would see, on the 3rd year, the shades of those of the parish who were to die in the course of the year, pass by him into church, clad in their usual apparel. Dismal as such a sight would be, he assured us that it was formerly a frequent thing for persons to make the necessary vigils. He had known more than one instance in his time. One old woman, who pretended to have seen this phantom procession, was an object of great awe for the whole year afterwards, and caused much uneasiness and mischief. If she shook her head mysteriously at a person, it was like a death warrant, and she had nearly caused the death of a sick person by looking ruefully in at the window. There was also an old man, not many years since, of a sullen, melancholy temperament, who had kept 2 vigils, and began to excite some talk in the village, when, fortunately for the public comfort, he died shortly after his 3rd watching, very probably from a cold that he had taken, as the night was tempestuous. It was reported about the village, however, that he had seen his own phantom pass by him into the church. This led to the mention of another superstition of an equally strange and melancholy kind, which, however, is chiefly confined to Wales. It is respecting what are called corpse candles, little wandering fires of a pale bluish light, that move about like tapers in the open air, and are supposed to designate the way some corpse is to go. One was seen at Lanelor late at night, hovering up and down, along the bank of the Istwith, and was watched by the neighbors until they were tired and went to bed. Not long afterwards there came a comely country lass, from Montgomeryshire, to see her friends, who dwelt on the opposite side of the river. She thought to ford the stream at the very place where the light had been first seen, but was dissuaded on account of the height of the flood. She walked to and fro along the bank, just where the candle had moved, waiting for the subsiding of the water. She at length endeavored to cross, but the poor girl was drowned in the attempt. There was something mournful in this little anecdote of rural superstition that seemed to affect all the listeners. Indeed, it is curious to remark how completely a conversation of the kind will absorb the attention of a circle, and sober down its gaiety, however boisterous. By degrees I noticed that everyone was leaning forward over the table, with eyes earnestly fixed upon the parson, and at the mention of corpse candles which had been seen about the chamber of a young lady who died on the eve of her wedding day, Lady Lillycraft turned pale. I have witnessed the introduction of stories of the kind into various evening circles. They were often commenced in jest and listened to with smiles, but I never knew the most gay or the most enlightened of audiences that were not, if the conversation continued for any length of time, completely and solemnly interested in it. There is, I believe, a degree of superstition lurking in every mind, and I doubt if anyone can thoroughly examine all his secret notions and impulses without detecting it, hidden, perhaps, even from himself. It seems, in fact, to be a part of our nature, like instinct in animals acting independently of our reason. It is often found existing in lofty natures, especially those that are poetical and aspiring. A great and extraordinary poet of our day, whose life and writings evince a mind subject to powerful exaltations, is said to believe in omens and secret intimations. Caesar, it is well known, was greatly under the influence of such belief, and Napoleon had his good and evil days and his presiding star. As to the worthy parson, I have no doubt that he is strongly inclined to superstition. He is naturally credulous, and passes so much of his time searching out popular traditions and supernatural tales, that his mind has probably become infected by them. He has lately been immersed in the demonolatria of Nicholas Remigius, concerning supernatural occurrences in Lorraine, and the writings of Joachimus Camerius, called by Vossius the Phoenix of Germany, and he entertains the ladies with stories from them that make them almost afraid to go to bed at night. I have been charmed myself with some of the wild little superstitions which he has adduced from Blefkenius, Scheffer, and others, such as those of the Laplanders about the domestic spirits which wake them at night, and summon them to go and fish; of Thor, the deity of thunder, who has power of life and death, health and sickness, and who, armed with the rainbow, shoots his arrows at those evil demons that live on the tops of rocks and mountains, and infest the lakes; of the Jubals, or Jollifoket, vagrant troops of spirits, which roam the air, and wander up and down by forests and mountains, and the moonlight sides of hills. The parson never openly professes his belief in ghosts, but I have remarked that he has a suspicious way of pressing great names into the defense of supernatural doctrines, and making philosophers and saints fight for him. He expatiates at large on the opinions of the ancient philosophers about larves, or nocturnal phantoms, the spirits of the wicked, which wandered like exiles about the earth, and about those spiritual beings which abode in the air, but descended occasionally to earth, and mingled among mortals, acting as agents between them and the gods. He quotes also from Philo the rabbi, the contemporary of the apostles, and, according to some, the friend of St. Paul, who says that the air is full of spirits of different ranks, some destined to exist for a time in mortal bodies, from which being emancipated, they pass and repass between heaven and earth, as agents or messengers in the service of the deity. But the worthy little man assumes a bolder tone, when he quotes from the fathers of the church, such as St. Jerome, who gives it as the opinion of all the doctors, that the air is filled with powers opposed to each other, and Lactantius, who says that corrupt and dangerous spirits wander over the earth, and seek to console themselves for their own fall by effecting the ruin of the human race, and Clemens Alexandrinus, who is of opinion that the souls of the blessed have knowledge of what passes among men the same as angels have. I am now alone in my chamber, but these themes have taken such hold of my imagination that I cannot sleep. The room in which I sit is just fitted to foster such a state of mind. The walls are hung with tapestry, the figures of which are faded, and look like unsubstantial shapes melting away from sight. Over the fireplace is the portrait of a lady, who, according to the housekeeper's tradition, pined to death for the loss of her lover in the Battle of Blenheim. She has a most pale and plaintive countenance, and seems to fix her eyes mournfully upon me. The family have long since retired. I have heard their steps die away, and the distant doors clap to after them. The murmur of voices, and the peal of remote laughter, no longer reach the ear. The clock from the church, in which so many of the former inhabitants of this house lie buried, has chimed the awful hour of midnight. I have sat by the window and mused upon the dusky landscape, watching the lights disappearing, one by one, from the distant village, and the moon rising in her silent majesty, and leading up all the silver pomp of heaven. As I have gazed upon these quiet groves and shadowy lawns, silvered over, and imperfectly lighted by streaks of dewy moonshine, my mind has been crowded by thick-coming fancies concerning those spiritual beings which walk the earth, unseen, both when we wake and when we sleep. Are there, indeed, such beings? Is this space between us and the deity filled up by innumerable orders of spiritual beings, forming the same gradations between the human soul and divine perfection, that we see prevailing from humanity downwards to the meanest insect? It is a sublime and beautiful doctrine, inculcated by the early fathers, that there are guardian angels appointed to watch over cities and nations, to take care of the welfare of good men, and to guard and guide the steps of helpless infancy. Nothing, says St. Jerome, gives up a greater idea of the dignity of our soul than that God has given each of us, at the moment of our birth, an angel to have care of it. Even the doctrine of departed spirits returning to visit the scenes and beings which were dear to them during the body's existence, though it has been debased by the absurd superstitions of the vulgar, in itself is awfully solemn and sublime. However lightly it may be ridiculed, yet the attention involuntarily yielded to it whenever it is made the subject of serious discussion. Its prevalence in all ages and countries, and even among newly discovered nations that have had no previous interchange of thought with other parts of the world, prove it to be one of those mysteries and almost instinctive beliefs to which, if left to ourselves, we should naturally incline. In spite of all the pride of reason and philosophy, a vague doubt will still lurk in the mind, and perhaps will never be perfectly eradicated, as it is concerning a matter that does not admit of positive demonstration. Everything connected with our spiritual nature is full of doubt and difficulty. We are fearfully and wonderfully made. We are surrounded by mysteries, and we are mysteries even to ourselves. Who yet has been able to comprehend and describe the nature of the soul, its connection with the body, or in what part of the frame it is situated? We know merely that it does exist, but whence it came and when it entered into us and how it is retained, and where it is seated, and how it operates are all matters of mere speculation and contradictory theories. If, then, we are thus ignorant of this spiritual essence, even while it forms a part of ourselves, and is continually present to our consciousness, how can we pretend to ascertain or to deny its powers and operations when released from its fleshy prison house? It is more the manner, therefore, in which this superstition has been degraded, than its intrinsic absurdity, that has brought it into contempt. Raise it above the frivolous purposes to which it has been applied, strip it of the gloom and horror with which it has been surrounded, and there is none of the whole circle of visionary creeds that could more delightfully elevate the imagination, or more tenderly affect the heart. It would become a sovereign comfort at the bed of death, soothing the bitter tear wrung from us by the agony of our mortal separation. What could be more consoling than the idea that the souls of those whom we once loved were permitted to return and watch over our welfare? That affectionate and guardian spirits sat by our pillows when we slept, keeping a vigil over our most helpless hours. That beauty and innocence which had languished into the tomb, yet smiled unseen around us, revealing themselves in those blessed dreams wherein we live over again the hours of past endearment. A belief of this kind would, I should think, be a new incentive to virtue, rendering us circumspect even in our most secret moments, from the idea that those we once loved and honored were invisible witnesses of all our actions. It would take away, too, from that loneliness and destitution which we are apt to feel more and more as we get on in our pilgrimage through the wilderness of this world, and find that those who set forward with us, lovingly and cheerily, on the journey, have, one by one, dropped away from our side. Place the superstition in this light, and I confess I should like to be a believer in it. I see nothing in it that is incompatible with the tender and merciful nature of our religion, nor revolting to the wishes and affections of the heart. There are departed beings that I have loved as I never again shall love in this world, that have loved me as I never again shall be loved. If such beings do ever retain in their blessed spheres the attachments which they felt on earth, if they take an interest in the poor concerns of transient mortality, and are permitted to hold communion with those whom they have loved on earth, I feel as if now, at this deep hour of night, in this silence and solitude, I could receive their visitation with the most solemn, but unalloyed delight. In truth, such visitations would be too happy for this world. They would be incompatible with the nature of this imperfect state of being. We are here placed in a mere scene of spiritual thraldom and restraint. Our souls are shut in and limited by bounds and barriers, shackled by mortal infirmities, and subject to all the gross impediments of matter. In vain would they seek to act independently of the body, and to mingle together in spiritual intercourse. They can only act here through their fleshy organs. Their earthly loves are made up of transient embraces and long separations. The most intimate friendship, of what brief and scattered portions of time does it consist? We take each other by the hand, and we exchange a few words and looks of kindness, and we rejoice together for a few short moments, and then days, months, years intervene, and we see and know nothing of each other. Or, granting that we dwell together for the full season of this our mortal life, the grave soon closes its gates between us, and then our spirits are doomed to remain in separation and widowhood, until they meet again in that more perfect state of being, where soul will dwell with soul in blissful communion, and there will be neither death nor absence, nor anything else to interrupt our felicity. In the foregoing paper, I have alluded to the writings of some of the old Jewish rabbis. They abound with wild theories, but among them are many truly poetical flights, and their ideas are often very beautifully expressed. Their speculations on the nature of angels are curious and fanciful, though much resembling the doctrines of the ancient philosophers. In the writings of the Rabbi Elazar is an account of the temptation of our first parents, and the fall of the angels, which the parson pointed out to me as having probably furnished some of the groundwork for Paradise Lost. According to Elazar, the ministering angels said to the deity, "What is there in man, that thou makest him of such importance? Is he anything else than vanity? For he can scarcely reason a little on terrestrial things." To which God replied, "Do you imagine that I will be exalted and glorified only by you here above? I am the same below that I am here. Who is there among you that can call all the creatures by their names?" There was none found among them that could do so. At that moment Adam arose, and called all the creatures by their names. Seeing which, the ministering angels said among themselves, "Let us consult together how we may cause Adam to sin against the Creator, otherwise he will not fail to become our master." Samuel, who was a great prince in the heavens, was present at this council, with the saints of the first order, and the seraphim of 6 bands. Samuel chose several out of the 12 orders to accompany him, and descended below, for the purpose of visiting all the creatures which God had created. He found none more cunning and more fit to do evil than the serpent. The rabbi then treats of the seduction and the fall of man, of the consequent fall of the demon, and the punishment which God inflicted on Adam, Eve, and the serpent. He made them all come before him, pronounced 9 maledictions on Adam and Eve, and condemned them to suffer death, and he precipitated Samuel and all his band from heaven. He cut off the feet of the serpent, which had before the figure of a camel, Samuel having been mounted on him, and he cursed him among all beasts and animals.
The farmhouse. I was so much pleased with the anecdotes which were told me of Ready Money Jack Tibbets that I got Master Simon, a day or 2 since, to take me to his house. It was an old-fashioned farmhouse built with brick, with curiously twisted chimneys. It stood at a little distance from the road, with a southern exposure, looking upon a soft green slope of meadow. There was a small garden in front, with a row of beehives humming among beds of sweet herbs and flowers. Well-scoured milking tubs, with bright copper hoops, hung on the garden paling. Fruit trees were trained up against the cottage, and pots of flowers stood in the windows. A fat, superannuated mastiff lay in the sunshine at the door, with a sleek cat sleeping peacefully across him. Mr. Tibbets was from home at the time of our calling, but we were received with hearty and homely welcome by his wife, a notable, motherly woman and a complete pattern for wives, since, according to Master Simon's account, she never contradicts honest Jack, and yet manages to have her own way and to control him in everything. She received us in the main room of the house, a kind of parlor and hall, with great brown beams of timber across it, which Mr. Tibbets is apt to point out with some exultation, observing that they don't put such timber in houses nowadays. The furniture was old-fashioned, strong, and highly polished. The walls were hung with colored prints of the story of the prodigal son, who was represented in a red coat and leather breeches. Over the fireplace was a blunderbuss and a hard-favored likeness of Ready Money Jack, taken when he was a young man, by the same artist that painted the tavern sign, his mother having taken a notion that the Tibbets had as much right to have a gallery of family portraits as the folks at the hall. The good dame pressed us very much to take some refreshment, and tempted us with a variety of household dainties, so that we were glad to compound by tasting some of her homemade wines. While we were there, the son and heir apparent came home, a good-looking young fellow, and something of a rustic beau. He took us over the premises, and showed us the whole establishment. An air of homely but substantial plenty prevailed throughout. Everything was of the best materials and in the best condition. Nothing was out of place or ill-made, and you saw everywhere the signs of a man that took care to have the worth of his money, and that paid as he went. The farmyard was well stocked. Under a shed was a taxed cart, in trim order, in which Ready Money Jack took his wife about the country. His well-fed horse neighed from the stable, and when let out into the yard, to use the words of young Jack, he shone like a bottle, for he said the old man made it a rule that everything about him should fare as well as he did himself. I was pleased to see the pride which the young fellow seemed to have of his father. He gave us several particulars concerning his habits, which were pretty much to the effect of those I have already mentioned. He had never suffered an account to stand in his life, always providing the money before he purchased anything, and, if possible, paying in gold and silver. He had a great dislike to paper money, and seldom went without a considerable sum in gold about him. On my observing that it was a wonder he had never been waylaid and robbed, the young fellow smiled at the idea of anyone venturing upon such an exploit, for I believe he thinks the old man would be a match for Robin Hood and all his gang. I have noticed that Master Simon seldom goes into any house without having a world of private talk with some one or other of the family, being a kind of universal counselor and confidant. We had not been long at the farm before the old dame got him into a corner of her parlor, where they had a long, whispering conference together, in which I saw, by his shrugs, that there were some dubious matters discussed, and by his nods that he agreed with everything she said. After we had come out, the young man accompanied us a little distance, and then, drawing Master Simon aside into a green lane, they walked and talked together for nearly half an hour. Master Simon, who has the usual propensity of confidants to blab everything to the next friend they meet with, let me know that there was a love affair in question, the young fellow having been smitten with the charms of Phoebe Wilkins, the pretty niece of the housekeeper at the Hall. Like most other love concerns, it had brought its troubles and perplexities. Dame Tibbets had long been on intimate, gossiping terms with the housekeeper, who often visited the farmhouse, but when the neighbors spoke to her of the likelihood of a match between her son and Phoebe Wilkins, Mary come up, she scouted the very idea. The girl had acted as lady's maid, and it was beneath the blood of the Tibbets, who had lived on their own lands time out of mind, and owed reverence and thanks to nobody, to have the heir apparent marry a servant. These vaporings had faithfully been carried to the housekeeper's ear by one of their mutual go-between friends. The old housekeeper's blood, if not as ancient, was as quick as that of Dame Tibbets. She had been accustomed to carry a high head at the Hall and among the villagers, and her faded brocade rustled with indignation at the slight cast upon her alliance by the wife of a petty farmer. She maintained that her niece had been a companion rather than a waiting-maid to the young ladies. Thank heavens, she was not obliged to work for her living, and was as idle as any young lady in the land, and when somebody died, would receive something that would be worth the notice of some folks, with all their ready money. A bitter feud had thus taken place between the two worthy dames, and the young people were forbidden to think of one another. As to young Jack, he was too much in love to reason upon the matter, and being a little heady, and not standing in much awe of his mother, was ready to sacrifice the whole dignity of the Tibbets to his passion. He had lately, however, had a violent quarrel with his mistress, in consequence of some coquetry on her part, and at present stood aloof. The politic mother was exerting all her ingenuity to widen the accidental breach, but, as is most commonly the case, the more she meddled with this perverse inclination of the son, the stronger it grew. In the meantime, old Ready Money was kept completely in the dark. Both parties were in awe and uncertainty as to what might be his way of taking the matter, and dreaded to awaken the sleeping lion. Between father and son, therefore, the worthy Mrs. Tibbets was full of business, and at her wits' end. It is true there was no great danger of honest Ready Money's finding the thing out, if left to himself, for he was of a most unsuspicious temper, and by no means quick of apprehension, but there was daily risk of his attention being aroused by the cobwebs which his indefatigable wife was continually spinning about his nose. Such is the distracted state of politics in the domestic empire of Ready Money Jack, which only shows the intrigues and internal dangers to which the best regulated governments are liable. In this perplexed situation of their affairs, both mother and son have applied to Master Simon for counsel, and, with all his experience in meddling with other people's concerns, he finds it an exceedingly difficult part to play, to agree with both parties, seeing that their opinions and wishes are so diametrically opposite. Horsemanship. I have made casual mention, more than once, of one of the squire's antiquated retainers, old Christy, the huntsman. I find that his crabbed humor is a source of much entertainment among the young men of the family. The Oxonian, particularly, takes a mischievous pleasure, now and then, in slyly rubbing the old man against the grain, and then smoothing him down again, for the old fellow is as ready to bristle up his back as a porcupine. He rides a venerable hunter called Pepper, which is a counterpart of himself, a heady cross-grained animal that frets the flesh off its bones, bites, kicks, and plays all manner of villainous tricks. He is as tough and nearly as old as his rider, who has ridden him time out of mind, and is, indeed, the only one that can do anything with him. Sometimes, however, they have a complete quarrel and a dispute for mastery, and then, I am told, it is as good as a farce to see the heat they both get into and the wrong-headed contest that ensues, for they are quite knowing in each other's ways, and in the art of teasing and fretting each other. Notwithstanding these doughty brawls, however, there is nothing that nettles old Christy sooner than to question the merits of the horse, which he upholds as tenaciously as a faithful husband will vindicate the virtues of the termagant spouse that gives him a curtain lecture every night of his life. The young men call old Christy their professor of equitation, and in accounting for the appellation, they let me into some particulars of the squire's mode of bringing up his children. There is an odd mixture of eccentricity and good sense in all the opinions of my worthy host. His mind is like modern Gothic, where plain brickwork is set off with pointed arches and quaint tracery. Though the main groundwork of his opinions is correct, yet he has 1,000 little notions, picked up from old books, which stand out whimsically on the surface of his mind. Thus, in educating his boys, he chose Peacham, Markham, and such like old English writers for his manuals. At an early age, he took the lads out of their mother's hands, who was disposed, as mothers are apt to be, to make fine, orderly children of them, that should keep out of sun and rain and never soil their hands, nor tear their clothes. In place of this, the squire turned them loose to run free and wild about the park, without heeding wind or weather. He was, also, particularly attentive in making them bold and expert horsemen, and these were the days when old Christy, the huntsman, enjoyed great importance, as the lads were put under his care to practice them at the leaping bars, and to keep an eye upon them in the chase. The squire always objected to their riding in carriages of any kind, and is still a little tenacious on this point. He often rails against the universal use of carriages, and quotes the words of honest Nash to that effect. It was thought, says Nash, in his Quaternio, a kind of solecism, and to savor of effeminacy, for a young gentleman in the flourishing time of his age to creep into a coach, and to shroud himself from wind and weather. Our great delight was to outbrave the blustering Boreas upon a great horse, to arm and prepare ourselves to go with Mars and Bellona into the field, was our sport and pastime. Coaches and carroaches we left unto them for whom they were first invented, for ladies and gentlemen, and decrepit age, and impotent people. The squire insists that the English gentlemen have lost much of their hardiness and manhood since the introduction of carriages. Compare, he will say, the fine gentlemen of former times, ever on horseback, booted and spurred, and travel-stained, but open, frank, manly, and chivalrous, with the fine gentleman of the present day, full of affectation and effeminacy, rolling along a turnpike in his voluptuous vehicle. The young men of those days were rendered brave and lofty and generous in their notions, by almost living in their saddles, and having their foaming steeds, like proud seas under them. There is something, he adds, in bestriding a fine horse that makes a man feel more than mortal. He seems to have doubled his nature, and to have added to his own courage and sagacity the power, the speed, and stateliness of the superb animal on which he is mounted. "It is a great delight," says old Nash, "to see a young gentleman with his skill and cunning, by his voice, rod, and spur, better to manage and to command the great Bucephalus than the strongest Milo, with all his strength, one while to see him make him tread, trot, and gallop the ring, and one after to see him make him gather up roundly, to bear his head steadily, to run a full career swiftly, to stop a sudden lightly, anon after to see him make him advance, to yerk, to go back, and sidelong, to turn on either hand, to gallop the gallop galliard, to do the capriole, the chambetta, and dance the curvety." In conformity to these ideas, the squire had them all on horseback at an early age, and made them ride, slapdash, about the country, without flinching at hedge, or ditch, or stone wall, to the imminent danger of their necks. Even the fair Julia was partially included in this system, and, under the instructions of old Christie, has become one of the best horsewomen in the country. The squire says it is better than all the cosmetics and sweeteners of the breath that ever were invented. He extols the horsemanship of the ladies in former times, when Queen Elizabeth would scarcely suffer the rain to stop her accustomed ride. "And then think," he will say, "what nobler and sweeter beings it made them. What a difference must there be, both in mind and body, between a joyous, high-spirited dame of those days, glowing with health and exercise, freshened by every breeze that blows, seated loftily and gracefully on her saddle, with plume on head and hawk on hand, and her descendant of the present day, the pale victim of routs and ballrooms, sunk languidly in one corner of an enervating carriage." The squire's equestrian system has been attended with great success, for his sons, having passed through the whole course of instruction without breaking neck or limb, are now healthful, spirited, and active, and have the true Englishman's love for a horse. If their manliness and frankness are praised in their father's hearing, he quotes the old Persian maxim, and says, "They have been taught to ride, to shoot, and to speak the truth." It is true, the Oxonian has now and then practiced the old gentleman's doctrines a little in the extreme. He is a gay youngster, rather fonder of his horse than his book, with a little dash of the dandy, though the ladies all declare that he is the flower of the flock. The first year that he was sent to Oxford, he had a tutor appointed to overlook him, a dry chip of the university. When he returned home in the vacation, the squire made many inquiries about how he liked his college, his studies, and his tutor. "Oh, as to my tutor, sir, I've parted with him some time since." "You have? And, pray, why so?" "Oh, sir, hunting was all the go at our college, and I was a little short of funds, so I discharged my tutor and took a horse, you know." I was not aware of that, Tom," said the squire mildly. When Tom returned to college, his allowance was doubled, that he might be enabled to keep both horse and tutor. Love symptoms. I should not be surprised if we should have another pair of turtles at the Hall, for Master Simon has informed me, in great confidence, that he suspects the General of some design upon the susceptible heart of Lady Lillycraft. I have, indeed, noticed a growing attention and courtesy in the veteran towards her ladyship. He softens very much in her company, sits by her at table, and entertains her with long stories about Seringapatam and pleasant anecdotes of the Mulligatawny Club. I have even seen him present her with a full-blown rose from the hothouse, in a style of the most captivating gallantry, and it was accepted with great suavity and graciousness, for her ladyship delights in receiving the homage and attention of the sex. Indeed, the General was one of the earliest admirers that dangled in her train, during her short reign of beauty, and they flirted together for half a season in London, some 30 or 40 years since. She reminded him lately, in the course of a conversation about former days, of the time when he used to ride a white horse, and to canter so gallantly by the side of her carriage in Hyde Park, whereupon I have remarked that the veteran has regularly escorted her since, when she rides out on horseback, and, I suspect, he almost persuades himself that he makes as captivating an appearance as in his youthful days. It would be an interesting and memorable circumstance in the Chronicles of Cupid if this spark of the tender passion, after lying dormant for such a length of time, should again be fanned into a flame from amidst the ashes of two burnt-out hearts. It would be an instance of perdurable fidelity, worthy of being placed beside those recorded in one of the squire's favorite tomes, commemorating the constancy of the olden times, in which times, we are told, men and women cooed love to guiders 7 years, and no liquors lusts were between them, and then was love, trouth and faithfulness, and lo in like wise was used love in King Arthur's days. Still, however, this may be nothing but a little venerable flirtation, the general being a veteran dangler and the good lady habituated to these kind of attentions. Master Simon, on the other hand, thinks the general is looking about him with the wary eye of an old campaigner, and, now that he is on the wane, is desirous of getting into warm winter quarters. Much allowance, however, must be made for Master Simon's uneasiness on the subject, for he looks on Lady Lillycraft's house as one of his strongholds, where he is lord of the ascendant, and, with all his admiration of the general, I much doubt whether he would like to see him lord of the lady and the establishment. There are certain other symptoms, notwithstanding, that give an air of probability to Master Simon's intimations. Thus, for instance, I have observed that the general has been very assiduous in his attentions to her ladyship's dogs, and has several times exposed his fingers to imminent jeopardy in attempting to pat Beauty on the head. It is to be hoped his advances to the mistress will be more favorably received, as all his overtures towards a caress are greeted by the pestilent little cur with a wary kindling of the eye and a most venomous growl. He has, moreover, been very complaisant towards my lady's gentlewoman, the immaculate Mrs. Hannah, whom he used to speak of in a way that I do not choose to mention. Whether she has the same suspicions with Master Simon or not, I cannot say, but she receives his civilities with no better grace than the implacable Beauty, unscrewing her mouth into a most acid smile and looking as though she could bite a piece out of him. In short, the poor general seems to have as formidable foes to contend with as a hero of ancient fairy tale, who had to fight his way to his enchanted princess through ferocious monsters of every kind, and to encounter the brimstone terrors of some fiery dragon. There is still another circumstance, which inclines me to give very considerable credit to Master Simon's suspicions. Lady Lillycraft is very fond of quoting poetry, and the conversation often turns upon it, on which occasions the general is thrown completely out. It happened the other day that Spenser's Fairy Queen was the theme for the greater part of the morning, and the poor general sat perfectly silent. I found him not long after in the library, with spectacles on nose, a book in his hand, and fast asleep. On my approach, he awoke, slipped the spectacles into his pocket, and began to read very attentively. After a little while he put a paper in the place, and laid the volume aside, which I perceived was the Fairy Queen. I have had the curiosity to watch how he got on in his poetical studies, but though I have repeatedly seen him with the book in his hand, yet I find the paper has not advanced above 3 or 4 pages, the general being extremely apt to fall asleep when he reads. Falconry. There are several grand sources of lamentation furnished to the worthy squire by the improvement of society and the grievous advancement of knowledge, among which there is none, I believe, that causes him more frequent regret than the unfortunate invention of gunpowder. To this he continually traces the decay of some favorite custom, and, indeed, the general downfall of all chivalrous and romantic usages. English soldiers, he says, have never been the men they were in the days of the crossbow and the longbow, when they depended upon the strength of the arm, and the English archer could draw a cloth-yard shaft to the head. These were the times when, at the battles of Crécy, Poitiers, and Agincourt, the French chivalry was completely destroyed by the bowmen of England. The yeomanry, too, have never been what they were, when, in times of peace, they were constantly exercised with the bow, and archery was a favorite holiday pastime. Among the other evils which have followed in the train of this fatal invention of gunpowder, the squire classes the total decline of the noble art of falconry. Shooting, he says, is a skulking, treacherous, solitary sport in comparison, but hawking was a gallant, open, sunshiny recreation. It was the generous sport of hunting carried into the skies. It was, moreover, he says, according to Braithwaite, the stately amusement of high and mounting spirits, for as the old Welsh proverb affirms in those tunes, you might know a gentleman by his hawk, horse, and greyhound. Indeed, a cavalier was seldom seen abroad without his hawk on his fist, and even a lady of rank did not think herself completely equipped in riding forth unless she had a tasseled gentle held by jesses on her delicate hand. It was thought in those excellent days, according to an old writer, quite sufficient for noblemen to win their horn, and to carry their hawk fair, and leave study and learning to the children of mean people. Knowing the good squire's hobby, therefore, I have not been surprised at finding that, among the various recreations of former times which he has endeavored to revive in the little world in which he rules, he has bestowed great attention on the noble art of falconry. In this he, of course, has been seconded by his indefatigable coadjutor, Master Simon, and even the parson has thrown considerable light on their labors by various hints on the subject, which he has met with in old English works. As to the precious work of that famous dame, Juliana Barnes, The Gentleman's Academy, by Markham, and the other well-known treatises that were the manuals of ancient sportsmen, they have them at their fingers' ends, but they have more especially studied some old tapestry in the house, whereon is represented a party of cavaliers and stately dames, with doublets, caps, and flaunting feathers, mounted on horse, with attendants on foot, all in animated pursuit of the game. The squire has discountenanced the killing of any hawks in his neighborhood, but gives a liberal bounty for all that are brought him alive, so that the hall is well stocked with all kinds of birds of prey. On these he and Master Simon have exhausted their patience and ingenuity, endeavoring to reclaim them, as it is termed, and to train them up for the sport, but they have met with continual checks and disappointments. Their feathered school has turned out the most untractable and graceless scholars, nor is it the least of their trouble to drill the retainers who were to act as ushers under them, and to take immediate charge of these refractory birds. Old Christie and the gamekeeper both, for a time, set their faces against the whole plan of education, Christie having been nettled at hearing what he terms a wild goose chase put on a par with a fox hunt, and the gamekeeper having always been accustomed to look upon hawks as errant poachers, which it was his duty to shoot down and nail, in terrorem, against the outhouses. Christie has at length taken the matter in hand, but has done still more mischief by his intermeddling. He is as positive and wrong-headed about this as he is about hunting. Master Simon has continual disputes with him as to feeding and training the hawks. He reads to him long passages from the old authors I have mentioned, but Christie, who cannot read, has a sovereign contempt for all book knowledge and persists in treating the hawks according to his own notions, which are drawn from his experience, in younger days, in the rearing of gamecocks. The consequence is that, between these jarring systems, the poor birds have had a most trying and unhappy time of it. Many have fallen victims to Christie's feeding and Master Simon's physicking, for the latter has gone to work secundum artem, and has given them all the vomitings and scourings laid down in the books. Never were poor hawks so fed and physicked before. Others have been lost by being but half reclaimed, or tamed, for on being taken into the field, they have raked, after the game, quite out of hearing of the call, and never returned to school. All these disappointments had been petty, yet sore grievances to the squire, and had made him to despond about success. He has lately, however, been made happy by the receipt of a fine Welsh falcon, which Master Simon terms a stately highflyer. It is a present from the squire's friend, Sir Watkin Williams Wynne, and is, no doubt, a descendant of some ancient line of Welsh princes of the air that have long lorded it over their kingdom of clouds, from Wednesday to the very summit of Snowdon, or the brow of Penmanmore. Ever since the squire received this invaluable present, he has been as impatient to sally forth and make proof of it as was Don Quixote to essay his suit of armor. There have been some demurs as to whether the bird was in proper health and training, but these have been overruled by the vehement desire to play with a new toy, and it has been determined, right or wrong, in season or out of season, to have a day's sport in hawking tomorrow. The hall, as usual, whenever the squire is about to make some new sally on his hobby, is all agog with the thing. Miss Templeton, who is brought up in reverence for all her guardian's humours, has proposed to be of the party, and Lady Lillycraft has talked also of riding out to the scene of action and looking on. This has gratified the old gentleman extremely. He hails it as an auspicious omen of the revival of falconry, and does not despair, but the time will come when it will be again the pride of a fine lady to carry about a noble falcon, in preference to a parrot or a lapdog. I have amused myself with the bustling preparations of that busy spirit, Master Simon, and the continual thwartings he receives from that genuine son of a pepper-box, old Christy. They have had half a dozen consultations about how the hawk is to be prepared for the morning's sport. Old Nimrod, as usual, has always gotten a pet, upon which Master Simon has invariably given up the point, observing, in a good-humored tone, "Well, well, have it your own way, Christy, only don't put yourself in a passion," a reply which always nettles the old man 10 times more than ever. Hawking. At an early hour this morning, the hall was in a bustle preparing for the sport of the day. I heard Master Simon whistling and singing under my window at sunrise, as he was preparing the jesses for the hawk's legs, and could distinguish now and then a stanza of one of his favorite old ditties. In peascod time, when hound to horn gives note that buck be killed, and little boy, with pipe of corn, is tending sheep a field, and see, a hearty breakfast, well flanked by cold meats, was served up in the great hall. The whole garrison of retainers and hangers-on were in motion, reinforced by volunteer idlers from the village. The horses were led up and down before the door. Everybody had something to say and something to do, and hurried hither and thither. There was a direful yelping of dogs, some that were to accompany us being eager to set off, and others that were to stay at home being whipped back to their kennels. In short, for once, the good squire's mansion might have been taken as a good specimen of one of the ranipole establishments of the good old feudal times. Breakfast being finished, the chivalry of the hall prepared to take the field. The fair Julia was of the party, in a hunting dress, with a light plume of feathers in her riding hat. As she mounted her favorite galloway, I remarked, with pleasure, that old Christy forgot his usual crustiness and hastened to adjust her saddle and bridle. He touched his cap, as she smiled on him and thanked him, and then, looking round at the other attendants, gave a knowing nod of his head, in which I read pride and exultation at the charming appearance of his pupil. Lady Lillycraft had likewise determined to witness the sport. She was dressed in her broad white beaver, tied under the chin, and a riding habit of the last century. She rode her sleek, ambling pony, whose motion was as easy as a rocking-chair, and was gallantly escorted by the general, who looked not unlike one of the doughty heroes in the old prince of the Battle of Blenheim. The parson, likewise, accompanied her on the other side, for this was a learned amusement, in which he took great interest, and, indeed, had given much counsel from his knowledge of old customs. At length everything was arranged, and off we set from the hall. The exercise on horseback puts one in fine spirits, and the scene was gay and animating. The young men of the family accompanied Miss Templeton. She sat lightly and gracefully in her saddle, her plumes dancing and waving in the air, and the group had a charming effect, as they appeared and disappeared among the trees, cantering along, with the bounding animation of youth. The squire and Master Simon rode together, accompanied by old Christy, mounted on Pepper. The latter bore the hawk on his fist, as he insisted the bird was most accustomed to him. There was a rabble-rout on foot, composed of retainers from the hall and some idlers from the village, with 2 or 3 spaniels, for the purpose of starting the game. A kind of corps de reserve came on quietly in the rear, composed of Lady Lillycraft, General Harbottle, the parson, and a fat footman. Her ladyship ambled gently along on her pony, while the general, mounted on a tall hunter, looked down upon her with an air of the most protecting gallantry. For my part, being no sportsman, I kept with this last party, or rather lagged behind, that I might take in the whole picture, and the parson occasionally slackened his pace, and jogged on in company with me. The sport led us at some distance from the hall, in a soft meadow, reeking with the moist verdure of spring. A little river ran through it, bordered by willows, which had put forth their tender early foliage. The sportsmen were in quest of herons, which were said to keep about this stream. There was some disputing already among the leaders of the sport. The squire, Master Simon, and old Christy came every now and then to a pause, to consult together, like the field officers in an army, and I saw, by certain motions of the head, that Christie was as positive as any old wrong-headed German commander. As we were prancing up this quiet meadow, every sound we made was answered by a distinct echo from the sunny wall of an old building that lay on the opposite margin of the stream, and I paused to listen to this spirit of a sound, which seems to love such quiet and beautiful places. The parson informed me that this was the ruin of an ancient grange, and was supposed by the country people to be haunted by a Dobby, a kind of rural sprite, something like Robin Goodfellow. They often fancied the echo to be the voice of the Dobby answering them, and were rather shy of disturbing it after dark. He added that the squire was very careful of this ruin, on account of the superstition connected with it. As I considered this local habitation of an airy nothing, I called to mind the fine description of an echo in Webster's Duchess of Malfry. Yond side o' tich river lies a wall, piece of a cloister, which, in my opinion, gives the best echo that you ever heard. So plain in the distinction of our words, that many have supposed it a spirit, that answers. The parson went on to comment on a pleasing and fanciful appellation which the Jews of old gave to the echo, which they called Bathcool, that is to say, the daughter of the voice. They considered it an oracle, supplying in the second temple the want of the Urim and Thummim, with which the first was honored. 5 The little man was just entering very largely and learnedly upon the subject, when we were startled by a prodigious bawling, shouting, and yelping. A flight of crows, alarmed by the approach of our forces, had suddenly risen from a meadow. A cry was put up by the rabble-rout on foot. "Now, Christie, now is your time, Christie." The squire and Master Simon, who were beating up the river banks in quest of a heron, called out eagerly to Christie to keep quiet. The old man, vexed and bewildered by the confusion of voices, completely lost his head. In his flurry he slipped off the hood, cast off the falcon, and away flew the crows, and away soared the hawk. I had paused on a rising ground, close to Lady Lillycraft and her escort, from whence I had a good view of the sport. I was pleased with the appearance of the party in the meadow, riding along in the direction that the bird flew, their bright beaming faces turned up to the bright skies as they watched the game, the attendants on foot scampering along, looking up and calling out, and the dogs bounding and yelping with clamorous sympathy. The hawk had singled out a quarry from among the carrion crew. It was curious to see the efforts of the two birds to get above each other, one to make the fatal swoop, the other to avoid it. Now they crossed athwart a bright feathery cloud, and now they were against the clear blue sky. I confess, being no sportsman, I was more interested for the poor bird that was striving for its life than for the hawk that was playing the part of a mercenary soldier. At length the hawk got the upper hand and made a rushing stoop at her quarry, but the latter made as sudden a surge downwards, and slanting up again, evaded the blow, screaming and making the best of his way for a dry tree on the brow of a neighboring hill, while the hawk, disappointed of her blow, soared up again into the air, and appeared to be raking off. It was in vain old Christie called, and whistled, and endeavored to lure her down. She paid no regard to him, and, indeed, his calls were drowned in the shouts and yelps of the army of militia that had followed him into the field. Just then an exclamation from Lady Lillycraft made me turn my head. I beheld a complete confusion among the sportsmen in the little vale below us. They were galloping and running towards the edge of a bank, and I was shocked to see Miss Templeton's horse galloping at large without his rider. I rode to the place to which the others were hurrying, and when I reached the bank, which almost overhung the stream, I saw at the foot of it the fair Julia, pale, bleeding, and apparently lifeless, supported in the arms of her frantic lover. In galloping heedlessly along, with her eyes turned upward, she had unwarily approached too near the bank. It had given way with her, and she and her horse had been precipitated to the pebbled margin of the river. I never saw greater consternation. The captain was distracted, Lady Lillycraft fainting, the squire in dismay, and Master Simon at his wit's end. The beautiful creature at length showed signs of returning life. She opened her eyes, looked around her upon the anxious group, and, comprehending in a moment the nature of the scene, gave a sweet smile, and putting her hand in her lover's, exclaimed, feebly, "I am not much hurt, Guy." I could have taken her to my heart for that single exclamation. It was found, indeed, that she had escaped almost miraculously, with a contusion on the head, a sprained ankle, and some slight bruises. After her wound was stanched, she was taken to a neighboring cottage until a carriage could be summoned to convey her home, and when this had arrived, the cavalcade which had issued forth so gaily on this enterprise returned slowly and pensively to the hall. I had been charmed by the generous spirit shown by this young creature, who, amidst pain and danger, had been anxious only to relieve the distress of those around her. I was gratified, therefore, by the universal concern displayed by the domestics on our return. They came crowding down the avenue, each eager to render assistance. The butler stood ready with some curiously delicate cordial. The old housekeeper was provided with half a dozen nostrums, prepared by her own hands, according to the family receipt book, while her niece, the melting Phoebe, having no other way of assisting, stood wringing her hands and weeping aloud. The most material effect that is likely to follow this accident is a postponement of the nuptials, which were close at hand. Though I commiserate the impatience of the captain on that account, yet I shall not otherwise be sorry at the delay, as it will give me a better opportunity of studying the characters here assembled, with which I grow more and more entertained. I cannot but perceive that the worthy squire is quite disconcerted at the unlucky result of his hawking experiment, and this unfortunate illustration of his eulogy on female equitation. Old Christy, too, is very waspish, having been sorely twit by Master Simon for having let his hawk fly at carrion. As to the falcon, in the confusion occasioned by the fair Julia's disaster, the bird was totally forgotten. I make no doubt she has made the best of her way back to the hospitable hall of Sir Watkin Williams Wynne, and may very possibly, at this present writing, be pluming her wings among the breezy bowers of Wednesday. St. Mark's Eve. The conversation this evening at the supper table took a curious turn, on the subject of a superstition, formerly very prevalent in this part of the country, relative to the present night of the year, which is the eve of St. Mark's. It was believed, the parson informed us, that if anyone would watch in the church porch on this eve for 3 successive years, from 11 to 1 o'clock at night, he would see, on the 3rd year, the shades of those of the parish who were to die in the course of the year pass by him into church, clad in their usual apparel. Dismal as such a sight would be, he assured us that it was formerly a frequent thing for persons to make the necessary vigils. He had known more than one instance in his time. One old woman, who pretended to have seen this phantom procession, was an object of great awe for the whole year afterwards, and caused much uneasiness and mischief. If she shook her head mysteriously at a person, it was like a death warrant, and she had nearly caused the death of a sick person by looking ruefully in at the window. There was also an old man, not many years since, of a sullen, melancholy temperament, who had kept 2 vigils and began to excite some talk in the village, when, fortunately for the public comfort, he died shortly after his 3rd watching, very probably from a cold that he had taken, as the night was tempestuous. It was reported about the village, however, that he had seen his own phantom pass by him into the church. This led to the mention of another superstition of an equally strange and melancholy kind, which, however, is chiefly confined to Wales. It is respecting what are called corpse candles, little wandering fires of a pale bluish light that move about like tapers in the open air and are supposed to designate the way some corpse is to go. One was seen at Lanelor, late at night, hovering up and down, along the bank of the Ystwyth, and was watched by the neighbours until they were tired, and went to bed. Not long afterwards there came a comely country lass from Montgomeryshire to see her friends, who dwelt on the opposite side of the river. She thought to ford the stream at the very place where the light had been first seen, but was dissuaded on account of the height of the flood. She walked to and fro along the bank, just where the candle had moved, waiting for the subsiding of the water. She at length endeavored to cross, but the poor girl was drowned in the attempt. There was something mournful in this little anecdote of rural superstition that seemed to affect all the listeners. Indeed, it is curious to remark how completely a conversation of the kind will absorb the attention of a circle and sober down its gaiety, however boisterous. By degrees I noticed that everyone was leaning forward over the table, with eyes earnestly fixed upon the parson, and at the mention of corpse candles which had been seen about the chamber of a young lady who died on the eve of her wedding day, Lady Lillycraft turned pale. I have witnessed the introduction of stories of the kind into various evening circles. They were often commenced in jest and listened to with smiles, but I never knew the most gay or the most enlightened of audiences that were not, if the conversation continued for any length of time, completely and solemnly interested in it. There is, I believe, a degree of superstition lurking in every mind, and I doubt if anyone can thoroughly examine all his secret notions and impulses without detecting it hidden, perhaps, even from himself. It seems, in fact, to be a part of our nature, like instinct in animals, acting independently of our reason. It is often found existing in lofty natures, especially those that are poetical and aspiring. A great and extraordinary poet of our day, whose life and writings evince a mind subject to powerful exaltations, is said to believe in omens and secret intimations. Caesar, it is well known, was greatly under the influence of such belief, and Napoleon had his good and evil days, and his presiding star. As to the worthy parson, I have no doubt that he is strongly inclined to superstition. He is naturally credulous, and passes so much of his time searching out popular traditions and supernatural tales that his mind has probably become infected by them. He has lately been immersed in the demonolatria of Nicholas Remigus concerning supernatural occurrences in Lorraine, and the writings of Joachimus Camerius, called by Vossius the Phoenix of Germany, and he entertains the ladies with stories from them that make them almost afraid to go to bed at night. I have been charmed myself with some of the wild little superstitions which he has adduced from Blefkenius, Scheffer, and others, such as those of the Laplanders about the domestic spirits which wake them at night, and summon them to go and fish, of Thor, the deity of thunder, who has power of life and death, health and sickness, and who, armed with the rainbow, shoots his arrows at those evil demons that live on the tops of rocks and mountains, and infest the lakes, of the Jubals or Jellifocat, vagrant troops of spirits, which roam the air, and wander up and down by forests and mountains and the moonlight sides of hills. The parson never openly professes his belief in ghosts, but I have remarked that he has a suspicious way of pressing great names into the defense of supernatural doctrines and making philosophers and saints fight for him. He expatiates at large on the opinions of the ancient philosophers about larves, or nocturnal phantoms, the spirits of the wicked, which wandered like exiles about the earth, and about those spiritual beings which abode in the air, but descended occasionally to earth, and mingled among mortals, acting as agents between them and the gods. He quotes also from Philo the rabbi, the contemporary of the apostles, and, according to some, the friend of St. Paul, who says that the air is full of spirits of different ranks, some destined to exist for a time in mortal bodies, from which, being emancipated, they pass and repass between heaven and earth as agents or messengers in the service of the deity. But the worthy little man assumes a bolder tone when he quotes from the fathers of the church, such as St. Jerome, who gives it as the opinion of all the doctors that the air is filled with powers opposed to each other, and Lactantius, who says that corrupt and dangerous spirits wander over the earth and seek to console themselves for their own fall by effecting the ruin of the human race, and Clemens Alexandrinus, who is of opinion that the souls of the blessed have knowledge of what passes among men, the same as angels have. I am now alone in my chamber, but these themes have taken such hold of my imagination that I cannot sleep. The room in which I sit is just fitted to foster such a state of mind. The walls are hung with tapestry, the figures of which are faded and look like unsubstantial shapes melting away from sight. Over the fireplace is the portrait of a lady who, according to the housekeeper's tradition, pined to death for the loss of her lover in the Battle of Blenheim. She has a most pale and plaintive countenance, and seems to fix her eyes mournfully upon me. The family have long since retired. I have heard their steps die away, and the distant doors clap to after them. The murmur of voices and the peal of remote laughter no longer reach the ear. The clock from the church, in which so many of the former inhabitants of this house lie buried, has chimed the awful hour of midnight. I have sat by the window and mused upon the dusky landscape, watching the lights disappearing one by one from the distant village, and the moon rising in her silent majesty and leading up all the silver pomp of heaven. As I have gazed upon these quiet groves and shadowy lawns, silvered over and imperfectly lighted by streaks of dewy moonshine, my mind has been crowded by thick-coming fancies concerning those spiritual beings which walk the earth, unseen, both when we wake and when we sleep. Are there, indeed, such beings? Is this space between us and the deity filled up by innumerable orders of spiritual beings, forming the same gradations between the human soul and divine perfection that we see prevailing from humanity downwards to the meanest insect? It is a sublime and beautiful doctrine, inculcated by the early fathers, that there are guardian angels appointed to watch over cities and nations, to take care of the welfare of good men, and to guard and guide the steps of helpless infancy. Nothing, says St. Jerome, gives up a greater idea of the dignity of our soul than that God has given each of us, at the moment of our birth, an angel to have care of it. Even the doctrine of departed spirits returning to visit the scenes and beings which were dear to them during the body's existence, though it has been debased by the absurd superstitions of the vulgar, in itself is awfully solemn and sublime. However lightly it may be ridiculed, yet the attention involuntarily yielded to it whenever it is made the subject of serious discussion, its prevalence in all ages and countries, and even among newly discovered nations that have had no previous interchange of thought with other parts of the world, prove it to be one of those mysteries and almost instinctive beliefs to which, if left to ourselves, we should naturally incline. In spite of all the pride of reason and philosophy, a vague doubt will still lurk in the mind, and perhaps will never be perfectly eradicated, as it is concerning a matter that does not admit of positive demonstration. Everything connected with our spiritual nature is full of doubt and difficulty. We are fearfully and wonderfully made. We are surrounded by mysteries, and we are mysteries even to ourselves. Who yet has been able to comprehend and describe the nature of the soul, its connection with the body, or in what part of the frame it is situated? We know merely that it does exist, but whence it came, and when it entered into us, and how it is retained, and where it is seated, and how it operates, are all matters of mere speculation and contradictory theories. If, then, we are thus ignorant of this spiritual essence, even while it forms a part of ourselves and is continually present to our consciousness, how can we pretend to ascertain or to deny its powers and operations when released from its fleshy prison house? It is more the manner, therefore, in which this superstition has been degraded than its intrinsic absurdity that has brought it into contempt. Raise it above the frivolous purposes to which it has been applied, strip it of the gloom and horror with which it has been surrounded, and there is none of the whole circle of visionary creeds that could more delightfully elevate the imagination or more tenderly affect the heart. It would become a sovereign comfort at the bed of death, soothing the bitter tear wrung from us by the agony of our mortal separation. What could be more consoling than the idea that the souls of those whom we once loved were permitted to return and watch over our welfare, that affectionate and guardian spirit sat by our pillows when we slept, keeping a vigil over our most helpless hours, that beauty and innocence which had languished into the tomb, yet smiled unseen around us, revealing themselves in those blessed dreams wherein we live over again the hours of past endearment. A belief of this kind would, I should think, be a new incentive to virtue, rendering us circumspect even in our most secret moments, from the idea that those we once loved and honored were invisible witnesses of all our actions. It would take away, too, from that loneliness and destitution which we are apt to feel more and more as we get on in our pilgrimage through the wilderness of this world, and find that those who set forward with us, lovingly and cheerily on the journey, have, one by one, dropped away from our side. Place the superstition in this light, and I confess I should like to be a believer in it. I see nothing in it that is incompatible with the tender and merciful nature of our religion, nor revolting to the wishes and affections of the heart. There are departed beings that I have loved as I never again shall love in this world, that have loved me as I never again shall be loved. If such beings do ever retain in their blessed spheres the attachments which they felt on earth, if they take an interest in the poor concerns of transient mortality and are permitted to hold communion with those whom they have loved on earth, I feel as if now, at this deep hour of night, in this silence and solitude, I could receive their visitation with the most solemn but unalloyed delight. In truth, such visitations would be too happy for this world. They would be incompatible with the nature of this imperfect state of being. We are here placed in a mere scene of spiritual thraldom and restraint. Our souls are shut in and limited by bounds and barriers, shackled by mortal infirmities, and subject to all the gross impediments of matter. In vain would they seek to act independently of the body and to mingle together in spiritual intercourse. They can only act here, through their fleshy organs. Their earthly loves are made up of transient embraces and long separations. The most intimate friendship, of what brief and scattered portions of time does it consist? We take each other by the hand, and we exchange a few words and looks of kindness, and we rejoice together for a few short moments, and then days, months, years intervene, and we see and know nothing of each other. Or, granting that we dwell together for the full season of this our mortal life, the grave soon closes its gates between us, and then our spirits are doomed to remain in separation and widowhood, until they meet again in that more perfect state of being, where soul will dwell with soul in blissful communion, and there will be neither death, nor absence, nor anything else to interrupt our felicity. In the foregoing paper, I have alluded to the writings of some of the old Jewish rabbis. They abound with wild theories, but among them are many truly poetical flights, and their ideas are often very beautifully expressed. Their speculations on the nature of angels are curious and fanciful, though much resembling the doctrines of the ancient philosophers. In the writings of the Rabbi Elazar is an account of the temptation of our first parents and the fall of the angels, which the parson pointed out to me as having probably furnished some of the groundwork for Paradise Lost. According to Elazar, the ministering angels said to the deity, "What is there in man, that thou makest him of such importance? Is he anything else than vanity? For he can scarcely reason a little on terrestrial things." To which God replied, "Do you imagine that I will be exalted and glorified only by you here above? I am the same below that I am here. Who is there among you that can call all the creatures by their names?" There was none found among them that could do so. At that moment Adam arose, and called all the creatures by their names. Seeing which, the ministering angels said among themselves, "Let us consult together how we may cause Adam to sin against the Creator, otherwise he will not fail to become our master." Samael, who was a great prince in the heavens, was present at this council, with the saints of the first order and the seraphim of 6 bands. Samael chose several out of the 12 orders to accompany him, and descended below, for the purpose of visiting all the creatures which God had created. He found none more cunning and more fit to do evil than the serpent. The rabbi then treats of the seduction and the fall of man, of the consequent fall of the demon, and the punishment which God inflicted on Adam, Eve, and the serpent. He made them all come before him, pronounced 9 maledictions on Adam and Eve, and condemned them to suffer death, and he precipitated Samael and all his band from heaven. He cut off the feet of the serpent, which had before the figure of a camel, Samael having been mounted on him, and he cursed him among all beasts and animals. Gentility. I have mentioned some peculiarities of the squire in the education of his sons, but I would not have it thought that his instructions were directed chiefly to their personal accomplishments. He took great pains also to form their minds, and to inculcate what he calls good old English principles, such as are laid down in the writings of Peacham and his contemporaries. There is one author of whom he cannot speak without indignation, which is Chesterfield. He avers that he did much, for a time, to injure the true national character, and to introduce, instead of open, manly sincerity, a hollow, perfidious courtliness. His maxims, he affirms, were calculated to chill the delightful enthusiasm of youth, to make them ashamed of that romance which is the dawn of generous manhood, and to impart to them a cold polish and a premature worldliness. Many of Lord Chesterfield's maxims would make a young man a mere man of pleasure, but an English gentleman should not be a mere man of pleasure. He has no right to such selfish indulgence. His ease, his leisure, his opulence, are debts due to his country, which he must ever stand ready to discharge. He should be a man at all points, simple, frank, courteous, intelligent, accomplished and informed, upright, intrepid, and disinterested, one that can mingle among freemen, that can cope with statesmen, that can champion his country and its rights, either at home or abroad. In a country like England, where there is such free and unbounded scope for the exertion of intellect, and where opinion and example have such weight with the people, every gentleman of fortune and leisure should feel himself bound to employ himself in some way towards promoting the prosperity or glory of a nation. In a country where intellect and action are trammeled and restrained, men of rank and fortune may become idlers and triflers with impunity, but an English coxcomb is inexcusable, and this, perhaps, is the reason why he is the most offensive and insupportable coxcomb in the world. The squire, as Frank Bracebridge informs me, would often hold forth in this manner to his sons, when they were about leaving the paternal roof, one to travel abroad, one to go to the army, and one to the university. He used to have them with him in the library, which is hung with the portraits of Sidney, Surrey, Raleigh, Wyatt, and others. "Look at those models of true English gentlemen, my sons," he would say with enthusiasm. "Those were men that wreathed the graces of the most delicate and refined taste around the stern virtues of the soldier, that mingled what was gentle and gracious with what was hardy and manly, that possessed the true chivalry of spirit, which is the exalted essence of manhood. They are the lights by which the youth of the country should array themselves. They were the patterns and idols of their country at home. They were the illustrators of its dignity abroad. Surrey," says Camden, "was the first nobleman that illustrated his high birth with the beauty of learning. He was acknowledged to be the gallantiest man, the politest lover, and the completest gentleman of his time. And as to Wyatt, his friend Surrey most amiably testifies of him, that his person was majestic and beautiful, his visage stern and mild, that he sung and played the lute with remarkable sweetness, spoke foreign languages with grace and fluency, and possessed an inexhaustible fund of wit. And see what a high commendation is passed upon these illustrious friends. They were the two chieftains who, having traveled into Italy, and there tasted the sweet and stately measures and style of the Italian poetry, greatly polished our rude and homely manner of vulgar poetry from what it had been before, and therefore may be justly called the reformers of our English poetry and style. And Sir Philip Sidney, who has left us such monuments of elegant thought and generous sentiment, and who illustrated his chivalrous spirit so gloriously in the field. And Sir Walter Raleigh, the elegant courtier, the intrepid soldier, the enterprising discoverer, the enlightened philosopher, the magnanimous martyr. These are the men for English gentlemen to study. Chesterfield, with his cold and courtly maxims, would have chilled and impoverished such spirits. He would have blighted all the budding romance of their temperaments. Sidney would never have written his Arcadia, nor Surrey have challenged the world in vindication of the beauties of his Geraldine. These are the men, my sons, the squire will continue, that show to what our national character may be exalted, when its strong and powerful qualities are duly wrought up and refined. The solidest bodies are capable of the highest polish, and there is no character that may be wrought to a more exquisite and unsullied brightness than that of the true English gentleman. When Guy was about to depart for the army, the squire again took him aside and gave him a long exhortation. He warned him against that affectation of cool-blooded indifference, which he was told was cultivated by the young British officers, among whom it was a study to sink the soldier in the mere man of fashion. "A soldier," said he, "without pride and enthusiasm in his profession, is a mere sanguinary hireling. Nothing distinguishes him from the mercenary bravo, but a spirit of patriotism, or a thirst for glory. It is the fashion nowadays, my son," said he, "to laugh at the spirit of chivalry. When that spirit is really extinct, the profession of the soldier becomes a mere trade of blood." He then set before him the conduct of Edward the Black Prince, who was his mirror of chivalry, valiant, generous, affable, humane, gallant in the field. But when he came to dwell on his courtesy toward his prisoner, the King of France, how he received him in his tent, rather as a conqueror than as a captive, attended on him at table like one of his retinue, rode uncovered beside him on his entry into London, mounted on a common palfrey, while his prisoner was mounted in state on a white steed of stately beauty. The tears of enthusiasm stood in the old gentleman's eyes. Finally, on taking leave, the good squire put in his son's hands, as a manual, one of his favorite old volumes, The Life of the Chevalier Bayard, by Godefroy, on a blank page of which he had written an extract from the Morte d'Arthur, containing the eulogy of Sir Ector over the body of Sir Lancelot of the Lake, which the squire considers as comprising the excellencies of a true soldier. Ah, Sir Lancelot, thou wert head of all Christian knights, now there thou liest, thou wert never matched of none earthly knight's hands. And thou wert the courteous knight that ever bare shield, and thou wert the truest friend to thy lover that ever bestrode horse, and thou wert the truest lover of a sinful man that ever loved woman. And thou wert the kindest man that ever strook with sword, and thou wert the goodliest person that ever came among the praise of knights. And thou wert the meekest man, and the gentlest that ever eat in hall among ladies. And thou wert the sternest knight to thy mortal foe that ever put spear in the rest. Fortune-telling. As I was walking one evening with the Oxonian, Master Simon, and the General, in a meadow not far from the village, we heard the sound of a fiddle, rudely played, and looking in the direction from whence it came, we saw a thread of smoke curling up from among the trees. The sound of music is always attractive, for, wherever there is music, there is good humor or goodwill. We passed along a footpath, and had a peep through a break in the hedge at the musician and his party, when the Oxonian gave us a wink, and told us that if we would follow him we should have some sport. It proved to be a gypsy encampment, consisting of 3 or 4 little cabins, or tents, made of blankets and sailcloth, spread over hoops that were stuck in the ground. It was on one side of a green lane, close under a hawthorn hedge, with a broad beech tree spreading above it. A small rill tinkled along close by, through the fresh sward, that looked like a carpet. A tea kettle was hanging by a crooked piece of iron, over a fire made from dry sticks and leaves, and 2 old gypsies, in red cloaks, sat crouched on the grass, gossiping over their evening cup of tea. For these creatures, though they live in the open air, have their ideas of fireside comforts. There were 2 or 3 children sleeping on the straw with which the tents were littered, a couple of donkeys were grazing in the lane, and a thievish-looking dog was lying before the fire. Some of the younger gypsies were dancing to the music of a fiddle, played by a tall, slender stripling in an old frock-coat, with a peacock's feather stuck in his hatband. As we approached, a gypsy girl, with a pair of fine, roguish eyes, came up and, as usual, offered to tell our fortunes. I could not but admire a certain degree of slattern elegance about the baggage. Her long black silken hair was curiously plaited in numerous small braids, and negligently put up in a picturesque style that a painter might have been proud to have devised. Her dress was of figured chintz, rather ragged, and not over-clean, but of a variety of most harmonious and agreeable colors, for these beings have a singularly fine eye for colors. Her straw hat was in her hand, and a red cloak thrown over one arm. The Oxonian offered at once to have his fortune told, and the girl began with the usual volubility of her race, but he drew her on one side, near the hedge, as he said he had no idea of having his secrets overheard. I saw he was talking to her instead of she to him, and by his glancing towards us now and then, that he was giving the baggage some private hints. When they returned to us, he assumed a very serious air. "Zounds," said he, "it's very astonishing how these creatures come by their knowledge. This girl has told me some things that I thought no one knew but myself." The girl now assailed the general. "Come, your honor," said she, "I see by your face you're a lucky man, but you're not happy in your mind. You're not, indeed, sir, but have a good heart, and give me a good piece of silver, and I'll tell you a nice fortune." The general had received all her approaches with a banter, and had suffered her to get hold of his hand, but at the mention of the piece of silver, he hemmed, looked grave, and, turning to us, asked if we had not better continue our walk. "Come, my master," said the girl, archly, "You'd not be in such a hurry, if you knew all that I could tell you about a fair lady that has a notion for you. Come, sir, old love burns strong. There's many a one comes to see weddings, that go away brides themselves." Here the girl whispered something in a low voice, at which the general colored up, was a little fluttered, and suffered himself to be drawn aside under the hedge, where he appeared to listen to her with great earnestness, and at the end paid her 1/2 crown with the air of a man that has got the worth of his money. The girl next made her attack upon Master Simon, who, however, was too old a bird to be caught, knowing that it would end in an attack upon his purse, about which he is a little sensitive. As he has a great notion, however, of being considered a royster, he chucked her under the chin, played her off with rather broad jokes, and put on something of the rakehellier that we see now and then assumed on the stage by the sad-boy gentlemen of the old school. "Ah, your honor," said the girl, with a malicious leer, "you were not in such a tantrum last year, when I told you about the widow, you know who, but if you had taken a friend's advice, you'd never have come away from Doncaster races with a flea in your ear." There was a secret sting in this speech that seemed quite to disconcert Master Simon. He jerked away his hand in a pet, smacked his whip, whistled to his dogs, and intimated that it was high time to go home. The girl, however, was determined not to lose her harvest. She now turned upon me, and, as I have a weakness of spirit where there is a pretty face concerned, she soon wheedled me out of my money, and, in return, read me a fortune, which, if it prove true, and I am determined to believe it, will make me one of the luckiest men in the chronicles of Cupid. I saw that the Oxonian was at the bottom of all this oracular mystery, and was disposed to amuse himself with the general, whose tender approaches to the widow have attracted the notice of the wag. I was a little curious, however, to know the meaning of the dark hints which had so suddenly disconcerted Master Simon, and took occasion to fall in the rear with the Oxonian on our way home, when he laughed heartily at my questions and gave me ample information on the subject. The truth of the matter is that Master Simon has met with a sad rebuff since my Christmas visit to the Hall. He used at that time to be joked about a widow, a fine dashing woman, as he privately informed me. I had supposed the pleasure he betrayed on these occasions resulted from the usual fondness of old bachelors for being teased about getting married, and about flirting, and being fickle and false-hearted. I am assured, however, that Master Simon had really persuaded himself the widow had a kindness for him, in consequence of which he had been at some extraordinary expense in new clothes, and had actually got Frank Bracebridge to order him a coat from Stultz. He began to throw out hints about the importance of a man's settling himself in life before he grew old. He would look grave whenever the widow and matrimony were mentioned in the same sentence, and privately asked the opinion of the squire and parson about the prudence of marrying a widow with a rich jointure, but who had several children. An important member of a great family connection cannot harp much upon the theme of matrimony without its taking wind, and it soon got buzzed about that Mr. Simon Bracebridge was actually gone to Doncaster races with a new horse, but that he meant to return in a cuckle with a lady by his side. Master Simon did, indeed, go to the races, and that with a new horse, and the dashing widow did make her appearance in a cuckle, but it was unfortunately driven by a strapping young Irish dragoon, with whom even Master Simon's self-complacency would not allow him to venture into competition, and to whom she was married shortly after. It was a matter of sore chagrin to Master Simon for several months, having never before been fully committed. The dullest head in the family had a joke upon him, and there is no one that likes less to be bantered than an absolute joker. He took refuge for a time at Lady Lillycraft's until the matter should blow over, and occupied himself by looking over her accounts, regulating the village choir, and inculcating loyalty into a pet bullfinch by teaching him to whistle "God Save the King." He has now pretty nearly recovered from the mortification, holds up his head, and laughs as much as anyone, again affects to pity married men, and is particularly facetious about widows, when Lady Lillycraft is not by. His only time of trial is when the general gets hold of him, who is infinitely heavy and persevering in his waggery, and will interweave a dull joke through the various topics of a whole dinner time. Master Simon often parries these attacks by a stanza from his old work of Cupid's Solicitor for Love. "'Tis in vain to woo a widow over long. In once or twice her mind you may perceive. Widows are subtle, be they old or young, and by their wiles young men they will deceive. Love charms. The approach of a wedding in a family is always an event of great importance, but particularly so in a household like this, in a retired part of the country. Master Simon, who is a pervading spirit, and, through means of the butler and housekeeper, knows everything that goes forward, tells me that the maidservants are continually trying their fortunes, and that the servants' hall has of late been quite a scene of incantation. It is amusing to notice how the oddities of the head of a family flow down through all the branches. The squire, in the indulgence of his love of everything that smacks of old times, has held so many grave conversations with the parson at table about popular superstitions and traditional rites that they have been carried from the parlor to the kitchen by the listening domestics, and, being apparently sanctioned by such high authority, the whole house has become infected by them. The servants are all versed in the common modes of trying luck and the charms to ensure constancy. They read their fortunes by drawing strokes in the ashes, or by repeating a form of words and looking in a pail of water. St. Mark's Eve, I am told, was a busy time with them, being an appointed night for certain mystic ceremonies. Several of them sowed hempseed to be reaped by their true lovers, and they even ventured upon the solemn and fearful preparation of the dumb cake. This must be done fasting and in silence. The ingredients are handed down in traditional form: an eggshell full of salt, an eggshell full of malt, and an eggshell full of barley meal. When the cake is ready, it is put upon a pan over the fire, and the future husband will appear, turn the cake, and retire. But if a word is spoken or a fast is broken during this awful ceremony, there is no knowing what horrible consequences would ensue. The experiments, in the present instance, came to no result. They that sowed the hemp seed forgot the magic rhyme that they were to pronounce, so the true lover never appeared. And as to the dumb cake, what between the awful stillness they had to keep and the awfulness of the midnight hour, their hearts failed them when they had put the cake in the pan, so that, on the striking of the great house clock in the servants' hall, they were seized with a sudden panic, and ran out of the room, to which they did not return until morning, when they found the mystic cake burnt to a cinder. The most persevering at these spells, however, is Phoebe Wilkins, the housekeeper's niece. As she is a kind of privileged personage, and rather idle, she has more time to occupy herself with these matters. She has always had her head full of love and matrimony. She knows the dream book by heart, and is quite an oracle among the little girls of the family, who always come to her to interpret their dreams in the mornings. During the present gaiety of the house, however, the poor girl has worn a face full of trouble, and, to use the housekeeper's words, has fallen into a sad hystericky way lately. It seems that she was born and brought up in the village, where her father was parish clerk, and she was an early playmate and sweetheart of young Jack Tibbets. Since she has come to live at the Hall, however, her head has been a little turned. Being very pretty and naturally genteel, she has been much noticed and indulged, and being the housekeeper's niece, she has held an equivocal station between a servant and a companion. She has learnt something of fashions and notions among the young ladies, which have effected quite a metamorphosis, insomuch that her finery at church on Sundays has given mortal offence to her former intimates in the village. This has occasioned the misrepresentations which have awakened the implacable family pride of Dame Tibbets. But what is worse, Phoebe, having a spice of coquetry in her disposition, showed it on 1 or 2 occasions to her lover, which produced a downright quarrel, and Jack, being very proud and fiery, has absolutely turned his back upon her for several successive Sundays. The poor girl is full of sorrow and repentance, and would fain make up with her lover, but he feels his security and stands aloof. In this he is doubtless encouraged by his mother, who is continually reminding him what he owes to his family, for this same family pride seems doomed to be the eternal bane of lovers. As I hate to see a pretty face in trouble, I have felt quite concerned for the luckless Phoebe, ever since I heard her story. It is a sad thing to be thwarted in love at any time, but particularly so at this tender season of the year, when every living thing, even to the very butterfly, is sporting with its mate, and the green fields, and the budding groves, and the singing of the birds, and the sweet smell of the flowers, are enough to turn the head of a lovesick girl. I am told that the coolness of young Ready Money lies very heavy at poor Phoebe's heart. Instead of singing about the house as formerly, she goes about pale and sighing, and is apt to break into tears when her companions are full of merriment. Mrs. Hannah, the vestal gentlewoman of my Lady Lillycraft, has had long talks and walks with Phoebe up and down the avenue of an evening, and has endeavored to squeeze some of her own verjuice into the other's milky nature. She speaks with contempt and abhorrence of the whole sex, and advises Phoebe to despise all the men as heartily as she does. But Phoebe's loving temper is not to be curdled. She has no such thing as hatred or contempt for mankind in her whole composition. She has all the simple fondness of heart of poor, weak, loving woman, and her only thoughts at present are how to conciliate and reclaim her wayward swain. The spells and love charms, which are matters of sport to the other domestics, are serious concerns with this love-stricken damsel. She is continually trying her fortune in a variety of ways. I am told that she has absolutely fasted for 6 Wednesdays and 3 Fridays successively, having understood that it was a sovereign charm to ensure being married to one's liking within the year. She carries about, also, a lock of her sweetheart's hair, and a riband he once gave her, being a mode of producing constancy in a lover. She even went so far as to try her fortune by the moon, which has always had much to do with lovers' dreams and fancies. For this purpose, she went out in the night of the full moon, knelt on a stone in the meadow, and repeated the old traditional rhyme. All hail to thee, moon, all hail to thee. I pray thee, good moon, now show to me the youth who my future husband shall be. When she came back to the house, she was faint and pale, and went immediately to bed. The next morning she told the porter's wife that she had seen someone close by the hedge in the meadow, which she was sure was young Tibbets. At any rate, she had dreamed of him all night, both of which, the old dame assured her, were most happy signs. It has since turned out that the person in the meadow was old Christy, the huntsman, who was walking his nightly rounds with the great staghound, so that Phoebe's faith in the charm is completely shaken. The library. Yesterday the fair Julia made her first appearance downstairs since her accident, and the sight of her spread an universal cheerfulness through the household. She was extremely pale, however, and could not walk without pain and difficulty. She was assisted, therefore, to a sofa in the library, which is pleasant and retired, looking out among trees, and so quiet that the little birds come hopping upon the windows and peering curiously into the apartment. Here several of the family gathered round, and devised means to amuse her and make the day pass pleasantly. Lady Lillycraft lamented the want of some new novel to while away the time, and was almost in a pet because the author of Waverley had not produced a work for the last 3 months. There was a motion made to call on the parson for some of his old legends or ghost stories, but to this Lady Lillycraft objected, as they were apt to give her the vapors. General Harbottle gave a minute account, for the 6th time, of the disaster of a friend in India who had his leg bitten off by a tiger, whilst he was hunting, and was proceeding to menace the company with a chapter or 2 about Tippecanoe. At length the captain bethought himself and said he believed he had a manuscript tale lying in one corner of his campaigning trunk, which, if he could find, and the company were desirous, he would read to them. The offer was eagerly accepted. He retired, and soon returned with a roll of blotted manuscript, in a very gentlemanlike, but nearly illegible, hand, and a great part written on cartridge paper. "It is one of the scribblings," said he, "of my poor friend, Charles Lightly, of the Dragoons. He was a curious, romantic, studious, fanciful fellow, the favourite and often the unconscious butt of his fellow officers, who entertained themselves with his eccentricities. He was in some of the hardest service in the peninsula, and distinguished himself by his gallantry. When the intervals of duty permitted, he was fond of roving about the country, visiting noted places, and was extremely fond of Moorish ruins. When at his quarters, he was a great scribbler, and passed much of his leisure with his pen in his hand. As I was a much younger officer and a very young man, he took me, in a manor under his care, and we became close friends. He used often to read his writings to me, having a great confidence in my taste, for I always praised them. Poor fellow! He was shot down close by me at Waterloo. We lay wounded together for some time during a hard contest that took place near at hand. As I was least hurt, I tried to relieve him, and to stanch the blood which flowed from a wound in his breast. He lay with his head in my lap, and looked up thankfully in my face, but shook his head faintly, and made a sign that it was all over with him, and, indeed, he died a few minutes afterwards, just as our men had repulsed the enemy, and came to our relief. I have his favorite dog and his pistols to this day, and several of his manuscripts, which he gave to me at different times. The one I am now going to read is a tale which he said he wrote in Spain, during the time that he lay ill of a wound received at Salamanca. We now arranged ourselves to hear the story. The captain seated himself on the sofa, beside the fair Julia, who I had noticed to be somewhat affected by the picture he had carelessly drawn of wounds and dangers in a field of battle. She now leaned her arm fondly on his shoulder, and her eye glistened as it rested on the manuscript of the poor literary dragoon. Lady Lillycraft buried herself in a deep, well-cushioned elbow chair. Her dogs were nestled on soft mats at her feet, and the gallant general took his station in an armchair at her side and toyed with her elegantly ornamented work-bag. The rest of the circle being all equally well accommodated, the captain began his story, a copy of which I have procured for the benefit of the reader. The Student of Salamanca. Once upon a time, in the ancient city of Granada, there sojourned a young man of the name of Antonio de Castros. He wore the garb of a student of Salamanca and was pursuing a course of reading in the library of the university, and, at intervals of leisure, indulging his curiosity by examining those remains of Moorish magnificence for which Granada is renowned. Whilst occupied in his studies, he frequently noticed an old man of a singular appearance who was likewise a visitor to the library. He was lean and withered, though apparently more from study than from age. His eyes, though bright and visionary, were sunk in his head and thrown into shade by overhanging eyebrows. His dress was always the same: a black doublet, a short black cloak, very rusty and threadbare, a small ruff, and a large overshadowing hat. His appetite for knowledge seemed insatiable. He would pass whole days in the library, absorbed in study, consulting a multiplicity of authors, as though he were pursuing some interesting subject through all its ramifications, so that, in general, when evening came, he was almost buried among books and manuscripts. The curiosity of Antonio was excited, and he inquired of the attendants concerning the stranger. No one could give him any information, excepting that he had been for some time past a casual frequenter of the library, that his reading lay chiefly among works treating of the occult sciences, and that he was particularly curious in his inquiries after Arabian manuscripts. They added that he never held communication with anyone, excepting to ask for particular works, that, after a fit of studious application, he would disappear for several days and even weeks, and when he revisited the library, he would look more withered and haggard than ever. The student felt interested by this account. He was leading rather a desultory life, and had all that capricious curiosity which springs up in idleness. He determined to make himself acquainted with this bookworm, and find out who and what he was. The next time that he saw the old man at the library, he commenced his approaches by requesting permission to look into one of the volumes with which the unknown appeared to have done. The latter merely bowed his head, in token of assent. After pretending to look through the volume with great attention, he returned it with many acknowledgments. The stranger made no reply. "May I ask, senor," said Antonio, with some hesitation, "may I ask what you are searching after in all these books?" The old man raised his head, with an expression of surprise at having his studies interrupted for the first time, and by so intrusive a question. He surveyed the student with a side glance from head to foot. "Wisdom, my son," said he calmly, "and the search requires every moment of my attention." He then cast his eyes upon his book and resumed his studies. "But, father," said Antonio, "cannot you spare a moment to point out the road to others? It is to experienced travelers like you that we strangers in the paths of knowledge must look for directions on our journey." The stranger looked disturbed. "I have not time enough, my son, to learn," said he, "much less to teach. I am ignorant myself of the path of true knowledge. How then can I show it to others?" "Well, but, father—" "Señor," said the old man, mildly but earnestly, "you must see that I have but few steps more to the grave. In that short space have I to accomplish the whole business of my existence. I have no time for words. Every word is as one grain of sand of my glass wasted. Suffer me to be alone." There was no replying to so complete a closing of the door of intimacy. The student found himself calmly but totally repulsed. Though curious and inquisitive, yet he was naturally modest, and on afterthoughts he blushed at his own intrusion. His mind soon became occupied by other objects. He passed several days wandering among the moldering piles of Moorish architecture, those melancholy monuments of an elegant and voluptuous people. He paced the deserted halls of the Alhambra, the paradise of the Moorish kings. He visited the great court of the lions, famous for the perfidious massacre of the gallant Abencerrages. He gazed with admiration at its mosaic cupolas, gorgeously painted in gold and azure, its basins of marble, its alabaster vase, supported by lions and storied with inscriptions. His imagination kindled as he wandered among these scenes. They were calculated to awaken all the enthusiasm of a youthful mind. Most of the halls have anciently been beautified by fountains. The fine taste of the Arabs delighted in the sparkling purity and reviving freshness of water, and they erected, as it were, altars on every side to that delicate element. Poetry mingles with architecture in the Alhambra. It breathes along the very walls. Wherever Antonio turned his eye, he beheld inscriptions in Arabic, wherein the perpetuity of Moorish power and splendor within these walls was confidently predicted. Alas! How has the prophecy been falsified? Many of the basins, where the fountains had once thrown up their sparkling showers, were dry and dusty. Some of the palaces were turned into gloomy convents, and the barefoot monk paced through these courts, which had once glittered with the array and echoed to the music of Moorish chivalry. In the course of his rambles, the student more than once encountered the old man of the library. He was always alone, and so full of thought as not to notice anyone about him. He appeared to be intent upon studying those half-buried inscriptions which are found, here and there, among the Moorish ruins, and seem to murmur from the earth the tale of former greatness. The greater part of these have since been translated, but they were supposed by many at the time to contain symbolical revelations and golden maxims of the Arabian sages and astrologers. As Antonio saw the stranger apparently deciphering these inscriptions, he felt an eager longing to make his acquaintance and to participate in his curious researches, but the repulse he had met with at the library deterred him from making any further advances. He had directed his steps one evening to the Sacred Mount, which overlooks the beautiful valley watered by the Darro, the fertile plain of the Vega, and all that rich diversity of vale and mountain that surrounds Granada with an earthly paradise. It was twilight when he found himself at the place, where, at the present day, are situated the chapels, known by the name of the Sacred Furnaces. They are so called from grottos, in which some of the primitive saints are said to have been burnt. At the time of Antonio's visit, the place was an object of much curiosity. In an excavation of these grottos, several manuscripts had recently been discovered, engraved on plates of lead. They were written in the Arabian language, excepting one, which was in unknown characters. The Pope had issued a bull forbidding anyone, under pain of excommunication, to speak of these manuscripts. The prohibition had only excited the greater curiosity, and many reports were whispered about that these manuscripts contained treasures of dark and forbidden knowledge. As Antonio was examining the place from whence these mysterious manuscripts had been drawn, he again observed the old man of the library wandering among the ruins. His curiosity was now fully awakened. The time and place served to stimulate it. He resolved to watch this groper after secret and forgotten lore, and to trace him to his habitation. There was something like adventure in the thing that charmed his romantic disposition. He followed the stranger, therefore, at a little distance, at first cautiously, but he soon observed him to be so wrapped in his own thoughts as to take little heed of external objects. They passed along the skirts of the mountain, and then by the shady banks of the Darro. They pursued their way, for some distance from Granada, along a lonely road that led among the hills. The gloom of evening was gathering, and it was quite dark when the stranger stopped at the portal of a solitary mansion. It appeared to be a mere wing, or ruined fragment, of what had once been a pile of some consequence. The walls were of great thickness, the windows narrow, and generally secured by iron bars. The door was of planks, studded with iron spikes, and had been of great strength, though at present it was much decayed. At one end of the mansion was a ruinous tower, in the Moorish style of architecture. The edifice had probably been a country retreat, or castle of pleasure, during the occupation of Granada by the Moors, and rendered sufficiently strong to withstand any casual assault in those warlike times. The old man knocked at the portal. A light appeared at a small window just above it, and a female had looked out. It might have served as a model for one of Raphael's saints. The hair was beautifully braided and gathered in a silken net, and the complexion, as well as could be judged from the light, was that soft, rich brunette, so becoming in southern beauty. "It is I, my child," said the old man. The face instantly disappeared, and soon after a wicket door in the large portal opened. Antonio, who had ventured near to the building, caught a transient sight of a delicate female form. A pair of fine black eyes darted a look of surprise at seeing a stranger hovering near, and the door was precipitately closed. There was something in this sudden gleam of beauty that wonderfully struck the imagination of the student. It was like a brilliant, flashing from its dark casket. He sauntered about, regarding the gloomy pile with increasing interest. A few simple, wild notes from among some rocks and trees at a little distance attracted his attention. He found there a group of gitanas, a vagabond gypsy race, which at that time abounded in Spain, and lived in hovels and caves of the hills about the neighborhood of Granada. Some were busy about a fire, and others were listening to the uncouth music which one of their companions, seated on a ledge of the rock, was making with a split reed. Antonio endeavored to obtain some information of them concerning the old building and its inhabitants. The one who appeared to be their spokesman was a gaunt fellow, with a subtle gait, a whispering voice, and a sinister roll of the eye. He shrugged his shoulders on the student's inquiries and said that all was not right in that building. An old man inhabited it, whom nobody knew, and whose family appeared to be only a daughter and a female servant. He and his companions, he added, lived up among the neighboring hills, and as they had been about at night, they had often seen strange lights and heard strange sounds from the tower. Some of the country people, who worked in the vineyards among the hills, believed the old man to be one that dealt in the black art, and were not over fond of passing near the tower at night. "But for our parts," said the gitano, "we are not a people that trouble ourselves much with fears of that kind." The student endeavored to gain more precise information, but they had none to furnish him. They began to be solicitous for a compensation for what they had already imparted, and, recollecting the loneliness of the place and the vagabond character of his companions, he was glad to give them a gratuity and to hasten homewards. He sat down to his studies, but his brain was too full of what he had seen and heard. His eye was upon the page, but his fancy still returned to the tower, and he was continually picturing the little window, with the beautiful head peeping out, or the door half open, and the nymph-like form within. He retired to bed, but the same object haunted his dreams. He was young and susceptible, and the excited state of his feelings, from wandering among the abodes of departed grace and gallantry, had predisposed him for a sudden impression from female beauty. The next morning, he strolled again in the direction of the tower. It was still more forlorn, by the broad glare of day, than in the gloom of evening. The walls were crumbling, and weeds and moss were growing in every crevice. It had the look of a prison, rather than a dwelling-house. In one angle, however, he remarked a window which seemed an exception to the surrounding squalidness. There was a curtain drawn within it, and flowers standing on the window-stone. Whilst he was looking at it, the curtain was partially withdrawn, and a delicate white arm, of the most beautiful roundness, was put forth to water the flowers. The student made a noise, to attract the attention of the fair florist. He succeeded. The curtain was further drawn, and he had a glance of the same lovely face he had seen the evening before. It was but a mere glance. The curtain again fell, and the casement closed. All this was calculated to excite the feelings of a romantic youth. Had he seen the unknown under other circumstances, it is probable that he would not have been struck with her beauty, but this appearance of being shut up and kept apart gave her the value of a treasured gem. He passed and repassed before the house several times in the course of the day, but saw nothing more. He was there again in the evening. The whole aspect of the house was dreary. The narrow windows emitted no rays of cheerful light, to indicate that there was social life within. Antonio listened at the portal, but no sound of voices reached his ear. Just then he heard the clapping to of a distant door, and fearing to be detected in the unworthy act of eavesdropping, he precipitately drew off to the opposite side of the road and stood in the shadow of a ruined archway. He now remarked a light from a window in the tower. It was fitful and changeable, commonly feeble and yellowish, as if from a lamp, with an occasional glare of some vivid metallic color, followed by a dusky glow. A column of dense smoke would now and then rise in the air and hang like a canopy over the tower. There was altogether such a loneliness and seeming mystery about the building and its inhabitants that Antonio was half inclined to indulge the country people's notions, and to fancy it the den of some powerful sorcerer, and the fair damsel he had seen to be some spellbound beauty. After some time had elapsed, a light appeared in the window where he had seen the beautiful arm. The curtain was down, but it was so thin that he could perceive the shadow of someone passing and repassing between it and the light. He fancied that he could distinguish that the form was delicate, and, from the alacrity of its movements, it was evidently youthful. He had not a doubt but this was the bedchamber of his beautiful unknown. Presently, he heard the sound of a guitar and a female voice singing. He drew near cautiously and listened. It was a plaintive Moorish ballad, and he recognized in it the lamentations of one of the Abencerrages on leaving the walls of lovely Granada. It was full of passion and tenderness. It spoke of the delights of early life, the hours of love it had enjoyed on the banks of the Darro and among the blissful abodes of the Alhambra. It bewailed the fallen honors of the Abencerrages and imprecated vengeance on their oppressors. Antonio was affected by the music. It singularly coincided with the place. It was like the voice of past times echoed in the present, and breathing among the monuments of its departed glory. The voice ceased. After a time the light disappeared, and all was still. "She sleeps," said Antonio, fondly. He lingered about the building, with the devotion with which a lover lingers about the bower of sleeping beauty. The rising moon threw its silver beams on the gray walls, and glittered on the casement. The late gloomy landscape gradually became flooded with its radiance. Finding, therefore, that he could no longer move about in obscurity, and fearful that his loiterings might be observed, he reluctantly retired. The curiosity which had at first drawn the young man to the tower was now seconded by feelings of a more romantic kind. His studies were almost entirely abandoned. He maintained a kind of blockade of the old mansion. He would take a book with him and pass a great part of the day under the trees in its vicinity, keeping a vigilant eye upon it and endeavoring to ascertain what were the walks of his mysterious charmer. He found, however, that she never went out except to Mass, when she was accompanied by her father. He waited at the door of the church and offered her the holy water, in the hope of touching her hand, a little office of gallantry common in Catholic countries. She, however, modestly declined without raising her eyes to see who made the offer, and always took it herself from the font. She was attentive in her devotion. Her eyes were never taken from the altar or the priest, and, on returning home, her countenance was almost entirely concealed by her mantilla. Antonio had now carried on the pursuit for several days, and was hourly getting more and more interested in the chase, but never a step nearer to the game. His lurkings about the house had probably been noticed, for he no longer saw the fair face at the window, nor the white arm put forth to water the flowers. His only consolation was to repair nightly to his post of observation, and listen to her warbling, and if by chance he could catch a sight of her shadow, passing and repassing before the window, he thought himself most fortunate. As he was indulging in one of these evening vigils, which were complete revels of the imagination, the sound of approaching footsteps made him withdraw into the deep shadow of the ruined archway opposite to the tower. A cavalier approached, wrapped in a large Spanish cloak. He paused under the window of the tower, and after a little while began a serenade, accompanied by his guitar, in the usual style of Spanish gallantry. His voice was rich and manly. He touched the instrument with skill, and sang with amorous and impassioned eloquence. The plume of his hat was buckled by jewels that sparkled in the moonbeams, and as he played on the guitar, his cloak falling off from one shoulder showed him to be richly dressed. It was evident that he was a person of rank. The idea now flashed across Antonio's mind that the affections of his unknown beauty might be engaged. She was young and doubtless susceptible, and it was not in the nature of Spanish females to be deaf and insensible to music and admiration. The surmise brought with it a feeling of dreariness. There was a pleasant dream of several days suddenly dispelled. He had never before experienced anything of the tender passion, and, as its morning dreams are always delightful, he would fain have continued in the delusion. But what have I to do with her attachments? Thought he. I have no claim on her heart, nor even on her acquaintance. How do I know that she is worthy of affection? Or if she is, must not so gallant a lover as this, with his jewels, his rank, and his detestable music, have completely captivated her? What idle humor is this that I have fallen into? I must again to my books. Study, study, will soon chase away all these idle fancies. The more he thought, however, the more he became entangled in the spell which his lively imagination had woven round him, and now that a rival had appeared, in addition to the other obstacles that environed this enchanted beauty, she appeared 10 times more lovely and desirable. It was some slight consolation to him to perceive that the gallantry of the unknown met with no apparent return from the tower. The light at the window was extinguished. The curtain remained undrawn, and none of the customary signals were given to intimate that the serenade was accepted. The cavalier lingered for some time about the place, and sang several other tender airs with a taste and feeling that made Antonio's heart ache. At length he slowly retired. The student remained with folded arms, leaning against the ruined arch, endeavoring to summon up resolution enough to depart, but there was a romantic fascination that still enchained him to the place. "It is the last time," said he, willing to compromise between his feelings and his judgment. "It is the last time. Then let me enjoy the dream a few moments longer." As I ranged about the old building to take a farewell look, he observed the strange light in the tower, which he had noticed on a former occasion. It kept beaming up and declining, as before. A pillar of smoke rose in the air and hung in sable volumes. It was evident the old man was busied in some of those operations that had gained him the reputation of a sorcerer throughout the neighborhood. Suddenly an intense and brilliant glare shone through the casement, followed by a loud report, and then a fierce and ruddy glow. A figure appeared at the window, uttering cries of agony or alarm, but immediately disappeared, and a body of smoke and flame whirled out of the narrow aperture. Antonio rushed to the portal and knocked at it with vehemence. He was only answered by loud shrieks, and found that the females were already in helpless consternation. With an exertion of desperate strength, he forced the wicket from its hinges and rushed into the house. He found himself in a small vaulted hall, and, by the light of the moon which entered at the door, he saw a staircase to the left. He hurried up it to a narrow corridor, through which was rolling a volume of smoke. He found here the two females in a frantic state of alarm. One of them clasped her hands and implored him to save her father. The corridor terminated in a spiral flight of steps, leading up to the tower. He sprang up it to a small door, through the chinks of which came a glow of light, and smoke was spuming out. He burst it open, and found himself in an antique vaulted chamber, furnished with a furnace and various chemical apparatus. A shattered retort lay on the stone floor, a quantity of combustibles, nearly consumed, with various half-burnt books and papers, were sending up an expiring flame and filling the chamber with stifling smoke. Just within the threshold lay the reputed conjurer. He was bleeding, his clothes were scorched, and he appeared lifeless. Antonio caught him up and bore him down the stairs to a chamber, in which there was a light, and laid him on a bed. The female domestic was dispatched for such appliances as the house afforded, but the daughter threw herself frantically beside her parent, and could not be reasoned out of her alarm. Her dress was all in disorder. Her disheveled hair hung in rich confusion about her neck and bosom, and never was there beheld a lovelier picture of terror and affliction. The skillful assiduities of the scholar soon produced signs of returning animation in his patient. The old man's wounds, though severe, were not dangerous. They had evidently been produced by the bursting of the retort. In his bewilderment, he had been enveloped in the stifling metallic vapors, which had overpowered his feeble frame, and had not Antonio arrived to his assistance, it is possible he might never have recovered. By slow degrees he came to his senses. He looked about with a bewildered air at the chamber, the agitated group around, and the student who was leaning over him. "Where am I?" said he wildly. At the sound of his voice, his daughter uttered a faint exclamation of delight. "My poor Inez," said he, embracing her. Then, putting his hand to his head, and taking it away stained with blood, he seemed suddenly to recollect himself, and to be overcome with emotion. "Ah," cried he, "all is over with me. All gone. All vanished. Gone in a moment. The labor of a lifetime lost." His daughter attempted to soothe him, but he became slightly delirious, and raved incoherently about malignant demons, and about the habitation of the Green Lion being destroyed, his wounds being dressed, and such other remedies administered as his situation required. He sunk into a state of quiet. Antonio now turned his attention to the daughter, whose sufferings had been little inferior to those of her father. Having with great difficulty succeeded in tranquilizing her fears, he endeavored to prevail upon her to retire, and seek the repose so necessary to her frame, proffering to remain by her father until morning. "I am a stranger," said he. "It is true, and my offer may appear intrusive, but I see you are lonely and helpless, and I cannot help venturing over the limits of mere ceremony. Should you feel any scruple or doubt, however, say but a word, and I will instantly retire." There was a frankness, a kindness, and a modesty mingled in Antonio's deportment that inspired instant confidence, and his simple scholar's garb was a recommendation in the house of poverty. The females consented to resign the sufferer to his care, as they would be the better able to attend to him on the morrow. On retiring, the old domestic was profuse in her benedictions. The daughter only looked her thanks, but as they shone through the tears that filled her fine black eyes, the student thought them 1,000 times the most eloquent. Here, then, he was, by a singular turn of chance, completely housed within this mysterious mansion. When left to himself, and the bustle of the scene was over, his heart throbbed as he looked round the chamber in which he was sitting. It was the daughter's room, the promised land toward which he had cast so many a longing gaze. The furniture was old, and had probably belonged to the building in its prosperous days, but everything was arranged with propriety. The flowers that he had seen her attend stood in the window, a guitar leaned against a table, on which stood a crucifix, and before it lay a missal and a rosary. There reigned an air of purity and serenity about this little nestling place of innocence. It was the emblem of a chaste and quiet mind. Some few articles of female dress lay on the chairs, and there was the very bed on which she had slept, the pillow on which her soft cheek had reclined. The poor scholar was treading enchanted ground, for what fairyland has more of magic in it than the bedchamber of innocence and beauty? From various expressions of the old man in his ravings, and from what he had noticed on a subsequent visit to the tower, to see that the fire was extinguished, Antonio had gathered that his patient was an alchemist. The philosopher's stone was an object eagerly sought after by visionaries in those days, but in consequence of the superstitious prejudices of the times and the frequent persecutions of its votaries, they were apt to pursue their experiments in secret, in lonely houses, in caverns and ruins, or in the privacy of cloistered cells. In the course of the night, the old man had several fits of restlessness and delirium. He would call out upon Theophrastus, and Geber, and Albertus Magnus, and other sages of his art, and anon would murmur about fermentation and projection until, toward daylight, he once more sunk into a salutary sleep. When the morning sun darted his rays into the casement, the fair Inez, attended by the female domestic, came blushing into the chamber. The student now took his leave, having himself need of repose, but obtaining ready permission to return and inquire after the sufferer. When he called again, he found the alchemist languid and in pain, but apparently suffering more in mind than in body. His delirium had left him, and he had been informed of the particulars of his deliverance and of the subsequent attentions of the scholar. He could do little more than look his thanks, but Antonio did not require them. His own heart repaid him for all that he had done, and he almost rejoiced in the disaster that had gained him an entrance into this mysterious habitation. The alchemist was so helpless as to need much assistance. Antonio remained with him, therefore, the greater part of the day. He repeated his visit the next day, and the next. Every day his company seemed more pleasing to the invalid, and every day he felt his interest in the latter increasing. Perhaps the presence of the daughter might have been at the bottom of this solicitude. He had frequent and long conversations with the alchemist. He found him, as men of his pursuits were apt to be, a mixture of enthusiasm and simplicity, of curious and extensive reading on points of little utility, with great inattention to the everyday occurrences of life, and profound ignorance of the world. He was deeply versed in singular and obscure branches of knowledge, and much given to visionary speculations. Antonio, whose mind was of a romantic cast, had himself given some attention to the occult sciences, and he entered upon these themes with an ardor that delighted the philosopher. Their conversations frequently turned upon astrology, divination, and the great secret. The old man would forget his aches and wounds, rise up like a spectre in his bed, and kindle into eloquence on his favorite topics. When gently admonished of his situation, it would but prompt him to another sally of thought. "Alas, my son," he would say, "is not this very decrepitude and suffering another proof of the importance of those secrets with which we are surrounded? Why are we trammeled by disease, withered by old age, and our spirits quenched, as it were, within us, but because we have lost those secrets of life and youth which were known to our parents before their fall? To regain these, have philosophers been ever since aspiring. But just as they are on the point of securing the precious secrets forever, the brief period of life is at an end. They die, and with them all their wisdom and experience. Nothing, as de Niesman observes, nothing is wanting for man's perfection but a longer life, less crossed with sorrows and maladies, to the attaining of the full and perfect knowledge of things." At length Antonio so far gained on the heart of his patient as to draw from him the outlines of his story. Felix de Vasquez, the alchemist, was a native of Castile and of an ancient and honorable line. Early in life, he had married a beautiful female, a descendant from one of the Moorish families. The marriage displeased his father, who considered the pure Spanish blood contaminated by this foreign mixture. It is true, the lady traced her descent from one of the Abencerrages, the most gallant of Moorish cavaliers, who had embraced the Christian faith on being exiled from the walls of Granada. The injured pride of the father, however, was not to be appeased. He never saw his son afterwards, and on dying left him but a scanty portion of his estate, bequeathing the residue, in the piety and bitterness of his heart, to the erection of convents and the performance of masses for souls in purgatory. Don Felix resided for a long time in the neighborhood of Valladolid, in a state of embarrassment and obscurity. He devoted himself to intense study, having, while at the University of Salamanca, imbibed a taste for the secret sciences. He was enthusiastic and speculative. He went on from one branch of knowledge to another until he became zealous in the search after the grand arcanum. He had at first engaged in the pursuit with the hopes of raising himself from his present obscurity and resuming the rank and dignity to which his birth entitled him, but, as usual, it ended in absorbing every thought and becoming the business of his existence. He was at length aroused from this mental abstraction by the calamities of his household. A malignant fever swept off his wife and all his children, excepting an infant daughter. These losses for a time overwhelmed and stupefied him. His home had in a manner died away from around him, and he felt lonely and forlorn. When his spirit revived within him, he determined to abandon the scene of his humiliation and disaster, to bear away the child that was still left him beyond the scene of contagion, and never to return to Castile until he should be enabled to reclaim the honors of his line. He had ever since been wandering and unsettled in his abode, sometimes the resident of populous cities, at other times of absolute solitudes. He had searched libraries, meditated on inscriptions, visited adepts of different countries, and sought to gather and concentrate the rays which had been thrown by various minds upon the secrets of alchemy. He had at one time traveled quite to Padua to search for the manuscripts of Pietro Diabano and to inspect an urn which had been dug up near Este, supposed to have been buried by Maximus Alybius and to have contained the grand elixir. While at Padua, he had met with an adept versed in Arabian lore, who talked of the invaluable manuscripts that must remain in the Spanish libraries, preserved from the spoils of the Moorish academies and universities, of the probability of meeting with precious unpublished writings of Geber and Alpharabius and Avicenna, the great physicians of the Arabian schools, who, it was well known, had treated much of alchemy. But, above all, he spoke of the Arabian tablets of lead, which had recently been dug up in the neighborhood of Granada, and which, it was confidently believed among adepts, contained the lost secrets of the art. The indefatigable alchemist once more bent his steps for Spain, full of renovated hope. He had made his way to Granada. He had wearied himself in the study of Arabic, in deciphering inscriptions, in rummaging libraries, and exploring every possible trace left by the Arabian sages. In all his wanderings, he had been accompanied by Inez through the rough and the smooth, the pleasant and the adverse, never complaining, but rather seeking to soothe his cares by her innocent and playful caresses. Her instruction had been the employment and the delight of his hours of relaxation. She had grown up while they were wandering, and had scarcely ever known any home but by his side. He was family, friends, home, everything to her. He had carried her in his arms when they first began their wayfaring, had nestled her, as an eagle does its young, among the rocky heights of the Sierra Morena. She had sported about him in childhood, in the solitudes of the Batucas, had followed him, as a lamb does the shepherd, over the rugged Pyrenees and into the fair plains of Languedoc. And now she was grown up to support his feeble steps among the ruined abodes of her maternal ancestors. His property had gradually wasted away in the course of his travels and his experiments. Still hope, the constant attendant of the alchemist, had led him on, ever on the point of reaping the reward of his labors, and ever disappointed. With the credulity that often attended his art, he attributed many of his disappointments to the machination of the malignant spirits that beset the paths of the alchemist and torment him in his solitary labors. It is their constant endeavor, he observed, to close up every avenue to those sublime truths which would enable man to rise above the abject state into which he has fallen and to return to his original perfection. To the evil offices of these demons, he attributed his late disaster. He had been on the very verge of the glorious discovery. Never were the indications more completely auspicious. All was going on prosperously when, at the critical moment which should have crowned his labors with success and have placed him at the very summit of human power and felicity, the bursting of a retort had reduced his laboratory and himself to ruins. "I must now," said he, "give up at the very threshold of success. My books and papers are burnt. My apparatus is broken. I am too old to bear up against these evils. The ardor that once inspired me is gone. My poor frame is exhausted by study and watchfulness, and this last misfortune has hurried me towards the grave." He concluded in a tone of deep dejection. Antonio endeavored to comfort and reassure him, but the poor alchemist had for once awakened to a consciousness of the worldly ills that were gathering around him, and had sunk into despondency. After a pause, and some thoughtfulness and perplexity of brow, Antonio ventured to make a proposal. "I have long," said he, "been filled with a love for the secret sciences, but have felt too ignorant and diffident to give myself up to them. You have acquired experience. You have amassed the knowledge of a lifetime. It were a pity it should be thrown away. You say you are too old to renew the toils of the laboratory. Suffer me to undertake them. Add your knowledge to my youth and activity, and what shall we not accomplish? As a probationary fee, and a fund on which to proceed, I will bring into the common stock a sum of gold, the residue of a legacy, which has enabled me to complete my education. A poor scholar cannot boast much, but I trust we shall soon put ourselves beyond the reach of want, and if we should fail, why, I must depend, like other scholars, upon my brains to carry me through the world. The philosopher's spirits, however, were more depressed than the student had imagined. This last shock, following in the rear of so many disappointments, had almost destroyed the reaction of his mind. The fire of an enthusiast, however, is never so low but that it may be blown again into a flame. By degrees, the old man was cheered and reanimated by the buoyancy and ardor of his sanguine companion. He at length agreed to accept of the services of the student, and once more to renew his experiments. He objected, however, to using the student's gold, notwithstanding that his own was nearly exhausted, but this objection was soon overcome. The student insisted on making it a common stock and common cause, and then how absurd was any delicacy about such a trifle, with men who looked forward to discovering the philosopher's stone. While, therefore, the alchemist was slowly recovering, the student busied himself in getting the laboratory once more in order. It was strewed with the wrecks of retorts and alembics, with old crucibles, boxes and phials of powders and tinctures, and half-burnt books and manuscripts. As soon as the old man was sufficiently recovered, the studies and experiments were renewed. The student became a privileged and frequent visitor, and was indefatigable in his toils in the laboratory. The philosopher daily derived new zeal and spirits from the animation of his disciple. He was now enabled to prosecute the enterprise with continued exertion, having so active a coadjutor to divide the toil. While he was poring over the writings of Sandivogius and Philalethes and Dominus Denisement, and endeavoring to comprehend the symbolical language in which they have locked up their mysteries, Antonio would occupy himself among the retorts and crucibles, and keep the furnace in a perpetual glow. With all his zeal, however, for the discovery of the golden art, the feelings of the student had not cooled as to the object that first drew him to this ruinous mansion. During the old man's illness, he had frequent opportunities of being near the daughter, and every day made him more sensible to her charms. There was a pure simplicity and an almost passive gentleness in her manners, yet with all this was mingled something, whether mere maiden shyness, or a consciousness of high descent, or a dash of Castilian pride, or perhaps all united, that prevented undue familiarity and made her difficult of approach. The danger of her father, and the measures to be taken for his relief, had at first overcome this coyness and reserve, but as he recovered and her alarm subsided, she seemed to shrink from the familiarity she had indulged with the youthful stranger, and to become every day more shy and silent. Antonio had read many books, but this was the first volume of womankind that he had ever studied. He had been captivated with the very title page, but the further he read, the more he was delighted. She seemed formed to love. Her soft black eye rolled languidly under its long silken lashes, and wherever it turned, it would linger and repose. There was tenderness in every beam. To him alone, she was reserved and distant. Now that the common cares of the sick room were at an end, he saw little more of her than before his admission to the house. Sometimes he met her on his way to and from the laboratory, and at such times there was ever a smile and a blush, but, after a simple salutation, she glided on and disappeared. "'Tis plain," thought Antonio, "my presence is indifferent, if not irksome to her. She has noticed my admiration, and is determined to discourage it. Nothing but a feeling of gratitude prevents her treating me with marked distaste. And then has she not another lover? Rich, gallant, splendid, musical? How can I suppose she would turn her eyes from so brilliant a cavalier to a poor obscure student, raking among the cinders of her father's laboratory?" Indeed, the idea of the amorous serenader continually haunted his mind. He felt convinced that he was a favored lover, yet, if so, why did he not frequent the tower? Why did he not make his approaches by noonday? There was mystery in this eavesdropping and musical courtship. Surely Inez could not be encouraging a secret intrigue.
Oh, no.
She was too artless, too pure, too ingenuous. But then the Spanish females were so prone to love and intrigue, and music and moonlight were so seductive, and Inez had such a tender soul languishing in every look. "Oh," would the poor scholar exclaim, clasping his hands, "oh, that I could but once behold those loving eyes beaming on me with affection." It is incredible to those who have not experienced it, on what scanty aliment human life and human love may be supported. A dry crust, thrown now and then to a starving man, will give him a new lease of existence, and a faint smile, or a kind look, bestowed at casual intervals, will keep a lover loving on, when a man in his sober senses would despair. When Antonio found himself alone in the laboratory, his mind would be haunted by one of these looks or smiles, which he had received in passing. He would set it in every possible light, and argue on it with all the self-pleasing, self-teasing logic of a lover. The country around him was enough to awaken that voluptuousness of feelings so favorable to the growth of passion. The window of the tower rose above the trees of the romantic valley of the Darro, and looked down upon some of the loveliest scenery of the Vega, where groves of citron and orange were refreshed by cool springs and brooks of the purest water. The Zenil and the Darro wound their shining streams along the plain, and gleamed from among its bowers. The surrounding hills were covered with vineyards, and the mountains, crowned with snow, seemed to melt into the blue sky. The delicate airs that played about the tower were perfumed by the fragrance of myrtle and orange blossoms, and the ear was charmed with the fond warbling of the nightingale, which, in these happy regions, sings the whole day long. Sometimes, too, there was the idle song of the muleteer sauntering along the solitary road, or the notes of the guitar from some group of peasants dancing in the shade. All these were enough to fill the head of the young lover with poetic fancies, and Antonio would picture to himself how he could loiter among those happy groves, and wander by those gentle rivers, and love away his life with Inez. He felt at times impatient at his own weakness, and would endeavor to brush away these cobwebs of the mind. He would turn his thoughts, with sudden effort, to his occult studies, or occupy himself in some perplexing process, but often, when he had partially succeeded in fixing his attention, the sound of Inez's lute, or the soft notes of her voice, would come stealing upon the stillness of the chamber, and, as it were, floating round the tower. There was no great art in her performance, but Antonio thought he had never heard music comparable to this. It was perfect witchcraft to hear her warble forth some of her national melodies, those little Spanish romances and Moorish ballads that transport the hearer, in idea, to the banks of the Guadalquivir or the walls of the Alhambra, and make him dream of beauties and balconies and moonlight serenades. Never was poor student more sadly beset than Antonio. Love is a troublesome companion in a study at the best of tunes, but in the laboratory of an alchemist, his intrusion is terribly disastrous. Instead of attending to the retorts and crucibles, and watching the process of some experiment entrusted to his charge, the student would get entranced in one of these love dreams, from which he would often be aroused by some fatal catastrophe. The philosopher, on returning from his researches in the libraries, would find everything gone wrong, and Antonio in despair over the ruins of the whole day's work. The old man, however, took all quietly, for his had been a life of experiment and failure. "We must have patience, my son," would he say, "as all the great masters that have gone before us have had. Errors and accidents and delays are what we have to contend with. Did not Pontanus err 200 times before he could obtain even the matter on which to found his experiments? The great Flamel, too, did he not labor 24 years before he ascertained the first agent? What difficulties and hardships did not Cardillacius encounter at the very threshold of his discoveries? And Bernard de Treves, even after he had attained a knowledge of all the requisites, was he not delayed full 3 years? What you consider accidents, my son, are the machinations of our invisible enemies. The treasures and golden secrets of nature are surrounded by spirits hostile to man. The air about us teems with them. They lurk in the fire of the furnace, in the bottom of the crucible, and the alembic, and are ever on the alert to take advantage of those moments when our minds are wandering from intense meditation on the great truth that we are seeking. We must only strive the more to purify ourselves from those gross and earthly feelings which becloud the soul and prevent her from piercing into nature's arcana. Alas, thought Antonio, if to be purified from all earthly feeling requires that I should cease to love Inez, I fear I shall never discover the philosopher's stone. In this way, matters went on for some time, at the alchemist's. Day after day was sending the student's gold in vapor up the chimney. Every blast of the furnace made him a ducat the poorer, without apparently helping him a jot nearer to the golden secret. Still the young man stood by, and saw piece after piece disappearing without a murmur. He had daily an opportunity of seeing Inez, and felt as if her favor would be better than silver or gold, and that every smile was worth a ducat. Sometimes, in the cool of the evening, when the toils of the laboratory happened to be suspended, he would walk with the alchemist in what had once been a garden belonging to the mansion. There were still the remains of terraces and balustrades, and here and there a marble urn, or mutilated statue overturned, and buried among weeds and flowers run wild. It was the favorite resort of the alchemist in his hours of relaxation, where he would give full scope to his visionary flights. His mind was tinctured with the Rosicrucian doctrines. He believed in elementary beings, some favorable, others adverse to his pursuits, and, in the exaltation of his fancy, had often imagined that he held communion with them in his solitary walks about the whispering groves and echoing walls of this old garden. When accompanied by Antonio, he would prolong these evening recreations. Indeed, he sometimes did it out of consideration for his disciple, for he feared lest his too close application and his incessant seclusion in the tower should be injurious to his health. He was delighted and surprised by this extraordinary zeal and perseverance in so young a tyro, and looked upon him as destined to be one of the great luminaries of the art. Lest the student should repine at the time lost in these relaxations, the good alchemist would fill them up with wholesome knowledge in matters connected with their pursuits, and would walk up and down the alleys with his disciple, imparting oral instruction, like an ancient philosopher. In all his visionary schemes, these breathed a spirit of lofty, though chimerical philanthropy, that won the admiration of the scholar. Nothing sordid nor sensual, nothing petty nor selfish, seemed to enter into his views, in respect to the grand discoveries he was anticipating. On the contrary, his imagination kindled with conceptions of widely dispensated happiness. He looked forward to the time when he should be able to go about the earth, relieving the indigent, comforting the distressed, and, by his unlimited means, devising and executing plans for the complete extirpation of poverty and all its attendant sufferings and crimes. Never were grander schemes for general good, for the distribution of boundless wealth and universal competence, devised than by this poor, indigent alchemist in his ruined tower. Antonio would attend these peripatetic lectures with all the ardor of a devotee, but there was another circumstance which may have given a secret charm to them. The garden was the resort also of Inez, where she took her walks of recreation, the only exercise that her secluded life permitted. As Antonio was studiously pacing by the side of his instructor, he would often catch a glimpse of the daughter, walking pensively about the alleys in the soft twilight. Sometimes they would meet her unexpectedly, and the heart of the student would throb with agitation. A blush, too, would crimson the cheek of Inez, but still she passed on and never joined them. He had remained one evening until rather a late hour with the alchemist in this favorite resort. It was a delightful night after a sultry day, and the balmy air of the garden was peculiarly reviving. The old man was seated on a fragment of a pedestal, looking like a part of the ruin on which he sat. He was edifying his pupil by long lessons of wisdom from the stars, as they shone out with brilliant luster in the dark blue vault of a southern sky, for he was deeply versed in Bayman and other of the Rosicrucians, and talked much of the signature of earthly things and passing events, which may be discerned in the heavens, of the power of the stars over corporeal beings, and their influence on the fortunes of the sons of men. By degrees the moon rose and shed her gleaming light among the groves. Antonio apparently listened with fixed attention to the sage, but his ear was drinking in the melody of Inez's voice, who was singing to her lute in one of the moonlight glades of the garden. The old man, having exhausted his theme, sat gazing in silent reverie at the heavens. Antonio could not resist an inclination to steal a look at this coy beauty, who was thus playing the part of the nightingale, so sequestered and musical. Leaving the alchemist in his celestial reverie, he stole gently along one of the alleys. The music had ceased, and he thought he heard the sound of voices. He came to an angle of a copse that had screened a kind of green recess, ornamented by a marble fountain. The moon shone full upon the place, and by its light he beheld his unknown, serenading rival at the feet of Inez. He was detaining her by the hand, which he covered with kisses, but at sight of Antonio he started up and half drew his sword, while Inez, disengaged, fled back to the house. All the jealous doubts and fears of Antonio were now confirmed. He did not remain to encounter the resentment of his happy rival at being thus interrupted, but turned from the place in sudden wretchedness of heart. That Inez should love another would have been misery enough, but that she should be capable of a dishonorable amour shocked him to the soul. The idea of deception in so young and apparently artless a being brought with it that sudden distrust in human nature, so sickening to a youthful and ingenuous mind. But when he thought of the kind, simple parent she was deceiving, whose affections all centered in her, he felt for a moment a sentiment of indignation and almost of aversion. He found the alchemist still seated in his visionary contemplation of the moon. "Come hither, my son," said he, with his usual enthusiasm. "Come, read with me in this vast volume of wisdom, thus nightly unfolded for our perusal." Wisely did the Chaldean sages affirm that the heaven is as a mystic page, uttering speech to those who can rightly understand, warning them of good and evil, and instructing them in the secret decrees of fate. The student's heart ached for his venerable master, and for a moment he felt the futility of his occult wisdom. Alas, poor old man, thought he, of what avails all thy study? Little dost thou dream, while busied in airy speculations among the stars, what a treason against thy happiness is going on under thine eyes, as it were, in thy very bosom, O Inez! Inez! Where shall we look for truth and innocence? Where shall we repose confidence in woman, if even you can deceive? It was a trite apostrophe, such as every lover makes when he finds his mistress not quite such a goddess as he had painted her. With the student, however, it sprung from honest anguish of heart. He returned to his lodgings, in pitiable confusion of mind. He now deplored the infatuation that had led him on until his feelings were so thoroughly engaged. He resolved to abandon his pursuits at the tower and trust to absence to dispel the fascination by which he had been spellbound. He no longer thirsted after the discovery of the grand elixir. The dream of alchemy was over, for, without Inez, what was the value of the philosopher's stone? He rose, after a sleepless night, with the determination of taking his leave of the alchemist and tearing himself from Granada. For several days did he rise with the same resolution, and every night saw him come back to his pillow, to repine at his want of resolution, and to make fresh determinations for the morrow. In the meanwhile, he saw less of Inez than ever. She no longer walked in the garden, but remained almost entirely in her apartment. When she met him, she blushed more than usual, and once hesitated, as if she would have spoken, but after a temporary embarrassment and still deeper blushes, she made some casual observation and retired. Antonio read, in this confusion, a consciousness of fault, and of that fault's being discovered. What could she have wished to communicate? Perhaps to account for the scene in the garden. But how can she account for it, or why should she account for it to me? What am I to her? Or rather, what is she to me? Exclaimed he impatiently, with a new resolution to break through these entanglements of the heart and fly from this enchanted spot forever. He was returning that very night to his lodgings, full of this excellent determination, when, in a shadowy part of the road, he passed a person whom he recognized by his height and form for his rival. He was going in the direction of the tower. If any lingering doubts remained, here was an opportunity of settling them completely. He determined to follow this unknown cavalier and, under favor of the darkness, observe his movements. If he obtained access to the tower, or in any way a favorable reception, Antonio felt as if it would be a relief to his mind, and would enable him to fix his wavering resolution. The unknown, as he came near the tower, was more cautious and stealthy in his approaches. He was joined under a clump of trees by another person, and they had much whispering together. A light was burning in the chamber of Inez. The curtain was down, but the casement was left open, as the night was warm. After some time, the light was extinguished. A considerable interval elapsed. The cavalier and his companion remained under covert of the trees, as if keeping watch. At length they approached the tower, with silent and cautious steps. The cavalier received a dark lantern from his companion, and threw off his cloak. The other then softly brought something from the clump of trees, which Antonio perceived to be a light ladder. He placed it against the wall, and the serenader gently ascended. A sickening sensation came over Antonio. Here was indeed a confirmation of every fear. He was about to leave the place, never to return, when he heard a stifled shriek from Inez's chamber. In an instant, the fellow that stood at the foot of the ladder lay prostrate on the ground. Antonio wrested a stiletto from his nerveless hand and hurried up the ladder. He sprang in at the window and found Inez struggling in the grasp of his fancied rival. The latter, disturbed from his prey, caught up his lantern, turned its light full upon Antonio, and, drawing his sword, made a furious assault. Luckily, the student saw the light gleam along the blade and parried the thrust with the stiletto. A fierce but unequal combat ensued. Antonio fought exposed to the full glare of the light, while his antagonist was in shadow. His stiletto, too, was but a poor defense against a rapier. He saw that nothing would save him but closing with his adversary, and getting within his weapon, he rushed furiously upon him and gave him a severe blow with the stiletto, but received a wound in return from the shortened sword. At the same moment, a blow was inflicted from behind by the confederate who had ascended the ladder. It felled him to the floor, and his antagonists made their escape. By this time, the cries of Inez had brought her father and the domestic into the room. Antonio was found weltering in his blood and senseless. He was conveyed to the chamber of the alchemist, who now repaid in kind the attentions which the student had once bestowed upon him. Among his varied knowledge, he possessed some skill in surgery, which at this moment was of more value than even his chemical lore. He stanched and dressed the wounds of his disciple, which on examination proved less desperate than he had at first apprehended. For a few days, however, his case was anxious and attended with danger. The old man watched over him with the affection of a parent. He felt a double debt of gratitude towards him on account of his daughter and himself. He loved him, too, as a faithful and zealous disciple, and he dreaded lest the world should be deprived of the promising talents of so aspiring an alchemist. An excellent constitution soon medicined his wounds, and there was a balsam in the looks and words of Inez that had a healing effect on the still severer wounds which he carried in his heart. She displayed the strongest interest in his safety. She called him her deliverer, her preserver. It seemed as if her grateful disposition sought, in the warmth of its acknowledgments, to repay him for past coldness. But what most contributed to Antonio's recovery was her explanation concerning his supposed rival. It was some time since he had first beheld her at church, and he had ever since persecuted her with his attentions. He had beset her in her walks, until she had been obliged to confine herself to the house, except when accompanied by her father. He had besieged her with letters, serenades, and every art by which he could urge a vehement but clandestine and dishonorable suit. The scene in the garden was as much of a surprise to her as to Antonio. Her persecutor had been attracted by her voice, and had found his way over a ruined part of the wall. He had come upon her unawares, was detaining her by force, and pleading his insulting passion, when the appearance of the student interrupted him and enabled her to make her escape. She had forborne to mention to her father the persecution which she suffered. She wished to spare him unavailing anxiety and distress, and had determined to confine herself more rigorously to the house, though it appeared that even here she had not been safe from his daring enterprise. Antonio inquired whether she knew the name of this impetuous admirer. She replied that he had made his advances under a fictitious name, but that she had heard him once called by the name of Don Ambrosio de Loxa. Antonio knew him, by report, for one of the most determined and dangerous libertines in all Granada. Artful, accomplished, and, if he chose to be so, insinuating, but daring and headlong in the pursuit of his pleasures, violent and implacable in his resentments. He rejoiced to find that Inez had been proof against his seductions, and had been inspired with aversion by his splendid profligacy, but he trembled to think of the dangers she had run, and he felt solicitude about the dangers that must yet environ her. At present, however, it was probable the enemy had a temporary quietus. The traces of blood had been found for some distance from the latter until they were lost among thickets, and as nothing had been heard or seen of him since, it was concluded that he had been seriously wounded. As the student recovered from his wounds, he was enabled to join Inez and her father in their domestic intercourse. The chamber in which they usually met had probably been a saloon of state in former times. The floor was of marble, the walls partially covered with remains of tapestry, the chairs, richly carved and gilt, were crazed with age and covered with tarnished and tattered brocade. Against the wall hung a long rusty rapier, the only relic that the old man retained of the chivalry of his ancestors. There might have been something to provoke a smile, in the contrast between the mansion and its inhabitants, between present poverty and the graces of departed grandeur, but the fancy of the student had thrown so much romance about the edifice and its inmates that everything was clothed with charms. The philosopher, with his broken-down pride and his strange pursuits, seemed to comport with the melancholy ruin he inhabited, and there was a native elegance of spirit about the daughter that showed she would have graced the mansion in its happier days. What delicious moments were these to the student! Inez was no longer coy and reserved. She was naturally artless and confiding, though the kind of persecution she had experienced from one admirer had rendered her, for a time, suspicious and circumspect toward the other. She now felt an entire confidence in the sincerity and worth of Antonio, mingled with an overflowing gratitude. When her eyes met his, they beamed with sympathy and kindness, and Antonio, no longer haunted by the idea of a favored rival, once more aspired to success. At these domestic meetings, however, he had little opportunity of paying his court, except by looks. The alchemist, supposing him, like himself, absorbed in the study of alchemy, endeavored to cheer the tediousness of his recovery by long conversations on the art. He even brought several of his half-burnt volumes, which the student had once rescued from the flames, and rewarded him for their preservation by reading copious passages. He would entertain him with a great and good axe of flannel, which he effected through means of the philosopher's stone, relieving widows and orphans, founding hospitals, building churches, and what not, or with the interrogatories of King Khalid and the answers of Morienus, the Roman hermit of Jerusalem, or the profound questions which Alardus, a necromancer of the province of Catalonia, put to the devil, touching the secrets of alchemy, and the devil's replies. All these were couched in occult language, almost unintelligible to the unpracticed ear of the disciple. Indeed, the old man delighted in the mystic phrases and symbolical jargon in which the writers that have treated of alchemy have wrapped their communications, rendering them incomprehensible except to the initiated. With what rapture would he elevate his voice at a triumphant passage, announcing the grand discovery. "Thou shalt see," would he exclaim, in the words of Henry Coonrade, 8, "the stone of the philosophers, our king, go forth of the bedchamber of his glassy sepulchre into the theatre of this world, that is to say, regenerated and made perfect, a shining carbuncle, a most temperate splendor, whose most subtle and depurated parts are inseparable, united into one with a concordial mixture, exceeding equal, transparent as crystal, shining red like a ruby, permanently coloring or ringing, fixed in all temptations or trials. Yea, In the examination of the burning sulfur itself, and the devouring waters, and in the most vehement persecution of the fire, always incombustible and permanent as a salamander. The student had a high veneration for the fathers of alchemy and a profound respect for his instructor. But what was Henry Coenraad, Geber, Lully, or even Albertus Magnus himself, compared to the countenance of Inez, which presented such a page of beauty to his perusal? While, therefore, the good alchemist was doling out knowledge by the hour, his disciple would forget books, alchemy, everything but the lovely object before him. Inez, too, unpracticed in the science of the heart, was gradually becoming fascinated by the silent attentions of her lover. Day by day, she seemed more and more perplexed by the kindling and strangely pleasing emotions of her bosom. Her eye was often cast down in thought. Blushes stole to her cheek without any apparent cause, and light, half-suppressed sighs would follow these short fits of musing. Her little ballads, though the same that she had always sung, yet breathed a more tender spirit. Either the tones of her voice were more soft and touching, or some passages were delivered with a feeling she had never before given them. Antonio, beside his love for the abstruse sciences, had a pretty turn for music, and never did philosopher touch the guitar more tastefully. As, by degrees, he conquered the mutual embarrassment that kept them asunder, he ventured to accompany Inez in some of her songs. He had a voice full of fire and tenderness. As he sang, one would have thought, from the kindling blushes of his companion, that he had been pleading his own passion in her ear. Let those who would keep two youthful hearts asunder beware of music.
Oh,
This leaning over chairs and conning the same music book and entwining of voices and melting away in harmonies. The German waltz is nothing to it. The worthy alchemist saw nothing of all this. His mind could admit of no idea that was not connected with the discovery of the grand arcanum, and he supposed his youthful coadjutor equally devoted. He was a mere child as to human nature, and, as to the passion of love, whatever he might once have felt of it, he had long since forgotten that there was such an idle passion in existence. But, while he dreamed, the silent amour went on. The very quiet and seclusion of the place were favorable to the growth of romantic passion. The opening bud of love was able to put forth leaf by leaf, without an adverse wind to check its growth. There was neither officious friendship to chill by its advice, nor insidious envy to wither by its sneers, nor an observing world to look on and stare it out of countenance. There was neither declaration, nor vow, nor any other form of Cupid's canting school. Their hearts mingled together and understood each other without the aid of language. They lapsed into the full current of affection, unconscious of its depth and thoughtless of the rocks that might lurk beneath its surface. Happy lovers, who wanted nothing to make their felicity complete but the discovery of the philosopher's stone. At length, Antonio's health was sufficiently restored to enable him to return to his lodgings in Granada. He felt uneasy, however, at leaving the tower, while lurking danger might surround its almost defenseless inmates. He dreaded lest Don Ambrosio, recovered from his wounds, might plot some new attempt, by secret art, or open violence. From all that he had heard, he knew him to be too implacable to suffer his defeat to pass unavenged, and too rash and fearless, when his arts were unavailing, to stop at any daring deed in the accomplishment of his purposes. He urged his apprehensions to the alchemist and his daughter, and proposed that they should abandon the dangerous vicinity of Granada. "I have relations," said he, "in Valencia, poor indeed, but worthy and affectionate. Among them you will find friendship and quiet, and we may there pursue our labors unmolested." He went on to paint the beauties and delights of Valencia with all the fondness of a native and all the eloquence with which a lover paints the fields and groves which he is picturing as the future scenes of his happiness. His eloquence, backed by the apprehensions of Inez, was successful with the alchemist, who, indeed, had led too unsettled a life to be particular about the place of his residence, and it was determined that, as soon as Antonio's health was perfectly restored, they should abandon the tower and seek the delicious neighborhood of Valencia. To recruit his strength, the student suspended his toils in the laboratory and spent the few remaining days, before departure, in taking a farewell look at the enchanting environs of Granada. He felt returning health and vigor as he inhaled the pure temperate breezes that play about its hills, and the happy state of his mind contributed to his rapid recovery. Inez was often the companion of his walks. Her descent, by the mother's side, from one of the ancient Moorish families, gave her an interest in this once favorite seat of Arabian power. She gazed with enthusiasm upon its magnificent monuments, and her memory was filled with the traditional tales and ballads of Moorish chivalry. Indeed, the solitary life she had led and the visionary turn of her father's mind had produced an effect upon her character and given it a tinge of what, in modern days, would be termed romance. All this was called into full force by this new passage, for, when a woman first begins to love, life is all romance to her. In one of their evening strolls, they had ascended to the Mountain of the Sun, where is situated the Generaliffe, the palace of pleasure, in the days of Moorish dominion, but now a gloomy convent of Capuchins. They had wandered about its garden, among groves of orange, citron, and cypress, where the waters, leaping in torrents, or gushing in fountains, or tossed aloft in sparkling jets, fill the air with music and freshness. There is a melancholy mingled with all the beauties of this garden that gradually stole over the feelings of the lovers. The place is full of the sad story of past times. It was the favorite abode of the lovely Queen of Granada, where she was surrounded by the delights of a gay and voluptuous court. It was here, too, amidst her own bowers of roses, that her slanderers laid the base story of her dishonor and struck a fatal blow to the line of the gallant Abencerrages. The whole garden has a look of ruin and neglect. Many of the fountains are dry and broken. The streams have wandered from their marble channels and are choked by weeds and yellow leaves. The reed whistles to the wind, where it had once sported among roses and shaken perfume from the orange blossom. The convent bell flings its sullen sound, or the drowsy vesper hymn floats along these solitudes, which once resounded with the song, and the dance, and the lover's serenade. Well may the Moors lament over the loss of this earthly paradise. Well may they remember it in their prayers, and beseech heaven to restore it to the faithful. Well may their ambassadors smite their breasts when they behold these monuments of their race, and sit down and weep among the fading glories of Granada. It is impossible to wander about these scenes of departed love and gaiety and not feel the tenderness of the heart awakened. It was then that Antonio first ventured to breathe his passion and to express by words what his eyes had long since so eloquently revealed. He made his avowal with fervor, but with frankness. He had no gay prospects to hold out. He was a poor scholar, dependent on his good spirits to feed and clothe him. But a woman in love is no interested calculator. Inez listened to him with downcast eyes, but in them was a humid gleam that showed her heart was with him. She had no prudery in her nature, and she had not been sufficiently in society to acquire it. She loved him with all the absence of worldliness of a genuine woman, and, amidst timid smiles and blushes, he drew from her a modest acknowledgment of her affection. They wandered about the garden, with that sweet intoxication of the soul which none but happy lovers know. The world about them was all fairyland, and, indeed, it spread forth one of its fairest scenes before their eyes, as if to fulfill their dream of earthly happiness. They looked out from between groves of orange, upon the towers of Granada below them, the magnificent plain of the Vega beyond, streaked with evening sunshine, and the distant hills tinted with rosy and purple hues. It seemed an emblem of the happy future that love and hope were decking out for them. As if to make the scene complete, a group of Andalusians struck up a dance, in one of the vistas of the garden, to the guitars of two wandering musicians. The Spanish music is wild and plaintive, yet the people dance to it with spirit and enthusiasm. The picturesque figures of the dancers, the girls with their hair in silken nets that hung in knots and tassels down their backs, their mantillas floating round their graceful forms, their slender feet peeping from under their basquinas, their arms tossed up in the air to play the castanets, had a beautiful effect on this airy height, with the rich evening landscape spreading out below them. When the dance was ended, two of the parties approached Antonio and Inez. One of them began a soft and tender Moorish ballad, accompanied by the other on the lute. It alluded to the story of the garden, the wrongs of the fair Queen of Granada, and the misfortunes of the Abencerrages. It was one of those old ballads that abound in this part of Spain and live, like echoes, about the ruins of Moorish greatness. The heart of Inés was at that moment open to every tender impression. The tears rose into her eyes as she listened to the tale. The singer approached nearer to her. She was striking in her appearance, young, beautiful, with a mixture of wildness and melancholy in her fine black eyes. She fixed them mournfully and expressively on Inés, and, suddenly varying her manner, sang another ballad, which treated of impending danger and treachery. All this might have passed for a mere accidental caprice of the singer, had there not been something in her look, manner, and gesticulation that made it pointed and startling. Inés was about to ask the meaning of this evidently personal application of the song, when she was interrupted by Antonio, who gently drew her from the place. Whilst she had been lost in attention to the music, he had remarked a group of men, in the shadows of the trees, whispering together. They were enveloped in the broad hats and great cloaks so much worn by the Spanish, and, while they were regarding himself and Inés attentively, seemed anxious to avoid observation. Not knowing what might be their character or intention, he hastened to quit a place where the gathering shadows of evening might expose them to intrusion and insult. On their way down the hill, as they passed through the wood of elms, mingled with poplars and oleanders, that skirts the road leading from the Alhambra, he again saw these men apparently following at a distance, and he afterwards caught sight of them among the trees on the banks of the Darro. He said nothing on the subject to Inés, nor her father, for he would not awaken unnecessary alarm, but he felt at a loss how to ascertain or to avert any machinations that might be devising against the helpless inhabitants of the tower. He took his leave of them late at night, full of this perplexity. As he left the dreary old pile, he saw someone lurking in the shadow of the wall, apparently watching his movements. He hastened after the figure, but it glided away and disappeared among some ruins. Shortly after, he heard a low whistle, which was answered from a little distance. He had no longer a doubt but that some mischief was on foot, and turned to hasten back to the tower and put its inmates on their guard. He had scarcely turned, however, before he found himself suddenly seized from behind by someone of Herculean strength. His struggles were in vain. He was surrounded by armed men. One threw a mantle over him that stifled his cries and enveloped him in its folds, and he was hurried off with irresistible rapidity. The next day passed without the appearance of Antonio at the alchemist's. Another and another day succeeded, and yet he did not come, nor had anything been heard of him at his lodgings. His absence caused, at first, surprise and conjecture, and at length alarm. Inés recollected the singular intimations of the ballad singer upon the mountain, which seemed to warn her of impending danger, and her mind was full of vague forebodings. She sat listening to every sound at the gate, or footstep on the stairs. She would take up her guitar and strike a few notes, but it would not do. Her heart was sickening with suspense and anxiety. She had never before felt what it was to be really lonely. She now was conscious of the force of that attachment which had taken possession of her breast, for never do we know how much we love, never do we know how necessary the object of our love is to our happiness until we experience the weary void of separation. The philosopher, too, felt the absence of his disciple almost as sensibly as did his daughter. The animating buoyancy of the youth had inspired him with new ardor and had given to his labors the charm of full companionship. However, he had resources and consolations of which his daughter was destitute. His pursuits were of a nature to occupy every thought and keep the spirits in a state of continual excitement. Certain indications, too, had lately manifested themselves of the most favorable nature. 40 days and 40 nights had the process gone on successfully. The old man's hopes were constantly rising, and he now considered the glorious moment once more at hand, when he should obtain not merely the major lunaria, but likewise the tinctura solaris, the means of multiplying gold and of prolonging existence. He remained, therefore, continually shut up in his laboratory, watching his furnace, for a moment's inadvertency might once more defeat all his expectations. He was sitting one evening at one of his solitary vigils, wrapped up in meditation. The hour was late, and his neighbor, the owl, was hooting from the battlement of the tower when he heard the door open behind him. Supposing it to be his daughter coming to take her leave of him for the night, as was her frequent practice, he called her by name, but a harsh voice met this ear in reply. He was grasped by the arms, and, looking up, perceived 3 strange men in the chamber. He attempted to shake them off, but in vain. He called for help, but they scoffed at his cries. "Peace, dotard," cried one. "Think'st thou the servants of the most holy Inquisition are to be daunted by thy clamors? Comrades, away with him!" Without heeding his remonstrances and entreaties, they seized upon his books and papers, took some note of the apartment and the utensils, and then bore him off a prisoner. Inez, left to herself, had passed a sad and lonely evening. Seated by a casement which looked into the garden, she had pensively watched star after star sparkle out of the blue depths of the sky, and was indulging a crowd of anxious thoughts about her lover, until the rising tears began to flow. She was suddenly alarmed by the sound of voices that seemed to come from a distant part of the mansion. There was, not long after, a noise of several persons descending the stairs. Surprised at these unusual sounds in their lonely habitation, she remained for a few moments in a state of trembling, yet indistinct apprehension, when the servant rushed into the room, with terror in her countenance, and informed her that her father was carried off by armed men. Inez did not stop to hear further, but flew downstairs to overtake them. She had scarcely passed the threshold when she found herself in the grasp of strangers. "Away, away!" cried she, wildly. "Do not stop me. Let me follow my father." "We come to conduct you to him, Senora," said one of the men, respectfully. "Where is he, then?" "He has gone to Granada," replied the man. "An unexpected circumstance requires his presence there immediately, but he is among friends." "We have no friends in Granada," said Inez, drawing back, but then the idea of Antonio rushed into her mind. Something relating to him might have called her father thither. "Is Señor Antonio de Castros with him?" demanded she, with agitation. "I know not, Senora," replied the man. "It is very possible. I only know that your father is among friends, and is anxious for you to follow him." "Let us go, then," cried she, eagerly. The men led her a little distance to where a mule was waiting, and, assisting her to mount, they conducted her slowly towards the city. Granada was on that evening a scene of fanciful revel. It was one of the festivals of the Mestranza, an association of the nobility, to keep up some of the gallant customs of ancient chivalry. There had been a representation of a tournament in one of the squares. The streets would still occasionally resound with the beat of a solitary drum, or the bray of a trumpet from some straggling party of revelers. Sometimes they were met by cavaliers, richly dressed in ancient costumes, attended by their squires, and at one time they passed in sight of a palace brilliantly illuminated, from whence came the mingled sounds of music and the dance. Shortly after, they came to the square where the mock tournament had been held. It was thronged by the populace, recreating themselves among booths and stalls where refreshments were sold, and the glare of torches showed the temporary galleries and gay-colored awnings and armorial trophies and other paraphernalia of the show. The conductors of Inez endeavored to keep out of observation and to traverse a gloomy part of the square, but they were detained at one place by the pressure of a crowd surrounding a party of wandering musicians, singing one of those ballads of which the Spanish populace are so passionately fond. The torches, which were held by some of the crowd, threw a strong mass of light upon Inez, and the sight of so beautiful a being, without mantilla or veil, looking so bewildered, and conducted by men who seemed to take no gratification in the surrounding gaiety, occasioned expressions of curiosity. One of the ballad singers approached, and striking her guitar with peculiar earnestness, began to sing a doleful air, full of sinister forebodings. Inez started with surprise. It was the same ballad singer that had addressed her in the garden of the Generaliffe. It was the same air that she had then sung. It spoke of impending dangers. They seemed, indeed, to be thickening around her. She was anxious to speak with the girl, and to ascertain whether she really had a knowledge of any definite evil that was threatening her, But, as she attempted to address her, the mule on which she rode was suddenly seized and led forcibly through the throng by one of her conductors, while she saw another addressing menacing words to the ballad singer. The latter raised her hand with a warning gesture as Inez lost sight of her. While she was yet lost in perplexity, caused by this singular occurrence, they stopped at the gate of a large mansion. One of her attendants knocked, the door was opened, and they entered a paved court. "Where are we?" demanded Inez with anxiety. "At the house of a friend, Senora," replied the man. "Ascend this staircase with me, and in a moment you will meet your father." They ascended a staircase that led to a suite of splendid apartments. They passed through several until they came to an inner chamber. The door opened, someone approached, but what was her terror at perceiving, not her father, but Don Ambrosio. The men who had seized upon the alchemist had, at least, been more honest in their professions. They were, indeed, familiars of the Inquisition. He was conducted in silence to the gloomy prison of that horrible tribunal. It was a mansion whose very aspect withered joy and almost shut out hope. It was one of those hideous abodes which the bad passions of men conjure up in this fair world, to rival the fancied dens of demons and the accursed. Day after day went heavily by, without anything to mark the lapse of time, but the decline and reappearance of the light that feebly glimmered through the narrow window of the dungeon in which the unfortunate alchemist was buried rather than confined. His mind was harassed with uncertainties and fears about his daughter, so helpless and inexperienced. He endeavored to gather tidings of her from the man who brought his daily portion of food. The fellow stared, as if astonished at being asked a question in that mansion of silence and mystery, but departed without saying a word. Every succeeding attempt was equally fruitless. The poor alchemist was oppressed by many griefs, and it was not the least that he had been again interrupted in his labors on the very point of success. Never was alchemist so near attaining the golden secret. A little longer, and all his hopes would have been realized. The thoughts of these disappointments afflicted him more even than the fear of all that he might suffer from the merciless Inquisition. His waking thoughts would follow him into his dreams. He would be transported in fancy to his laboratory, busied again among retorts and alembics, and surrounded by Lully, by Debano, by Olybius, and the other masters of the sublime art. The moment of projection would arrive. A seraphic form would rise out of the furnace, holding forth a vessel containing the precious elixir, but, before he could grasp the prize, he would awake and find himself in a dungeon. All the devices of inquisitorial ingenuity were employed to ensnare the old man and to draw from him evidence that might be brought against himself and might corroborate certain secret information that had been given against him. He had been accused of practicing necromancy and judicial astrology, and a cloud of evidence had been secretly brought forward to substantiate the charge. It would be tedious to enumerate all the circumstances, apparently corroborative, which had been industriously cited by the secret accuser. The silence which prevailed about the tower, its desolateness, the very quiet of its inhabitants, had been adduced as proofs that something sinister was perpetrated within. The alchemist's conversations and soliloquies in the garden had been overheard and misrepresented. The lights and strange appearances at night, in the tower, were given with violent exaggerations. Shrieks and yells were said to have been heard from thence at midnight, when, it was confidently asserted, the old man raised familiar spirits by his incantations, and even compelled the dead to rise from their graves and answer to his questions. The alchemist, according to the custom of the Inquisition, was kept in complete ignorance of his accuser, of the witnesses produced against him, even of the crimes of which he was accused. He was examined generally, whether he knew why he was arrested, and was conscious of any guilt that might deserve the notice of the Holy Office. He was examined as to his country, his life, his habits, his pursuits, his actions, and opinions. The old man was frank and simple in his replies. He was conscious of no guilt, capable of no art, practiced in no dissimulation. After receiving a general admonition to bethink himself whether he had not committed any act deserving of punishment and to prepare, by confession, to secure the well-known mercy of the tribunal, he was remanded to a cell. He was now visited in his dungeon by crafty familiars of the Inquisition, who, under pretense of sympathy and kindness, came to beguile the tediousness of his imprisonment with friendly conversation. They casually introduced the subject of alchemy, on which they touched with great caution and pretended indifference. There was no need of such craftiness. The honest enthusiast had no suspicion in his nature. The moment they touched upon his favorite theme, he forgot his misfortunes and imprisonment, and broke forth into rhapsodies about the divine science. The conversation was artfully turned to the discussion of elementary beings. The alchemist readily avowed his belief in them, and that there had been instances of their attending upon philosophers and administering to their wishes. He related many miracles said to have been performed by Apollonius Thyaneus through the aid of spirits or demons, insomuch that he was set up by the heathens in opposition to the Messiah, and was even regarded with reverence by many Christians. The familiars eagerly demanded whether he believed Apollonius to be a true and worthy philosopher. The unaffected piety of the alchemist protected him even in the midst of his simplicity, for he condemned Apollonius as a sorcerer and an impostor. No art could draw from him an admission that he had ever employed or invoked spiritual agencies in the prosecution of his pursuits, though he believed himself to have been frequently impeded by their invisible interference. The inquisitors were sorely vexed at not being able to inveigle him into a confession of a criminal nature. They attributed their failure to craft, to obstinacy, to every cause but the right one, namely, that the harmless visionary had nothing guilty to confess. They had abundant proof of a secret nature against him, but it was the practice of the Inquisition to endeavor to procure confession from the prisoners. An auto de fe was at hand. The worthy fathers were eager for his conviction, for they were always anxious to have a good number of culprits condemned to the stake, to grace these solemn triumphs. He was at length brought to a final examination. The chamber of trial was spacious and gloomy. At one end was a huge crucifix, the standard of the Inquisition. A long table extended through the center of the room, at which sat the inquisitors and their secretary. At the other end, a stool was placed for the prisoner. He was brought in, according to custom, bareheaded and bare-legged. He was enfeebled by confinement and affliction, by constantly brooding over the unknown fate of his child and the disastrous interruption of his experiments. He sat bowed down and listless, his head sunk upon his breast, his whole appearance that of one past hope, abandoned, and by himself given over. The accusation alleged against him was now brought forward in a specific form. He was called upon by name, Felix de Vasquez, formerly of Castile, to answer to the charges of necromancy and demonology. He was told that the charges were amply substantiated, and was asked whether he was ready, by full confession, to throw himself upon the well-known mercy of the Holy Inquisition. The philosopher testified some slight surprise at the nature of the accusation, but simply replied, "I am innocent." "What proof have you to give of your innocence?" "It rather remains for you to prove your charges," said the old man. "I am a stranger and a sojourner in the land, and know no one out of the doors of my dwelling. I can give nothing in my vindication but the word of a nobleman and a Castilian." The inquisitor shook his head, and went on to repeat the various inquiries that had before been made as to his mode of life and pursuits. The poor alchemist was too feeble and too weary at heart to make any but brief replies. He requested that some man of science might examine his laboratory and all his books and papers, by which it would be made abundantly evident that he was merely engaged in the study of alchemy. To this the inquisitor observed that alchemy had become a mere covert for secret and deadly sins, that the practicers of it were apt to scruple at no means to satisfy their inordinate greediness of gold. Some had been known to use spells and impious ceremonies, to conjure the aid of evil spirits, nay, even to sell their souls to the enemy of mankind, so that they might riot in boundless wealth while living. The poor alchemist had heard all patiently, or, at least, passively. He had disdained to vindicate his name otherwise than by his word. He had smiled at the accusations of sorcery when applied merely to himself, but when the sublime art, which had been the study and passion of his life, was assailed, he could no longer listen in silence. His head gradually rose from his bosom. A hectic color came in faint streaks to his cheek, played about there, disappeared, returned, and at length kindled into a burning glow. The clammy dampness dried from his forehead. His eyes, which had nearly been extinguished, lighted up again and burned with their wonted and visionary fires. He entered into a vindication of his favorite art. His voice at first was feeble and broken, but it gathered strength as he proceeded until it rolled in a deep and sonorous volume. He gradually rose from his seat. As he rose with his subject, he threw back the scanty black mantle which had hitherto wrapped his limbs. The very uncouthness of his form and looks gave an impressive effect to what he uttered. It was as though a corpse had become suddenly animated. He repelled with scorn the aspersions cast upon alchemy by the ignorant and vulgar. He affirmed it to be the mother of all art and science, citing the opinions of Paracelsus, Sandivogius, Raymond Lully, and others, in support of his assertions. He maintained that it was pure and innocent and honorable both in its purposes and means. What were its objects? The perpetuation of life and youth, and the production of gold. The elixir vitae, said he, is no charmed potion, but merely a concentration of those elements of vitality which nature has scattered through her works. The philosopher's stone, or tincture or powder, as it is variously called, is no necromantic talisman, but consists simply of those particles which gold contains within itself for its reproduction. For gold, like other things, has its seed within itself, though bound up with inconceivable firmness from the vigor of innate fixed salts and sulfurs. In seeking to discover the elixir of life, then, continued he, we seek only to apply some of nature's own specifics against the disease and decay to which our bodies are subjected. And what else does the physician, when he tasks his art, and uses subtle compounds and cunning distillations to revive our languishing powers and avert the stroke of death for a season? In seeking to multiply the precious metals, also, we seek but to germinate and multiply, by natural means, a particular species of nature's productions. And what else does the husbandman, who consults times and seasons, and, by what might be deemed a natural magic, from the mere scattering of his hand, covers a whole plain with golden vegetation? The mysteries of our art, it is true, are deeply and darkly hidden, but it requires so much the more innocence and purity of thought to penetrate unto them. No, Father, the true alchemist must be pure in mind and body. He must be temperate, patient, chaste, watchful, meek, humble, devout. My son, says Hermes Trismegistes, the great master of our art, my son, I recommend you above all things to fear God. And indeed it is only by devout castigation of the senses and purification of the soul that the alchemist is enabled to enter into the sacred chambers of truth. Labor, pray, and read is the motto of our science. As de Nisement well observes, these high and singular favors are granted unto none, save only unto the sons of God, that is to say, the virtuous and devout, who, under his paternal benediction, have obtained the opening of the same by the helping hand of the Queen of Arts, divine philosophy. Indeed, so sacred has the nature of this knowledge been considered, that we are told it has 4 times been expressly communicated by God to man, having made a part of that cabalistical wisdom which was revealed to Adam to console him for the loss of paradise, and to Moses in the bush, and to Solomon in a dream, and to Esdras by the angel. So far from demons and malign spirits being the friends and abettors of the alchemist, they are the continual foes with which he has to contend. It is their constant endeavor to shut up the avenues to those truths which would enable him to rise above the abject state into which he has fallen, and return to that excellence which was his original birthright. For what would be the effect of this length of days, and this abundant wealth, but to enable the possessor to go on from art to art, from science to science, with energies unimpaired by sickness, uninterrupted by death? For this have sages and philosophers shut themselves up in cells and solitudes, buried themselves in caves and dens of the earth, turning from the joys of life and the pleasance of the world, enduring scorn, poverty, persecution. For this was Raymond Lully stoned to death in Mauritania. For this did the immortal Pietro de Bano suffer persecution at Padua, and, when he escaped from his oppressors by death, was despitefully burnt in effigy. For this have illustrious men of all nations intrepidly suffered martyrdom. For this, if unmolested, have they assiduously employed the latest hour of life, the expiring throb of existence, hoping to the last that they might yet seize upon the prize for which they had struggled, and pluck themselves back even from the very jaws of the grave. For, when once the alchemist shall have attained the object of his toils, when the sublime secret shall be revealed to his gaze, how glorious will be the change in his condition! How will he emerge from his solitary retreat, like the sun breaking forth from the darksome chamber of the night, and darting his beams throughout the earth! Gifted with perpetual youth and boundless riches, to what heights of wisdom may he attain? How may he carry on, uninterrupted, the thread of knowledge, which has hitherto been snapped at the death of each philosopher? And, as the increase of wisdom is the increase of virtue, how may he become the benefactor of his fellow-men, dispensing, with liberal but cautious and discriminating hand, that inexhaustible wealth which is at his disposal, banishing poverty, which is the cause of so much sorrow and wickedness, encouraging the arts, promoting discoveries, and enlarging all the means of virtuous enjoyment? His life will be the connecting band of generations. History will live in his recollection. Distant ages will speak with his tongue. The nations of the earth will look to him as their preceptor, and kings will sit at his feet and learn wisdom. O glorious! O celestial alchemy! Here he was interrupted by the inquisitor, who had suffered him to go on thus far, in hopes of gathering something from his unguarded enthusiasm. "Senor," said he, "this is all rambling, visionary talk. You are charged with sorcery, and in defense you give us a rhapsody about alchemy. Have you nothing better than this to offer in your defense?" The old man slowly resumed his seat, but did not deign a reply. The fire that had beamed in his eye gradually expired. His cheek resumed its wonted paleness, but he did not relapse into inanity. He sat with a steady, serene, patient look, like one prepared not to contend, but to suffer. His trial continued for a long time, with cruel mockery of justice, for no witnesses were ever in this court confronted with the accused, and the latter had continually to defend himself in the dark. Some unknown and powerful enemy had alleged charges against the unfortunate alchemist, but who he could not imagine. Stranger and sojourner as he was in the land, solitary and harmless in his pursuits, how could he have provoked such hostility? The tide of secret testimony, however, was too strong against him. He was convicted of the crime of magic and condemned to expiate his sins at the stake, at the approaching auto de fe. While the unhappy alchemist was undergoing his trial at the Inquisition, his daughter was exposed to trials no less severe. Don Ambrosio, into whose hands she had fallen, was, as has before been intimated, one of the most daring and lawless profligates in all Granada. He was a man of hot blood and fiery passions, who stopped at nothing in the gratification of his desires. Yet with all this he possessed manners, address, and accomplishments that had made him eminently successful among the sex. From the palace to the cottage he had extended his amorous enterprises. His serenades harassed the slumbers of half the husbands in Granada. No balcony was too high for his adventurous attempts, nor any cottage too lowly for his perfidious seductions. Yet he was as fickle as he was ardent. Success had made him vain and capricious. He had no sentiment to attach him to the victim of his arts, and many a pale cheek and fading eye, languishing amidst the sparkling of jewels, and many a breaking heart, throbbing under the rustic bodice, bore testimony to his triumphs and his faithlessness. He was sated, however, by easy conquests, and wearied of a life of continual and prompt gratification. There had been a degree of difficulty and enterprise in the pursuit of Inez that he had never before experienced. It had aroused him from the monotony of mere sensual life, and stimulated him with the charm of adventure. He had become an epicure in pleasure, and now that he had this coy beauty in his power, he was determined to protract his enjoyment by the gradual conquest of her scruples and downfall of her virtue. He was vain of his person and address, which he thought no woman could long withstand, and it was a kind of trial of skill to endeavor to gain, by art and fascination, what he was secure of obtaining at any time by violence. When Inez, therefore, was brought into his presence by his emissaries, He affected not to notice her terror and surprise, but received her with formal and stately courtesy. He was too wary of Fowler to flutter the bird when just entangled in the net. To her eager and wild inquiries about her father, he begged her not to be alarmed, that he was safe, and had been there, but was engaged elsewhere in an affair of moment, from which he would soon return. In the meantime, he had left word that she should await his return in patience. After some stately expressions of general civility, Don Ambrosio made a ceremonious bow and retired. The mind of Inez was full of trouble and perplexity. The stately formality of Don Ambrosio was so unexpected as to check the accusations and reproaches that were springing to her lips. Had he had evil designs, would he have treated her with such frigid ceremony when he had her in his power? But why, then, was she brought to his house? Was not the mysterious disappearance of Antonio connected with this? A thought suddenly darted into her mind. Antonio had again met with Don Ambrosio. They had fought. Antonio was wounded, perhaps dying. It was him to whom her father had gone. It was at his request that Don Ambrosio had sent for them, to soothe his dying moments. These, and 1,000 such horrible suggestions, harassed her mind, but she tried in vain to get information from the domestics. They knew nothing but that her father had been there, had gone, and would soon return. Thus passed a night of tumultuous thought and vague yet cruel apprehensions. She knew not what to do or what to believe, whether she ought to fly or to remain. But if to fly, how was she to extricate herself, and where was she to seek her father? As the day dawned without any intelligence of him, her alarm increased. At length a message was brought from him, saying that circumstances prevented his return to her, but begging her to hasten to him without delay. With an eager and throbbing heart did she set forth with the men that were to conduct her. She little thought, however, that she was merely changing her prison house. Don Ambrosio had feared lest she should be traced to his residence in Granada, or that he might be interrupted there before he could accomplish his plan of seduction. He had her now conveyed, therefore, to a mansion which he possessed in one of the mountain solitudes in the neighborhood of Granada, a lonely but beautiful retreat. In vain, on her arrival, did she look around for her father or Antonio. None but strange faces met her eye, menials, profoundly respectful, but who knew nor saw anything but what their master pleased. She had scarcely arrived before Don Ambrosio made his appearance, less stately in his manner, but still treating her with the utmost delicacy and deference. Inez was too much agitated and alarmed to be baffled by his courtesy, and became vehement in her demand to be conducted to her father. Don Ambrosio now put on an appearance of the greatest embarrassment and emotion. After some delay and much pretended confusion, he at length confessed that the seizure of her father was all a stratagem, a mere false alarm, to procure him the present opportunity of having access to her, and endeavoring to mitigate that obduracy and conquer that repugnance, which he declared had almost driven him to distraction. He assured her that her father was again at home in safety and occupied in his usual pursuits, having been fully satisfied that his daughter was in honorable hands and would soon be restored to him. It was in vain that she threw herself at his feet and implored to be set at liberty. He only replied by gentle entreaties that she would pardon the seeming violence he had to use, and that she would trust a little while to his honor. "You are here," said he, "absolute mistress of everything. Nothing shall be said or done to offend you. I will not even intrude upon your ear the unhappy passion that is devouring my heart. Should you require it, I will even absent myself from your presence, but to part with you entirely at present, with your mind full of doubts and resentments, would be worse than death to me. No, beautiful Inez, you must first know me a little better and know by my conduct that my passion for you is as delicate and respectful as it is vehement." The assurance of her father's safety had relieved Inez from one cause of torturing anxiety, only to render her fears the more violent on her own account. Don Ambrosio, however, continued to treat her with artful deference that insensibly lulled her apprehensions. It is true she found herself a captive, but no advantage appeared to be taken of her helplessness. She soothed herself with the idea that a little while would suffice to convince Don Ambrosio of the fallacy of his hopes, and that he would be induced to restore her to her home. Her transports of terror and affliction, therefore, subsided, in a few days, into a passive, yet anxious melancholy, with which she awaited the hoped-for event. In the meanwhile, all those artifices were employed that are calculated to charm the senses, ensnare the feelings, and dissolve the heart into tenderness. Don Ambrosio was a master of the subtle arts of seduction. His very mansion breathed an enervating atmosphere of languor and delight. It was here, amidst twilight saloons and dreamy chambers, buried among groves of orange and myrtle, that he shut himself up at times from the prying world, and gave free scope to the gratification of his pleasures. The apartments were furnished in the most sumptuous and voluptuous manner. The silken couches swelled to the touch, and sunk in downy softness beneath the slightest pressure. The paintings and statues all told some classic tale of love, managed, however, with an insidious delicacy, which, while it banished the grossness that might disgust, was the more calculated to excite the imagination. There the blooming Adonis was seen, not breaking away to pursue the boisterous chase, but crowned with flowers and languishing in the embraces of celestial beauty. There Assus wooed his Galatea in the shade, with the Sicilian sea spreading in halcyon serenity before them. There were depicted groups of fauns and dryads, fondly reclining in summer bowers and listening to the liquid piping of the reed, or the wanton satyrs, surprising some wood-nymph during her noontide slumber. There, too, on the storied tapestry, might be seen the chaste Diana, stealing, in the mystery of moonlight, to kiss the sleeping Endymion, while Cupid and Psyche, entwined in immortal marble, breathed on each other's lips the early kiss of love. The ardent rays of the sun were excluded from these balmy halls. Soft and tender music from unseen musicians floated around, seeming to mingle with the perfumes that were exhaled from 1,000 flowers. At night, when the moon shed a fairy light over the scene, the tender serenade would rise from among the bowers of the garden, in which the fine voice of Don Ambrosio might often be distinguished, or the amorous flute would be heard along the mountain, breathing in its pensive cadences the very soul of a lover's melancholy. Various entertainments were also devised to dispel her loneliness and to charm away the idea of confinement. Groups of Andalusian dancers performed, in the splendid saloons, the various picturesque dances of their country, or represented little amorous ballets, which turned upon some pleasing scene of pastoral coquetry and courtship. Sometimes there were bands of singers, who, to the romantic guitar, warbled forth ditties full of passion and tenderness. Thus all about her enticed to pleasure and voluptuousness, but the heart of Inez turned with distaste from this idle mockery. The tears would rush into her eyes, as her thoughts reverted from this scene of profligate splendor to the humble but virtuous home from whence she had been betrayed, or if the witching power of music ever soothed her into a tender reverie, it was to dwell with fondness on the image of Antonio. But if Don Ambrosio, deceived by this transient calm, should attempt at such time to whisper his passion, she would start as from a dream and recoil from him with involuntary shuddering. She had passed one long day of more than ordinary sadness, and in the evening a band of these hired performers were exerting all the animating powers of song and dance to amuse her. But while the lofty saloon resounded with their warblings, and the light sound of feet upon its marble pavement kept time to the cadence of the song, poor Inez, with her face buried in the silken couch on which she reclined, was only rendered more wretched by the sound of gaiety. At length her attention was caught by the voice of one of the singers, that brought with it some indefinite recollections. She raised her head and cast an anxious look at the performers, who, as usual, were at the lower end of the saloon. One of them advanced a little before the others. It was a female, dressed in a fanciful, pastoral garb, suited to the character she was sustaining, but her countenance was not to be mistaken. It was the same ballad singer that had twice crossed her path and given her mysterious intimations of the lurking mischief that surrounded her. When the rest of the performances were concluded, she seized a tambourine and, tossing it aloft, danced alone to the melody of her own voice. In the course of her dancing, she approached to where Inez reclined, and as she struck the tambourine, contrived dexterously to throw a folded paper on the couch. Inez seized it with avidity and concealed it in her bosom. The singing and dancing were at an end. The motley crew retired, and Inez, left alone, hastened with anxiety to unfold the paper thus mysteriously conveyed. It was written in an agitated and almost illegible handwriting. "Be on your guard. You are surrounded by treachery. Trust not to the forbearance of Don Ambrosio. You are marked out for his prey. An humble victim to his perfidy gives you this warning. She is encompassed by too many dangers to be more explicit. Your father is in the dungeons of the Inquisition." The brain of Inez reeled as she read this dreadful scroll. She was less filled with alarm at her own danger than horror at her father's situation. The moment Don Ambrosio appeared, she rushed and threw herself at his feet, imploring him to save her father. Don Ambrosio stared with astonishment, but immediately regaining his self-possession, endeavored to soothe her by his blandishments and by assurances that her father was in safety. She was not to be pacified. Her fears were too much aroused to be trifled with. She declared her knowledge of her father's being a prisoner of the Inquisition and reiterated her frantic supplications that he would save him. Don Ambrosio paused for a moment in perplexity, but was too adroit to be easily confounded. "That your father is a prisoner," replied he, "I have long known. I have concealed it from you, to save you from fruitless anxiety. You now know the real reason of the restraint I have put upon your liberty. I have been protecting instead of detaining you. Every exertion has been made in your father's favor, but I regret to say, the proofs of the offenses of which he stands charged have been too strong to be controverted. Still," added he, "I have it in my power to save him. I have influence, I have means at my beck. It may involve me, it is true, in difficulties, perhaps in disgrace, but what would I not do, in the hope of being rewarded by your favor? Speak, beautiful Inez," said he, his eyes kindling with sudden eagerness. "It is with you to say the word that seals your father's fate. One kind word, say, but you will be mine, and you will behold me at your feet, your father at liberty and in affluence, and we shall all be happy." Inez drew back from him with scorn and disbelief. "My father," exclaimed she, "is too innocent and blameless to be convicted of crime. This is some base, some cruel artifice." Don Ambrosio repeated his asseverations, and with them also his dishonorable proposals, but his eagerness overshot its mark. Her indignation and her incredulity were alike awakened by his base suggestions, and he retired from her presence, checked and awed by the sudden pride and dignity of her demeanor. The unfortunate Inez now became a prey to the most harrowing anxieties. Don Ambrosio saw that the mask had fallen from his face, and that the nature of his machinations was revealed. He had gone too far to retrace his steps and assume the affectation of tenderness and respect. Indeed, he was mortified and incensed at her insensibility to his attractions, and now only sought to subdue her through her fears. He daily represented to her the dangers that threatened her father, and that it was in his power alone to avert them. Inez was still incredulous. She was too ignorant of the nature of the Inquisition to know that even innocence was not always a protection from its cruelties, and she confided too surely in the virtue of her father to believe that any accusation could prevail against him. At length Don Ambrosio, to give an effectual blow to her confidence, brought her the proclamation of the approaching auto de fe, in which the prisoners were enumerated. She glanced her eye over it, and beheld her father's name, condemned to the stake for sorcery. For a moment she stood transfixed with horror. Don Ambrosio seized upon the transient calm. "Think, now, beautiful Inez," said he, with a tone of affected tenderness. "His life is still in your hands. One word from you, one kind word, and I can yet save him." "Monster! Wretch!" cried she, coming to herself and recoiling from him with insuperable abhorrence. "'Tis you that are the cause of this. 'Tis you that are his murderer." Then, wringing her hands, she broke forth into exclamations of the most frantic agony. The perfidious Ambrosio saw the torture of her soul and anticipated from it a triumph. He saw that she was in no mood, during her present paroxysm, to listen to his words, but he trusted that the horrors of lonely rumination would break down her spirit and subdue her to his will. In this, however, he was disappointed. Many were the vicissitudes of mind of the wretched Inez. At one time, she would embrace his knees with piercing supplications. At another, she would shrink with nervous horror at his very approach, but any intimation of his passion only excited the same emotion of loathing and detestation. At length the fatal day drew nigh. "Tomorrow," said Don Ambrosio, as he left her one evening, "tomorrow is the auto de fe. Tomorrow you will hear the sound of the bell that tolls your father to his death. You will almost see the smoke that rises from the funeral pile. I leave you to yourself. It is yet in my power to save him. Think whether you can stand tomorrow's horrors without shrinking. Think whether you can endure the after-reflection that you are the cause of his death, and that merely through a perversity in refusing proffered happiness." What a night was it to Inez! Her heart already harassed and almost broken by repeated and protracted anxieties, her strength wasted and enfeebled. On every side, horrors awaited her. Her father's death, her own dishonor. There seemed no escape from misery or perdition. "Is there no relief from man, no pity in heaven?" exclaimed she. What have we done, that we should be thus wretched?" As the dawn approached, the fever of her mind arose to agony. 1,000 times did she try the doors and windows of her apartment, in the desperate hope of escaping. Alas! With all the splendor of her prison, it was too faithfully secured for her weak hands to work deliverance. Like a poor bird that beats its wings against its gilded cage until it sinks panting in despair, so she threw herself on the floor in hopeless anguish. Her blood grew hot in her veins, her tongue was parched, her temples throbbed with violence. She gasped rather than breathed. It seemed as if her brain was on fire. "Blessed Virgin!" exclaimed she, clasping her hands and turning up her strained eyes. "Look down with pity and support me in this dreadful hour." Just as the day began to dawn, she heard a key turn softly in the door of her apartment. She dreaded lest it should be Don Ambrosio, and the very thought of him gave her a sickening pang. It was a female clad in a rustic dress, with her face concealed by her mantilla. She stepped silently into the room, looked cautiously round, and then, uncovering her face, revealed the well-known features of the ballad singer. Inez uttered an exclamation of surprise, almost of joy. The unknown started back, pressed her finger on her lips enjoining silence, and beckoned her to follow. She hastily wrapped herself in her veil and obeyed. They passed with quick but noiseless steps through an antechamber, across a spacious hall, and along a corridor. All was silent. The household was yet locked in sleep. They came to a door, to which the unknown applied a key. Inez's heart misgave her. She knew not but some new treachery was menacing her. She laid her cold hand on the stranger's arm. "Whither are you leading me?" said she. "To liberty," replied the other in a whisper. "Do you know the passages about this mansion?" "But too well," replied the girl, with a melancholy shake of the head. There was an expression of sad veracity in her countenance that was not to be distrusted. The door opened on a small terrace, which was overlooked by several windows of the mansion. "We must move across this quickly," said the girl, "or we may be observed." They glided over it, as if scarce touching the ground. A flight of steps led down into the garden. A wicket at the bottom was readily unbolted. They passed with breathless velocity along one of the alleys, still in sight of the mansion, in which, however, no person appeared to be stirring. At length they came to a low private door in the wall, partly hidden by a fig tree. It was secured by rusty bolts that refused to yield to their feeble efforts. "Holy Virgin!" exclaimed the stranger. "What is to be done? One moment more, and we may be discovered." She seized a stone that lay nearby. A few blows, and the bolt flew back. The door grated harshly as they opened it, and the next moment they found themselves in a narrow road. "Now," said the stranger, "for Granada as quickly as possible. The nearer we approach it, the safer we shall be, for the road will be more frequented." The imminent risk they ran of being pursued and taken gave supernatural strength to their limbs. They flew rather than ran. The day had dawned. The crimson streaks on the edge of the horizon gave tokens of the approaching sunrise. Already the light clouds that floated in the western sky were tinged with gold and purple, though the broad plain of the Vega, which now began to open upon their view, was covered with the dark haze of morning. As yet they only passed a few straggling peasants on the road, who could have yielded them no assistance in case of their being overtaken. They continued to hurry forward, and had gained a considerable distance, when the strength of Inez, which had only been sustained by the fever of her mind, began to yield to fatigue. She slackened her pace, and faltered. "Alas," said she, "my limbs fail me. I can go no farther." Bear up," replied her companion cheeringly. "A little farther, and we shall be safe. Look, yonder is Granada, just showing itself in the valley below us. A little farther, and we shall come to the main road, and then we shall find plenty of passengers to protect us." Inez, encouraged, made fresh efforts to get forward, but her weary limbs were unequal to the eagerness of her mind. Her mouth and throat were parched by agony and terror. She gasped for breath and leaned for support against a rock. "It is all in vain," exclaimed she. "I feel as though I should faint." "Lean on me," said the other. "Let us get into the shelter of yon thicket that will conceal us from the view. I hear the sound of water, which will refresh you." With much difficulty they reached the thicket, which overhung a small mountain stream, just where its sparkling waters leaped over the rock and fell into a natural basin. Here Inez sank upon the ground, exhausted. Her companion brought water in the palms of her hands and bathed her pallid temples. The cooling drops revived her. She was enabled to get to the margin of the stream and drink of its crystal current. Then, reclining her head on the bosom of her deliverer, she was first enabled to murmur forth her heartfelt gratitude. "Alas," said the other, "I deserve no thanks. I deserve not the good opinion you express. In me you behold a victim of Don Ambrosio's arts. In early years he seduced me from the cottage of my parents. Look, at the foot of yonder blue mountain, in the distance, lies my native village, but it is no longer a home for me. From thence he lured me. When I was too young for reflection, he educated me, taught me various accomplishments, made me sensible to love, to splendor, to refinement. Then, having grown weary of me, he neglected me and cast me upon the world. Happily the accomplishments he taught me have kept me from utter want, and the love with which he inspired me has kept me from farther degradation. Yes, I confess my weakness. All his perfidy and wrongs cannot efface him from my heart. I have been brought up to love him. I have no other idol. I know him to be base, yet I cannot help adoring him. I am content to mingle among the hireling throng that administer to his amusements, that I may still hover about him, and linger in those halls where I once reigned mistress. What merit, then, have I in assisting your escape? I scarce know whether I am acting from sympathy and a desire to rescue another victim from his power, or jealousy and an eagerness to remove too powerful a rival. While she was yet speaking, the sun rose in all its splendor, first lighting up the mountain summits, then stealing down height by height, until its rays gilded the domes and towers of Granada, which they could partially see from between the trees below them. Just then the heavy tones of a bell came sounding from a distance, echoing, in sullen clang, along the mountain. Inez turned pale at the sound. She knew it to be the great bell of the cathedral, rung at sunrise on the day of the auto da fe, to give note of funeral preparation. Every stroke beat upon her heart, and inflicted an absolute, corporeal pang. She started up wildly. "Let us be gone," cried she. "There is not a moment for delay." "Stop," exclaimed the other. "Yonder are horsemen coming over the brow of that distant height. If I mistake not, Don Ambrosio is at their head. Alas, 'tis he. We are lost. Hold," continued she. "Give me your scarf and veil. Wrap yourself in this mantilla. I will fly up yon footpath that leads to the heights. I will let the veil flutter as I ascend. Perhaps they may mistake me for you, and they must dismount to follow me. Do you hasten forward? You will soon reach the main road. You have jewels on your fingers. Bribe the first muleteer you meet to assist you on your way." All this was said with hurried and breathless rapidity. The exchange of garments was made in an instant. The girl darted up the mountain path, her white veil fluttering among the dark shrubbery, while Inez, inspired with new strength, or rather new terror, flew to the road and trusted to Providence to guide her tottering steps to Granada. All Granada was in agitation on the morning of this dismal day. The heavy bell of the cathedral continued to utter its clanging tones that pervaded every part of the city, summoning all persons to the tremendous spectacle that was about to be exhibited. The streets through which the procession was to pass were crowded with the populace. The windows, the roofs, every place that could admit a face or a foothold, were alive with spectators. In the great square, a spacious scaffolding, like an amphitheater, was erected, where the sentences of the prisoners were to be read and the sermon of faith to be preached, and close by were the stakes prepared, where the condemned were to be burnt to death. Seats were arranged for the great, the gay, the beautiful, for such is the horrible curiosity of human nature that this cruel sacrifice was attended with more eagerness than a theater or even a bull feast. As the day advanced, the scaffolds and balconies were filled with expecting multitudes. The sun shone brightly upon fair faces and gallant dresses. One would have thought it some scene of elegant festivity, instead of an exhibition of human agony and death. But what a different spectacle and ceremony was this from those which Granada exhibited in the days of her Moorish splendor. Her galas, her tournaments, her sports of the ring, her fêtes of St. John, her music, her zambras, and admirable tilts of canes, her serenades, her concerts, her songs in general. The costly liveries of the Abencerrages, their exquisite inventions, the skill and valor of the Alabases, the superb dresses of the Zegris, Mazas, and Gaumels. All these were at an end. The days of chivalry were over. Instead of the prancing cavalcade, with neighing steed and lively trumpet, with burnished lance and helm and buckler, with rich confusion of plume and scarf and banner, where purple and scarlet and green and orange and every gay color were mingled with cloth of gold and fair embroidery. Instead of this, crept on the gloomy pageant of superstition, in cowl and sackcloth, with cross and coffin, and frightful symbols of human suffering. In place of the frank, hardy knight, open and brave, with his lady's favor in his casque, and amorous motto on his shield, looking, by gallant deeds, to win the smile of beauty, came the shaven, unmanly monk, with downcast eyes, and head and heart bleached in the cold cloister, secretly exulting in this bigot triumph. The sound of the bells gave notice that the dismal procession was advancing. It passed slowly through the principal streets of the city, bearing in advance the awful banner of the Holy Office. The prisoners walked singly, attended by confessors, and guarded by familiars of the Inquisition. They were clad in different garments, according to the nature of their punishments. Those who were to suffer death wore the hideous samara, painted with flames and demons. The procession was swelled by choirs of boys, different religious orders and public dignitaries, and above all, by the fathers of the faith, moving with slow pace and profound gravity, truly triumphing as becomes the principal generals of that great victory. As the sacred banner of the Inquisition advanced, the countless throng sunk on their knees before it. They bowed their faces to the very earth as it passed, and then slowly rose again, like a great undulating billow. A murmur of tongues prevailed as the prisoners approached, and eager eyes were strained and fingers pointed to distinguish the different orders of penitents whose habits denoted the degree of punishment they were to undergo. But as those drew near whose frightful garb marked them as destined to the flames, the noise of the rabble subsided. They seemed almost to hold in their breath, filled with that strange and dismal interest with which we contemplate a human being on the verge of suffering and death. It is an awful thing, a voiceless, noiseless multitude. The hushed and gazing stillness of the surrounding thousands, heaped on walls and gates and roofs, and hanging, as it were, in clusters, heightened the effect of the pageant that moved drearily on. The low murmuring of the priests could now be heard in prayer and exhortation, with the faint responses of the prisoners, and now and then the voices of the choir at a distance, chanting the litanies of the saints. The faces of the prisoners were ghastly, and disconsolate. Even those who had been pardoned and wore the sanbenito, or penitential garment, bore traces of the horrors they had undergone. Some were feeble and tottering, from long confinement, some crippled and distorted by various tortures. Every countenance was a dismal page, on which might be read the secrets of their prison house. But in the looks of those condemned to death, there was something fierce and eager. They seemed men harrowed up by the past and desperate as to the future. They were anticipating, with spirits fevered by despair and fixed and clenched determination, the vehement struggle with agony and death which they were shortly to undergo. Some cast now and then a wild and anguished look about them upon the shining day, the sun-bright palaces, the gay, the beautiful world, which they were soon to quit forever, or a glance of sudden indignation at the thronging thousands, happy in liberty and life, who seemed, in contemplating their frightful situation, to exult in their own comparative security. One among the condemned, however, was an exception to these remarks. It was an aged man, somewhat bowed down, with a serene, though dejected countenance, and a beaming, melancholy eye. It was the alchemist. The populace looked upon him with a degree of compassion which they were not prone to feel towards criminals condemned by the Inquisition, but when they were told that he was convicted of the crime of magic, they drew back with awe and abhorrence. The procession had reached the grand square. The first part had already mounted the scaffolding, and the condemned were approaching. The press of the populace became excessive and was repelled, as it were, in billows by the guards. Just as the condemned were entering the square, a shrieking was heard among the crowd. A female, pale, frantic, disheveled, was seen struggling through the multitude. My father, was all the cry she uttered, but it thrilled through every heart. The crowd instinctively drew back and made way for her as she advanced. The poor alchemist had made his peace with heaven and, by a hard struggle, had closed his heart upon the world, when the voice of his child called him once more back to worldly thought and agony. He turned towards the well-known voice, his knees smote together. He endeavored to stretch forth his pinioned arms, and felt himself clasped in the embraces of his child. The emotions of both were too agonizing for utterance. Convulsive sobs and broken exclamations, and embraces more of anguish than tenderness, were all that passed between them. The procession was interrupted for a moment. The astonished monks and familiars were filled with involuntary respect at the agony of natural affection. Ejaculations of pity broke from the crowd, touched by the filial piety, the extraordinary and hopeless anguish of so young and beautiful a being. Every attempt to soothe her and prevail on her to retire was unheeded. At length they endeavored to separate her from her father by force. The movement roused her from her temporary abandonment. With a sudden paroxysm of fury, she snatched a sword from one of the familiars. Her late pale countenance was flushed with rage, and fire flashed from her once soft and languishing eyes. The guards shrunk back with awe. There was something in this filial frenzy, this feminine tenderness wrought up to desperation, that touched even their hardened hearts. They endeavored to pacify her, but in vain. Her eye was eager and quick, as the she-wolf's guarding her young. With one arm, she pressed her father to her bosom. With the other, she menaced every one that approached. The patience of the guards was soon exhausted. They had held back in awe, but not in fear. With all her desperation, the weapon was soon wrested from her feeble hand, and she was borne shrieking and struggling among the crowd. The rabble murmured compassion, but such was the dread inspired by the Inquisition that no one attempted to interfere. The procession again resumed its march. Inez was ineffectually struggling to release herself from the hands of the familiars that detained her, when suddenly she saw Don Ambrosio before her. "Wretched girl," exclaimed he with fury, "why have you fled from your friends?" "Deliver her," said he to the familiars, "to my domestics. She is under my protection." His creatures advanced to seize her.
"Oh, no."
"Oh, no," cried she, with new terrors and clinging to the familiars. "I have fled from no friends. He is not my protector. He is the murderer of my father." The familiars were perplexed. The crowd pressed on, with eager curiosity. "Stand off," cried the fiery Ambrosio, dashing the throng from around him. Then, turning to the familiars, with sudden moderation, "My friends," said he, "deliver this poor girl to me. Her distress has turned her brain. She has escaped from her friends and protectors this morning, but a little quiet and kind treatment will restore her to tranquility." "I am not mad. I am not mad," cried she vehemently. "Oh, save me from these men. I have no protector on earth but my father, and him they are murdering." The familiars shook their heads. Her wildness corroborated the assertions of Don Ambrosio, and his apparent rank commanded respect and belief. They relinquished their charge to him, and he was consigning the struggling Inez to his creatures. "Let go your hold, villain!" cried a voice from among the crowd, and Antonio was seen eagerly tearing his way through the press of people. "Seize him! Seize him!" cried Don Ambrosio to the familiars. "'Tis an accomplice of the sorcerers." "Liar!" retorted Antonio, as he thrust the mob to the right and left and forced himself to the spot. The sword of Don Ambrosio flashed in an instant from the scabbard. The student was armed and equally alert. There was a fierce clash of weapons. The crowd made way for them as they fought, and closed again, so as to hide them from the view of Inez. All was tumult and confusion for a moment, when there was a kind of shout from the spectators, and the mob again opening. She beheld, as she thought, Antonio weltering in his blood. This new shock was too great for her already overstrained intellect. A giddiness seized upon her. Everything seemed to whirl before her eyes. She gasped some incoherent words, and sunk senseless upon the ground. Days, weeks elapsed, before Inez returned to consciousness. At length she opened her eyes, as if out of a troubled sleep. She was lying upon a magnificent bed, in a chamber richly furnished with pier-glasses and massive tables inlaid with silver of exquisite workmanship. The walls were covered with tapestry, the cornices richly gilded. Through the door, which stood open, she perceived a superb saloon, with statues and crystal lustres and a magnificent suite of apartments beyond. The casements of the room were open to admit the soft breath of summer, which stole in, laden with perfumes from a neighboring garden, from whence, also, the refreshing sound of fountains and the sweet notes of birds came in mingled music to her ear. Female attendants were moving, with noiseless step, about the chamber, but she feared to address them. She doubted whether this was not all delusion, or whether she was not still in the palace of Don Ambrosio, and that her escape, and all its circumstances, had not been but a feverish dream. She closed her eyes again, endeavoring to recall the past, and to separate the real from the imaginary. The last scenes of consciousness, however, rushed too forcibly, with all their horrors, to her mind to be doubted, and she turned shuddering from the recollection, to gaze once more on the quiet and serene magnificence around her. As she again opened her eyes, they rested on an object that at once dispelled every alarm. At the head of her bed sat a venerable form, watching over her with a look of fond anxiety. It was her father. I will not attempt to describe the scene that ensued, nor the moments of rapture which more than repaid all the sufferings that her affectionate heart had undergone. As soon as their feelings had become more calm, the alchemist stepped out of the room to introduce a stranger, to whom he was indebted for his life and liberty. He returned, leading an Antonio, no longer in his poor scholar's garb, but in the rich dress of a nobleman. The feelings of Inez were almost overpowered by these sudden reverses, and it was some time before she was sufficiently composed to comprehend the explanation of this seeming romance. It appeared that the lover, who had sought her affections in the lowly guise of a student, was only son and heir of a powerful grandee of Valencia. He had been placed at the University of Salamanca, but a lively curiosity and an eagerness for adventure had induced him to abandon the university without his father's consent and to visit various parts of Spain. His rambling inclination satisfied, he had remained incognito for a time at Granada, until, by farther study and self-regulation, he could prepare himself to return home with credit and atone for his transgressions against paternal authority. How hard he had studied does not remain on record. All that we know is his romantic adventure of the Tower. It was at first a mere youthful caprice, excited by a glimpse of a beautiful face. In becoming a disciple of the alchemist, he probably thought of nothing more than pursuing a light love affair. Farther acquaintance, however, had completely fixed his affections, and he had determined to conduct Inez and her father to Valencia and to trust to her merits to secure his father's consent to their union. In the meantime, he had been traced to his concealment. His father had received intelligence of his being entangled in the snares of a mysterious adventurer and his daughter, and likely to become the dupe of the fascinations of the latter. Trusty emissaries had been dispatched to seize upon him by main force and convey him without delay to the paternal home. What eloquence he had used with his father to convince him of the innocence, the honor, and the high descent of the alchemist, and of the exalted worth of his daughter, does not appear. All that we know is that the father, though a very passionate, was a very reasonable man, as appears by his consenting that his son should return to Granada and conduct Inez as his affianced bride to Valencia. Away, then, Don Antonio hurried back, full of joyous anticipations. He still forbore to throw off his disguise, fondly picturing to himself what would be the surprise of Inez, when, having won her heart and hand as a poor wandering scholar, he should raise her and her father at once to opulence and splendor. On his arrival, he had been shocked at finding the tower deserted by its inhabitants. In vain he sought for intelligence concerning them. A mystery hung over their disappearance which he could not penetrate, until he was thunderstruck on accidentally reading a list of the prisoners at the impending auto da fe, to find the name of his venerable master among the condemned. It was the very morning of the execution. The procession was already on its way to the Grand Square. Not a moment was to be lost. The Grand Inquisitor was a relation of Don Antonio, though they had never met. His first impulse was to make himself known, to exert all his family influence, the weight of his name, and the power of his eloquence, in vindication of the alchemist. But the Grand Inquisitor was already proceeding, in all his pomp, to the place where the fatal ceremony was to be performed. How was he to be approached? Antonio threw himself into the crowd, in a fever of anxiety, and was forcing his way to the scene of horror, where he arrived just in time to rescue Inez, as has been mentioned. It was Don Ambrosio that fell in their contest. Being desperately wounded, and thinking his end approaching, he had confessed to an attending father of the Inquisition that he was the sole cause of the alchemist's condemnation, and that the evidence on which it was grounded was altogether false. The testimony of Don Antonio came in corroboration of this avowal, and his relationship to the Grand Inquisitor had, in all probability, its proper weight. Thus was the poor alchemist snatched, in a manner, from the very flames, and so great had been the sympathy awakened in his case, that for once a populace rejoiced at being disappointed of an execution. The residue of the story may readily be imagined by every one versed in this valuable kind of history. Don Antonio espoused the lovely Inez, and took her and her father with him to Valencia. As she had been a loving and dutiful daughter, so she proved a true and tender wife. It was not long before Don Antonio succeeded to his father's titles and estates, and he and his fair spouse were renowned for being the handsomest and happiest couple in all Valencia. As to Don Ambrosio, he partially recovered to the enjoyment of a broken constitution and a blasted name, and hid his remorse and disgrace in a convent, while the poor victim of his arts, who had assisted Inez in her escape, unable to conquer the early passion that he had awakened in her bosom, though convinced of the baseness of the object, retired from the world, and became an humble sister in a nunnery. The worthy alchemist took up his abode with his children. A pavilion, in the garden of their palace, was assigned to him as a laboratory, where he resumed his researches with renovated ardor, after the grand secret. He was now and then assisted by his son-in-law, but the latter slackened grievously in his zeal and diligence after marriage. Still he would listen with profound gravity and attention to the old man's rhapsodies and his quotations from Paracelsus, Sandovogus, and Pietro de Bano, which daily grew longer and longer. In this way the good alchemist lived on quietly and comfortably to what is called a good old age, that is to say, an age that is good for nothing, and unfortunately for mankind, was hurried out of life in his 90th year, just as he was on the point of discovering the philosopher's stone. Such was the story of the captain's friend, with which we whiled away the morning. The captain was every now and then interrupted by questions and remarks, which I have not mentioned, lest I should break the continuity of the tale. He was a little disturbed, also, once or twice, by the general, who fell asleep and breathed rather hard, to the great horror and annoyance of Lady Lillycraft. In a long and tender love scene, also, which was particularly to her ladyship's taste, the unlucky general, having his head a little sunk upon his breast, kept making a sound at regular intervals, very much like the word pish, long drawn out. At length he made an odd, abrupt guttural sound that suddenly awoke him. He hemmed, looked about with a slight degree of consternation, and then began to play with her ladyship's work-bag, which, however, she rather pettishly withdrew. The steady sound of the captain's voice was still too potent a soporific for the poor general. He kept gleaming up and sinking in the socket, until the cessation of the tale again roused him, when he started awake, put his foot down upon Lady Lillycraft's cur, the sleeping beauty, which yelped and seized him by the leg, and, in a moment, the whole library resounded with yelpings and exclamations. Never did man more completely mar his fortunes while he was asleep. Silence being at length restored, the company expressed their thanks to the captain and gave various opinions of a story. The parson's mind, I found, had been continually running upon the leaden manuscripts mentioned in the beginning, as dug up at Granada, and he put several eager questions to the captain on the subject. The general could not well make out the drift of the story, but thought it a little confused. "I am glad, however," said he, "that they burnt the old chap of the tower. I have no doubt he was a notorious impostor." Dear listener, we close the pages on another tale, a journey through words, imagination, and emotion. Here at the Falls Audiobook, where stories flow like a river's current, carrying you to distant worlds and uncharted depths, we thank you for joining us. As always, we invite you to linger a little longer. Subscribe to our channel to discover more stories waiting to be heard, each a cascade of voices, ideas, and artistry. And remember, every great story begins with a single word. Perhaps the next one will begin with you. Until our voices meet again, may your days be filled with quiet moments, rich pages, and the soothing sound of a story well told. This is the Falls Audiobook, signing off.